Chapter 1. Released from prison. Jiangzhe. Once you're out, turn over a new leaf and don't be so impulsive anymore. You smashed his balls. Now he can't have kids. You, locked up in prison for 6 years. He never even got his college diploma. Totally not worth it. Outside the gates of Jiangxing prison, the correctional officer escorted Jiangzhe to the entrance. After offering a few solemn words of advice, the officer turned back toward the prison walls. With a thunderous rumble, the prison gates slammed shut again. Jiangzhe squinted at the glaring sunlight spilling across the road. He sighed inwardly. 6 years, finally out. A BMW X5 was parked outside the prison gates. As the prison doors swung open, a woman stepped out from the passenger seat of the luxury vehicle. She wore a black dress that accentuated her marble-smooth skin, pale and luminous. Jiangzhe's eyes lit up the moment he recognized the woman stepping out of the BMW, and he eagerly strode toward her. Back when Jiangzhe first entered prison, his girlfriend Zhao Yining still had that innocent girl-next-door look. Now, 6 years later, her outfit carried the subtle allure of a young married woman. Though the modest A-cup left something to be desired, it hadn't stopped Jiangzhe from pining for her day and night in prison. Young maidens, inexpressibly sweet. Young wives, riding the clouds and mist. Both had their charms. It's been 6 years since I've been with Zhao Yining. Shouldn't I give her a couple $100 million today to make up for it? The thought of those $200 million kept Jiangzhe awake all night yesterday with excitement. Yining, you're here. When he reached Zhao Yining, Jiangzhe dropped his luggage and spread his arms wide, ready to scoop her up for a big spinning hug, just like back in their Jiangxing University days. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yining flinched protectively, instinctively taking several frightened steps backward. Zhao Yining's delicate pink lips parted slightly. Jiangzhe, I came today to make things clear between us. Let's break up. I'm really sorry. I have a boyfriend now. Jiangzhe froze, staring at Yining in stunned disbelief. 6 years ago, during their senior year at Jiangxi University, a group of thugs had harassed Yining. To protect her, Jiangzhe accidentally kicked one of them so hard that he crushed the guy's balls, resulting in a 6-year prison sentence. Because of this, he never received his undergraduate diploma, only barely managing to obtain a degree certificate. In prison, Jiangzhe longed day and night for the moment he could finally leave and start his life anew. No sooner had Jiangzhe been released from prison than Zhao Yining greeted him with these very words. Why? Jiangzhe's heart felt like it had been pricked by a needle. You kept saying you'd wait for me to get out, and this is how it ends. 6 years. Do you even know what I went through in prison? I almost died in there. Zhao Yining's face showed a hint of guilt as she pulled a paper bag from her purse and handed it to Jiangzhe. I'm truly sorry. 6 years felt much longer than I'd imagined. I really couldn't wait for you that long. I didn't want people saying my boyfriend had been to prison. This envelope has $50,000 inside. Take it for your needs. Then come by my place later to collect your university belongings. But better not come today. We're having guests over. Pick another day instead. Jiangzhe's heart gave a violent wrench. It was as if a sharp knife were being plunged straight into his heart, stroke by stroke. Looking at Zhao Yining before him, she was still as exquisitely beautiful as before, yet her face now seemed utterly unfamiliar. Jiangzhe slapped the paper bag out of Zhao Yining's hands. Zhao Yining, what do you take me for? 6 whole years of my youth. And you think you can just pay me off with a measly 50 grand? Zhao Yining's paper bag slipped from her hands, spilling cash across the ground. Scattered amid the money was Jiangzhe's heart. At that moment, the driver's door of the BMW parked at the prison entrance opened, revealing a man in a suit. His tucked-in shirt strained against his round beer belly, the fabric stretched taut as if ready to burst. The pot-bellied man approached, picked up the paper bag, and thrust it back into Zhao Yining's hands. Yining, get in the car first. Let me talk to him. Zhao Yining glanced at Jiangzhe before taking the paper bag full of money and returning to the passenger seat of the BMW X5. The man with a beer belly turned to Jiangzhe, his eyes filled with disdain and coldness. So you're Jiangzhe, right? I'm Zhao Yining's boyfriend, Lei Guang. Yining told me all about you. I know your situation. Your mother's gone. Your dad started a new family and abandoned you. Now you're out of prison, just a penniless nobody. Zhao Yining won't follow you either. Just now Zhao Yining offered you money and you refused. Are you stupid? At least with that money, you could have lived carefree for a while outside. Buddy, I advise you to drop the fake saint act. Jiangzhe furrowed his brow, his gaze locking onto Lei Guang. Say one more word about my mother. Just try it. Lei Guang noticed the cold, wolf-like glint in Jiangzhe's eyes and felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Instinctively taking a few steps back, Lei Guang said, "If that's how it is, I won't waste words on you. I know this must sting a bit, but Zhao Yining's life with me is worlds better than anything you could offer. My family owns a major corporation. She'll live in luxury with me, enjoying all the finest things. You shouldn't just think about yourself. You need to learn some perspective, man." Jiangzhe sneered, hawking a thick glob of phlegm onto the beer belly before him with a contemptuous pah, and spat out, "I did 6 years inside for her, and the moment I get out, I see her with a fat bastard like you. You talk to me about principles? Say that word principles one more time, and I'll knock your front teeth out." Lei Guang grew irritated, his temper flaring. But as Lei Guang took in Jiang's towering frame and muscular limbs, built like a young bull, he realized a fight might not end in his favor. Thinking of this, Lei Guang turned away resentfully and prepared to return to his BMW. Jiangzhe called out to Lei Guang, "Wait, do you know something about Zhao Yining?" Lei Guang halted his steps, turned around suspiciously, and asked, "What is it? Bring me paper and a pen. I'll write it for you." Lei Guang had no idea what Jiangzhe was scheming, but he still went to the BMW to fetch a piece of paper and a pen. Jiangzhe swiftly wrote 3 words on the paper. He tore the page from the notebook, folded it carefully, and stuffed it into Lei Guang's suit jacket pocket. He then patted Lei Guang on the shoulder and said pointedly, "As men, we must give women the best. Zhao Yining has many habits, and you'll have to accommodate them in the future." Lei Guang looked puzzled. "What habits?" Jiangzhe said calmly, "She likes fruit-flavored condoms, especially strawberry-scented ones. She says it always puts her in a good mood. Oh, and another thing. If you take her to stay at a hotel, it's best to choose one of those trendy hotels with lots of equipment. She really enjoys exploring new things. She particularly likes octopus chairs, S-shaped sofas, exercise balls, electric beds, zero-gravity chairs. Of course, those flimsy stockings that tear easily, and the QQ outfits. I bought her plenty before. You can ask her where she put them. No need to buy new ones for now." Before Jiangzhe could finish, Lei Guang caught on. Spitting in disgust, his face flushed red, then pale. Lei Guang stormed back to his BMW in frustration. "Damn, he just left like that? I haven't even gotten to the main point yet." Jiangzhe sighed, picked up his luggage from the ground, and walked away. Watching Lei Guang return to the BMW, Zhao Yining asked from the passenger seat, "Jiangzhe left? What did he say?" Lei Guang was somewhat frustrated. He didn't say anything. He left a note and just walked off. "What does it say? Let me see." Just as Lei Guang pulled the paper from his suit jacket pocket, Zhao Yining snatched it right out of his hand. After reading it, Zhao Yining's face flushed crimson instantly. She angrily shouted toward Jiang's retreating figure, "You shameless jerk! What kind of person does something like this?" Lei Guang was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Zhao Yining had such an intense reaction upon seeing the note. So Lei Guang took the paper from her. There, boldly written on it, were 3 characters. Ziyun. Chapter 2. The Zhao family's grand birthday celebration. Ziyun. What's this supposed to mean? Lei Guang stared blankly at the 3 obscure characters. These are all pretty uncommon words, aren't they? What does this mean? How do you pronounce the 3rd character again? Zhao Yining flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Lei Guang, are you out of your damn mind? Huh?" Lei Guang still didn't grasp what was happening. After lowering his head to carefully study and analyze the cryptic characters for a long while, Lei Guang glanced at Zhao Yining's flat chest and finally grasped the meaning of those obscure words. Lei Guang turned around and cursed at Jiang's retreating figure. "Fuck you, Jiangzhe, you piece of shit." How dare you talk to me like that? Next time I see you, I swear I'll fucking kill you. Get your ass back here. Jiangja heard Lei Guang's furious curses from behind. He turned around, walked back to the BMW's door, locked eyes with Lei Guang, and said coolly, I'm back. What was it you just said about killing me? Seeing Jiangja actually return, Lei Guang was momentarily dumbstruck. Earlier, he'd just been putting on a tough act in front of Zhao Yining, cursing and posturing to help her vent some anger. But now this bastard had really come back. With the situation right in his face and Zhao Yining watching, Lei Guang felt there was no way he could back down now without losing face. Unbuckling the already fastened seatbelt, he opened the car door and prepared to get out. Jiangja kicked the BMW's door hard. The impact left a huge dent, and Lei Guang howled in pain, his thigh trapped by the crumpled door, unable to move. Jiangja reached into the driver's compartment and slapped Lei Guang's face a few times. Listen here, you fat bastard. Stop throwing around death threats, or you might just end up dead first. Got it. With that, Jiangja opened the car door, grabbed his luggage, and walked straight away. A moment later, his figure had already disappeared into the distance. Lei Guang angrily tried to get up, pretending to open the car door to chase after them. You bastard, don't run if you dare. Stay right there. This time, Lei Guang's cursing wasn't loud, only barely audible inside the car. Zhao Yining grabbed Lei Guangdao's arm and said, He's just some guy who got out of prison. Why are you making such a big deal about him? Forget it, that's it. Lei Guang was just putting on show in the first place. When Zhao Yining grabbed him, he immediately took the opportunity to get back into the car. After ranting and raving inside the car for a long while, Lei Guang started the engine, and the two returned to the Zhao family villa. Night had fallen, and the Zhao family villa was brightly lit. The room was filled with laughter and joy as guests of all kinds came forward to present their congratulatory gifts to Zhao Lan. Today was the 55th birthday of Zhao Yining's mother, Zhao Lan. The elderly Mrs. Zhao had hired a 5-star hotel chef to come to her home, intending to host a banquet for these guests while also showing off her newly renovated villa. The villa's grand living room was set with 2 banquet tables, one prepared for the Zhao family's relatives and the other for their business partners. Zhao Yining and Lei Guang returned to the Zhao residence after their time in prison. Although their mood had been dampened by their encounter with Jiangja at the prison gates, they soon became immersed in the festive atmosphere. Zhao Lan sat in the host's seat of the villa, with gifts piled high beside her. Lei Guang took out a small golden Buddha statue he had prepared in advance and presented it to Zhao Lan with both hands. Auntie Zhao, today is your birthday. This humble gift is for you. Please kindly accept it. The glittering golden Buddha quickly caught everyone's attention, and whispers broke out across the room. Wow, a golden Buddha, so bright it's practically blinding. That must have cost a fortune, right? The person who gifted the golden Buddha must be Zhao Qianjin's new boyfriend Lei Guang, right? What impressive financial power he has. I heard Lei Guang's family is in real estate, and their background is among the top-ranked in Jiangchen. This Lei Guang is so much better than that Jiang fellow she dated back in college. Exactly. That Jiang guy even served time in prison. Zhao Lan clutched the little golden Buddha with a beaming smile, saying cheerfully, Lei Guang, you've gone to such trouble for this. See, back when Zhao Yining was in university insisting on being with Jiangja, I never approved. Just look how perfectly matched you two are now. Clutching Lei Guang's arm with a delicate, dependent air, Zhao Yining cooed beside them. Mom, now that I've brought you such a splendid son-in-law, can we please stop bringing up those old matters? It's all in the past. Zhao Lan grinned and said, all right. Enough said. The banquet's about to start. You two hurry and invite the guests to eat. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in the Zhao family's villa living room. Oh, the place is lively. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. The Zhao family froze, turning around to see Jiang just standing there before their eyes. After being released from prison, Jiangja originally planned to take a taxi to find his childhood friend Long Eru. However, recalling that Zhao Yining had asked him to come collect his belongings in a couple of days, This only provoked Jiang's rebellious streak. On top of that, having not seen his sister Jiang Yueying in a long time, after spending some time at an internet cafe, Jiang just simply took a taxi straight to Zhao Yinin's house. Zhao Yinin, Zhao Lan, and the rest of the Zhao family members instantly changed expressions when they saw Jiang Zhe. Today is Zhao Lan's birthday, and the guests at her home are all distinguished figures. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe has just been released from prison. What's he doing here? Isn't he just causing trouble for the Zhao family? However, the Zhao family couldn't openly lose their temper. They greeted Jiang Zhe politely but coldly, and then left him ignored in a corner. Without another glance his way, they turned to chat and laugh with the other guests, showing no concern for Jiang Zhe, whom they hadn't seen in 6 years. Even brother-in-law Zhao Lin kept his head down, scrolling through his phone, pretending not to see Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe approached Zhao Lin and asked, "Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Why didn't she come?" Zhao Lin glanced up at Jiang Zhe and replied indifferently, "Xiao Jin has a fever. Your sister is taking care of her at the hospital." After speaking, Zhao Lin lowered his head and continued scrolling through his phone. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces of the Zhao family, Jiang Zhe felt a chill in his heart. Zhao Lin, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had married his elder sister Jiang Yueying. During his university years at Jiang University, he had dated Zhao Yinin. Originally, this should have strengthened their familial ties. Never did he expect that after 6 years in prison, everything would change in an instant. Not only did Zhao Yinin want to break up with him, but even the rest of the Zhao family had turned on him so quickly. After all, isn't he still Zhao Lin's brother-in-law? At this moment, Zhao Yinin walked up to Jiang Zhe and said with displeasure, "Jiang Zhe, why are you here?" Jiang Zhe replied indifferently, "I came to get my things." Zhao Yinin frowned. "Couldn't you have picked any other time? Why did you have to come today when there are so many people at home? Didn't I tell you to come back in a couple of days to collect your things?" A surge of impatience suddenly rose in Jiang Zhe's heart, and he snapped, "They're my belongings. Why do you get to decide when I can take them?" Zhao Yinin was taken aback. Jiang Zhe had never talked back to her like this before. Lei Guang tried to mediate from the sidelines. "Let it go, Yinin. There's no point arguing with him anymore. Just hand over his things quickly so he can leave." Zhao Yinin shot Jiang Zhe a resentful glare before walking toward the villa's basement storage room with Lei Guang. Before long, Lei Guang reappeared in the villa's living room carrying a bulging plastic sack of clothes in his left hand and a guitar in his right. The clothes had been crammed into that plastic sack for 6 entire years. They'd long since grown musty, emitting a pungent, nose-wrinkling stench. Lei Guang covered his nose and threw the snakeskin bag in front of Jiang Zhe. Then he tossed the guitar on top of the bag and said, "Jiang Zhe, I brought all your stuff. You can leave now." Jiang Zhe's face darkened when he saw the guitar he had saved so long to buy during college being carelessly thrown onto the snakeskin bag like that by Lei Guang. Just as he was about to curse at Lei Guang, he felt a sudden coolness on his face. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Lei, the son of Zhao Kaiyun, Zhao Yinin's elder sister. The boy was pointing an electric water gun at Jiang Zhe's face, spraying water while making Baa-Boo sound effects. "Zhao Lei, stop fooling around." Zhao Kaiyun chided him outwardly, but her face was lit up with a smile, even carrying a hint of pride. 5-year-old Zhao Lei is so clever. Even he knows to squirt this unwelcome ex-con of the Zhao family with his water gun. Jiang Zhe took in a smug, prideful expression on Zhao Caiyun's face, noting every flicker of triumph in her eyes. Jiang Zhiting stood up, snatched Zhao Lei's water gun, and smashed it forcefully onto the ground. Bang! The plastic water gun was smashed to pieces in an instant, shattered into fragments. Everyone in the room was startled, and all eyes in the villa turned to Jiang Zhe. Chapter 3. Overturning the Table. Zhao Lei burst into loud sobs the moment he saw his beloved water gun get smashed, collapsing to the ground in a wailing heap. Zhao Kaiyun was furious. She rushed up to Jiang Zhe, pointed at him, and scolded, "Jiang Zhe, look at the mess you've made. Why did you smash his water gun?" Jiangzhe glared coldly at Zhao Kaiyun. Since the son you raised has no manners and no discipline, I'll discipline him for you. Zhao Kaiyun froze. Back when Jiangzhe and Zhao Yining were dating, she had often seen Jiangzhe at the Zhao residence. But whenever she'd seen him before, hadn't he always been polite and refined? How had he become so domineering now? With that, Jiangzhe ignored everyone's stares and plopped himself down right on the banquet table. The Zhao family was indeed wealthy. Their hospitality standards were top-notch, serving delicacies from land and sea, with even the liquor being premium Feiqian Maodai. Jiangzhe grabbed an Australian lobster, cracked it open, took a bite after peeling it. Then, he opened a bottle of Maodai and poured himself a glass. Ah, perfect! Great wine, and the food's superb. After taking 2 sips, Jiangzhe started grabbing food from the table and eating voraciously. The Zhao family and all the guests present exchanged bewildered glances. The banquet hadn't even officially begun yet. Yet this young man first broke a child's water gun, and now he's sitting alone at the wine table starting the feast by himself. Zhao Lan froze for a moment before finally becoming unable to sit still. She walked up to Jiangzhe with a dark expression and said, "Jiangzhe, you're a grown man. How can you still argue with a 5-year-old child? Today is my birthday. Do you really think it's appropriate to make a scene like this? Could you please take your things and leave? Although you have some unresolved grievances with Zhao Yining, your sister Jiang Yuang is still my Zhao family's daughter-in-law. Surely we don't need to let relations become this strained between us? Can't you see the bigger picture?" Jiangzhe chuckled inwardly. Here goes this damn bigger picture talk again. Why does everyone from the Zhao family keep lecturing me about seeing the bigger picture the moment I'm out of prison? I've served my time. Who the hell cares what anyone thinks now? After prison, isn't a man supposed to cut loose a little? Jiangzhe took a sip of matai, then scooped up a piece of red wine braised steak with his hand and began chewing it voraciously. While eating, he said calmly, "Annie Zhao, I've been to prison, so I really don't have much sophistication. But I don't mean to cause trouble with you all either. Once I finish this meal, I'll leave." For 6 years in prison, Jiangzhe hadn't had a decent meal. Seeing this lavish spread of delicacies now, it would truly be a waste not to fill his belly before leaving. Lei Guang couldn't sit still any longer and followed Zhao Lan to the table where Jiangzhe was eating. Not long ago, Lei Guang had just officially begun his relationship with Zhao Yining, and now was the perfect time to curry favor with both her and the Zhao family. On top of that, Lei Guang had long disliked Jiangzhe. Those 3 words at the prison gate this afternoon had already left Lei Guang seething with anger. His BMW had already been dented by Jiangzhe's kick, and he hadn't even settled that score yet. Back at the prison gate, seeing how physically imposing Jiangzhe was, he hadn't dared to confront him then. But now there were so many people from the Zhao family here, plus several bodyguards from his own corporation. How could they let this bastard Jiangzhe act so arrogantly? Lei Guang slammed his palm hard on the table where Jiangzhe was eating and roared, "You goddamn starving ghost fresh out of prison. Can't you see you're not welcome here? Get the hell out of here." Jiangzhe remained unfazed, treating Lei Guang as if he were air. He continued eating and drinking with gusto. After finishing the steak, he got up with his bowl and went straight to ladle some soup from the pot on the table. Now that he was about 80 to 90% full, washing it down with some abalone soup would be perfect. Slow and steady wins the race. Shallow breaths out, deep breaths in. Jiangzhe leisurely sipped the abalone soup from his bowl, even carefully licking it clean afterward. The broth had a subtle, savory aroma, utterly delicious indeed. Lei Guang was seething with rage. He snatched the bowl from Jiangzhe's hands and slammed it onto the table. "I'll teach you to eat. I'll teach you to drink. You've got no shame at all. You're making Aunt Zhao's birthday banquet tonight impossible to carry on with." Zhao Lan's darkened expression eased slightly. Hearing Lei Guang refer to her as our Aunt Zhao had soothed her considerably. Look, Lei Guang really knows how to handle things. Even the way he addresses people makes it sound like we're all family. Indeed, when it really matters, we still have to rely on our capable son-in-law Lei Guang. Unlike this Jiangzhe, who has no manners at all, making a complete fool of himself in public. After Lei Guang knocked over Jiang Zhe's bowl, Jiang straightened slowly from his chair, picked up a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes from the table, unwrapped it deliberately, placed one between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep drag, blowing a smoke ring right into Lei Guang's face. In an instant, a glint of frost and fury flashed through Jiang Zhe's eyes as his expression abruptly turned icy. Too difficult? Then let's just not bother. In a blink, Jiang Zhe mustered every ounce of strength in his body and violently flipped over the banquet table they'd just been eating at. Crash, clatter, bang. The banquet table spun a full 360 degrees before being hurled airborne. With a clinking and clattering sound, all the delicate bowls and plates on the dining table shattered, sending the exotic delicacies scattering across the floor, while soups and broths flowed everywhere across the room. Complete chaos ensued. The guests in the villa screamed in shock and quickly jumped aside. In the villa's grand hall, all eyes once again focused squarely on Jiang Zhe alone. He felt an overwhelming exhilaration. During his senior year of university, having earned dual degrees in Chinese medicine and economics, Jiang Zhe had been riding high, with a bright future just beginning to unfold. I had already secured a job as a physician assistant at a hospital, but to save Zhao Yining, I ended up in prison. The best 6 years of my youth were spent like a caged animal behind bars. Counting each passing day on my fingers, I finally endured through all 2,190 days. Yet after my release, the news that greeted me was Zhao Yining being with Lei Guang, that beer-bellied man. Breaking up with Zhao Yining would have been bearable. After all, you can't force love. I never expected that upon arriving at the Zhao residence, every member of the family would look down on me. They couldn't even be bothered to offer me a single meal. Was it not for Zhao Yining's sake that I ended up serving 6 years in prison? And let's not forget, my sister Jiang Yueying is still their daughter-in-law. And Zhao Lan had the gall to tell me to have some perspective. Perspective my ass. Jiang Zhe glared at the people staring at him in the hall and growled, "I've done time. Do you really think I'll keep indulging all of you like before? And Lei Guang, what kind of filthy dog are you that you dare come and smash my rice bowl? You won't let me eat? Fine. I'll flip this damn table over. It's not like I'm starving anyway." Lei Guang had tried chastising Jiang Zhe, but not only was it ineffective, Jiang Zhe had gone and overturned the table instead. He was instantly furious. Lei Guang stepped up to Jiang Zhe, pointing at him furiously as he roared, "Jiang Zhe, you goddamn bastard. Just as expected from a motherless street mutt. No fucking manners at all." Overcome with agitation and fury, Lei Guang's words came out in stammers. "Kabiye." In the blink of an eye, before anyone could process what had happened, a crisp snap sounded from Lei Guang's finger as he pointed at Jiang Zhe. By the time Lei Guang regained his senses, he realized the hand he had just been pointing at Jiang Zhe with was now bent backward into the shape of a mirrored letter L. Lei Guang stared blankly at his deformed fingers, frozen for a moment before an excruciating pain shot through his nerves. H. Well, my hand. Lei Guang let out a pig-slaughtering howl, the searing pain nearly making him faint. Jiang Zhe sneered. "You're right, I am uncouth. But did you forget? I already warned you at noon in prison. Dare mention my mother again and see what happens. Besides, didn't your mother teach you it's extremely rude to point at people like that?" The Zhao family was stunned. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Zhao Lin, Zhao Kaiyun, and Zhao Lan, who were standing nearby, turned pale. They were completely shocked. Back when Jiang Zhe was studying at Jiangda University and dating Zhao Yining, he wouldn't even dare to speak loudly, always introverted, shy, and gentle-mannered. No one could have imagined Jiang Zhe would develop such a violent temper. Zhao Yining, snapping out of her shock, rushed to support Lei Guang, who was nearly passing out from pain and rolling on the ground. "Lei Guang, are you okay?" Jiang Zhe burst out laughing. This Zhao Yining, she actually cares so much about this damn fatty. But is this woman an idiot? He's already howling in pain like this, and she's still asking if he's okay? Lei Guang howled in agony while yelling toward the door. "Bodyguard Wang, have the guys he brought all dropped dead?" Can't you see what's happening to me? Get over here and kill this bastard. Chapter 4. Beating up the bodyguard. Bodyguard Wong was sitting in the business car at the villa entrance with a few of his men, scrolling through his phone. Hearing the commotion from the villa hall and Lei Guang's agonized screams, he quickly got out of the car and rushed inside. Bodyguard Wong and his men froze the moment they stepped in. Weren't they here for Zhao Lan's birthday banquet? Why were the tables flipped over? Lei Guang's fingers were even broken, writhing on the floor and howling in pain. Mr. Lei, are you all right? What happened? Bodyguard Wong knelt beside him, concern lacing his voice. Lei Guang was fuming, pointing at Jiang Zhe with gritted teeth. Hurry up. Finish off this little bastard. He's the one who did it. After figuring out what had happened, Bodyguard Wong surrounded Jiang Zhe with a few towering and formidable subordinates, exuding a murderous aura. As a full-blown fight was about to erupt, the guests in the villa's living room hastily retreated to the sides. Hey, what are you all doing? At that moment, a dark-skinned man suddenly appeared in the living room and rushed to Jiang Zhe's side. Jiang Zhe, so you're really here? Jiang Zhe turned his head. Wasn't this his childhood friend and closest brother Long Eru? A spark lit up in Jiang Zhe's eyes. Eru, what brings you here? Long Eru warmly threw an arm around Jiang Zhe's shoulder. You darn rascal. I want to pick you up from prison, but arrived a bit late, and you'd already disappeared. Had no idea where you'd gone, so I thought I'd swing by your girlfriend Zhao Yining's place to see if she'd pick you up. I never thought I'd actually find you here. What the hell happened in this place? Who flipped all the tables? Bodyguard Wong grew impatient seeing a dark-skinned man suddenly appear and engage in endless conversation. He barked, Hey, you two pieces of trash. You done talking yet? Jiang Zhe noticed the 4 bodyguards gradually closing in and pushed Long Eru behind him. Eru, get to the back first. We got trouble here. We'll catch up properly later. Long Eru arrived late and wasn't sure what had just happened. But seeing the 4 sturdy men in suits closing in, he could roughly tell Jiang Zhe was in trouble now. Long Eru took off his jacket, clenched his fists, and stepped forward to stand in front of Jiang Zhe again. He said in a deep voice to the suit-clad men, Ha! Looking for a fight, huh? How could they do this without me? Then, Long Eru leaned close to Jiang Zhe's ear and whispered softly, Keep an eye on things. If we're overpowered, you run first. I'll hold them off. Jiang Zhe felt a warmth in his heart. No matter when he needed someone to back him up, Long Eru would always show up. Bodyguard Wong sneered. Oh, so there's another one stepping forward, huh? Fine, we'll deal with you first then. The 4 suited men quickly surrounded Long Eru. But when it came to fighting, Long Eru never hesitated and had never feared anyone. He instantly aimed a ferocious kick at Bodyguard Wong, who had gotten close, only for Wong to sidestep and dodge the blow. After all, Bodyguard Wong was hired by the Lei Corporation at a hefty price. His martial skills were somewhat formidable. Long Eru's missed kick left an opening in his stance as he retracted his leg. Spotting the opportunity, one of Bodyguard Wong's men swiftly kicked Long Eru from behind, sending him stumbling off balance. Long Eru regained his footing and began counterattacking the 4 men closing in on him. But fists are no match against 8 legs. Soon, he found himself overpowered. Surrounded by 4 men in suits, numerous punches and kicks landed on Long Eru. While desperately fighting back, Long Eru shouted at Jiang Zhe outside. Jiang Zhe, these shameless bastards are ganging up on me. Go get help quick. Long Eru knew they had encountered formidable opponents today. That shout was actually to remind Jiang Zhe to run away as fast as possible. Suddenly, the encirclement around Long Eru was broken open as one of the suit-clad men was violently kicked flying away. Through the opening created by the kick, Jiang Zhe seized Wong the bodyguard with lightning speed, executing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw that slammed him face down onto the floor. These 2 movements flowed seamlessly like clouds and water, accomplished in one breath. Before the villa's onlookers could even process what had happened, they saw Wong the bodyguard already sprawled across the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The floor emitted dull thumps as Jiang Zhe lifted Wang the bodyguard's head and smashed it repeatedly against the villa's flooring. Soon, Wang the bodyguard's head became a bloody, mangled mess. His agonized screams filled the air. A sharp, explosive pain surged through his skull, as if it were about to split apart. Jiangzhe pressed his foot down on bodyguard Wang's head and roared, "All of you motherfuckers back the hell off, or I'll crush this idiot's skull." The remaining suited men surrounding Lung Eru stopped throwing punches and froze in place, utterly dumbfounded, momentarily stock still like wooden roosters. How is this young man such a skilled fighter? How did he pin Wang the bodyguard under his foot so quickly? Moreover, the ruthless determination in Jiangzhe's eyes made it clear he wouldn't hesitate to stomp Wang the bodyguard's head into a bloody pulp. Lung Eru was dumbfounded by this sudden reversal of circumstances. Having grown up with Jiangzhe, he knew him as an always refined and scholarly type. How had he suddenly become so ferocious in a fight? Just then, the suit-wearing man who'd been kicked flying by Jiangzhe earlier climbed up, grabbed a beer bottle, and began sneaking up behind him. "Fuck your mother." The suited man swung the beer bottle with all his might, aiming directly for Jiangzhe's skull. "Jiangzhe, behind you. Watch out." Lung Eru's heart clenched as he yelled at the top of his voice. Jiangzhe felt a chilling gust above his head and instinctively dodged by tilting his head. The suited man's raised beer bottle struck Jiangzhe's shoulder with a dull thud. Jiangzhe fixed the ambushing suited man with a fierce glare, slowly advancing toward him. The man in the suit felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retreated a few steps, only to bump into a table behind him. Realizing there was no way to retreat, his fear turned into reckless fury. He clenched his fist and swung it at Jiangzhe's face. Jiangzhe sidestepped effortlessly, seized the man's arm, and twisted it back with a sharp pull. A sickening crack echoed through the room. His arm was broken. The crowd gasped and scrambled away in shock. The timid ones had already fled outside the villa's courtyard. Jiangzhe shouted angrily, "How shameless! Gang up on someone and still play dirty? Get on your knees and apologize to me." The sharp pain sent the ambushing man in the suit into an adrenaline-fueled frenzy. The ambusher spat. "Apologize your damn ass. You piece of shit." Jiangzhe loosened his belt and pulled down his pants. "No apology, huh? I've been holding this piss for ages. If you don't apologize, I'll empty it all into your mouth." The centrifugal ride stretched Jiangzhe's red underwear taut to its limit. The female guests in the villa all turned their heads away in embarrassment. I apologize. I surrender. I was wrong, I'm sorry." Seeing the situation turn against him, the sneak-attacking man in the suit completely backed down and offered a groveling apology. Chapter 5. Settling in the dorm, Jiangzhe pulled his pants back on and fastened his belt properly. Zhao Yinin's stomach had already gone cold from Jiangzhe's earlier punches and kicks. Now, seeing him unbutton his pants and reveal the terrifying sight of a red underwear barely containing his raging arousal, she felt an overwhelming urge to pee. Zhao Yinin's impression of Jiangzhe still remained stuck in their senior year of college, the image of a mere bookish scholar. Yet now, Jiangzhe's sheer ferocity and domineering presence, even daring to drop his pants in front of so many people, instead exuded an overwhelming aura of raw masculinity to Zhao Yinin. And how had his physique become so perfectly toned? She'd even glimpsed the faint outline of multiple well-defined abdominal muscles earlier. Her gaze shifted momentarily to Lei Guang, who was writhing on the ground, howling in pain. Lei Guang had completely abandoned any pretense of dignity. His shirt had come untucked, exposing his bloated beer belly. How could the difference between these two men be so vast? Immediately, Zhao Yinin realized something was off about her own mental state. What's happening to me? Her boyfriend Lei Guang and his bodyguards got beaten up, yet somehow Jiangzhe seemed oddly domineering. Jiangzhe walked over to Lei Guang, fished a phone from his suit pocket, and flung it at his face. "Make the call." Lei Guang's pain moans quieted slightly as he whimpered, looking at Jiangzhe with fearful eyes. "Call for what? You like calling people for help, don't you?" I'm giving you another chance. Hurry up and call everyone you can get to come help. I'll be right here waiting for you." With that said, Jiangja sat back down at another banquet table, opened a bottle of Matai, and started eating again. He casually beckoned to the dazed Lung Eru sitting on the floor. "Eru, what are you spacing out for? Come over and eat together. Today's banquet is quite splendid." Lung Eru was dumbfounded. He'd been in countless fights before, but this was the first time he'd ever sat down to feast right after brawling. Snapping back to reality, Lung Eru sat down beside Jiangja, and the two began eating together. Everyone in the villa's grand hall was stunned. Just what kind of young man was this? He single-handedly took down bodyguard Wang with ease, then casually told him to call for reinforcements while calmly sitting back down to continue eating at the banquet. The Zhao family members, Zhao Lan, Zhao Lin, and Zhao Kaiyun, were absolutely furious inside. It was bad enough that he'd turned the villa into complete chaos, but the real issue was Jiangja ruining two meticulously prepared banquet tables. These banquet dishes had been planned for ages. They'd specially hired a five-star hotel chef to prepare them at home. But seeing Jiangja's ruthless display just now, who among the Zhao family dared to step forward and stop him? They had no choice but to stand silently in place like everyone else in the villa, watching the two feast. The two ate until their lips gleamed with grease. Wiping his mouth, Jiangja approached Lei Guang. "Did you call for backup?" Lei Guang had indeed considered calling for help, but facing Jiangja directly, he didn't dare make the call. After some thought, he decided to wait for a more suitable opportunity to seek revenge later. Lei Guang admitted defeat. "No, I'm completely convinced. I've got no one left to call. I'm sorry, Jiangja. Please spare me." Jiangja snorted dismissively. "Since that's the case, I'll be leaving now." He then turned to Zhao Lan with a smile and said, "Auntie Zhao, today's meal was absolutely magnificent. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Happy birthday to you." With that, Jiangja slung his guitar over his shoulder, picked up the snakeskin bag, and left the villa with Lung Eru. Zhao Lan turned pale with rage, a surge of blood, qi rising in her chest, nearly fainting from anger. Zhao Yining and her eldest sister, Zhao Kaiyun, quickly rushed to support Zhao Lan. Seeing that today's banquet couldn't continue any further with the host nearly collapsing from rage, the other guests promptly took their leave from the Zhao residence. Emerging from the villa, Lung Eru rode a motorcycle, carrying Jiangja back to an upscale residential complex. Surveying the luxurious surroundings of the high-end neighborhood, Jiangja chuckled. "Eru, you've done pretty well for yourself. Managed to buy property in such a posh complex." Lung Eru curled his lips. "How could I afford this place? I work here as a security guard during the day, then help watch over a pool hall at night. Usually live in the dorm here. Since you've got nowhere to go, you can stay with me for a while." Jiangja laughed. "Damn, you're one of a kind. Collecting security fees by day and protection money by night. Probably only you could pull that off." Lung Eru chuckled dryly and sighed. "What can I do? The salary for being a security guard simply isn't enough to get by. Jiangja, nowadays this damned society is really fucking hard to survive in. During the day as a security guard, I'm ordered around like a dog by both homeowners and the security captain, treated with nothing but contempt. At night when I go to the pool hall, I'm looked down upon by all sorts of business owners coming in to play pool. Even those snot-nosed rich kid students order me around like a dog." A shadow of gloom flickered through Jiangja's eyes. Lung Eru was struggling to get by, but hadn't he been dealt the same rotten hand? The prime 6 years of his youth had been wasted away in that prison, and now everything had changed since his release. Noticing Jiangja's mood, Lung Eru comforted him. "Hey, don't worry about it. Things will work out for us eventually." The two parked the motorcycle and returned to Lung Eru's security guard dormitory. The dormitory was located in the basement of the residential compound. It was pitch black and extremely damp. Lung Eru flipped on the light switch. The cold white bulb flickered several times before finally illuminating the room. Jiangja saw 2 single beds. On them lay two greasy quilts that had developed a shiny patina from years of use. A television and a bulky-headed computer. That's all the furnishings in this room. Jiangzhu exclaimed, "Holy shit, Eru, you live here?" These dorm conditions are worse than Jiang University's 900 yuan a year student housing. Honestly, it doesn't even feel much better than the damn prison cell I lived in. Lung Eru poured Jiangzhu a glass of water. Hey, what did you expect from a 5,000 yuan security gig that includes lodging? By the way, what exactly happened today? How did the fight start in the first place? And why aren't you staying at your girlfriend Zhao Yinin's place instead of squeezing into this crappy dorm with me? Jiangzhu, don't even bring it up. Right after I got released, Zhao Yinin was waiting at the prison gate to tell me she's got a new boyfriend now. That asshole I just beat up at the villa? That's her new boyfriend. I didn't even say anything when I found out they were together. But this idiot boyfriend kept picking fights and even insulted my mom. Lung Eru exploded. Damn it, is that Zhao Yinin even human? You spent 6 years in prison for her, and now that you're out, she runs off with someone else? What a piece of shit. Jiangzhu smiled bitterly. Good riddance. A forced melon isn't sweet. Better to separate early and see someone's true color sooner saves wasting time. Lung Eru suddenly remembered Jiangzhu's mother, his heart tightening. Bro, I'm sorry, your mom, we brought the boys with us to her funeral on your behalf. Buried her right behind your old home in Wangxiao village. I'll take you back another day to pay respects to our mom. Jiangzhu's eyes reddened slightly. Eru, thank you. Lung Eru punched Jiangzhu's shoulder. The hell you thanking me for? We've been playing in mud puddles together since we were village kids. Cut this chicken shit gratitude. My roommate in this dorm has taken leave to go back to his rural hometown recently, so you could just stay here. Let's have a good catch-up. The conditions are just a bit rough. Hope you don't mind. Jiangzhu chuckled slightly. You bastard snore like a freight train. That time you stayed in the dorm at Jiangda University, even the guys next door couldn't sleep a wink all night because of you. Lung Eru, you've got the nerve to accuse me? Your teeth grinding sounds like a damn chainsaw. Jiangzhu let out a sigh. If that's the case, then tonight, we'll just have to see who makes the first move. Lung Eru. Chapter 6, The Woman in Red. Over the next week, Jiangzhu thoroughly enjoyed his newfound freedom of routine. At night, he could stay up as late as he wanted. During the day, he could sleep in however long he pleased. Finally, he didn't have to wake up punctually at 6 like in prison, nor go to bed strictly after watching the 7 o'clock evening news. After several days like this, Jiangzhu suddenly felt a bit restless. Although Lung Eru had given him 500 yuan, the small change in his pocket was dwindling. With no source of income, he couldn't even support himself. This couldn't go on forever. That day, after Lung Eru went to work, Jiangzhu rode his motorcycle to the Jiangxing job market for a look around, thinking that with dual degrees in traditional Chinese medicine and economics, no matter what, I should be able to find a job, right? However, Jiangzhu soon discovered two very serious problems. One problem was that after spending 6 years in prison, the once proud dual degrees in traditional Chinese medicine and economics had significantly depreciated in value. At recruitment fairs, master's degree holders were everywhere, and there were even doctoral candidates submitting their resumes. The other problem was even more serious. Because of his prison sentence, he only managed to obtain the 2-degree certificates but never received a graduation diploma. However, recruiters at job fairs always asked to see his diploma, which Jiangzhu simply couldn't produce. What was even more embarrassing was that almost every job interview required him to explain his work experience over the past 6 years since graduation. Jiangzhu was always a loss for words. How could he possibly say he'd spent those 6 years behind bars? After spending an entire day wandering around the job market, Jiangzhu still hadn't landed a single opportunity. After leaving the job market, Jiangzhu felt despondent and headed to an internet cafe to kill some time. After playing games for a while, Jiangzhu noticed his computer in the internet cafe was conveniently situated in a secluded corner with no one occupying the surrounding terminals. It's been so long. Surely teacher Kamiki Ray must have released quite a few new films by now. Jiangzhe opened his browser and clicked on the familiar YGAGA website, only to be greeted by a 404 error page. After struggling unsuccessfully to access the site for some time, Jiangzhe made a call to Lung Eru. I'm at the internet cafe. Why can't I get into YGJ anymore? Lung Eru burst into pig-like laughter on the phone. Wow, those died out long ago. Can't get it up anymore. Big steam buns are all the rage now. Steam buns? What the hell? Jiangzhe, you damn dog. Just 2 days ago you mocked me for watching by Jia, and now you're drooling to see it yourself. Call me Godfather real quick, and I'll send you the newest site. I even spent $300 to buy this account. Cut the bullshit. Keep stalling, and I'll fucking kill you when I get back. After joking around for a bit, Lung Eru quickly sent over a website address and an account. After opening this website, log in using the account and password sent by Lung Eru. Jiangzhe soon discovered a whole new world. The site was entirely filled with categorized films of all kinds. These films shared a common trait: simple characters, singular settings, minimal dialogue, and repetitive actions. Yet none of this hindered their brilliance. Like someone who had stumbled upon uncharted territory, Jiangzhe diligently studied the martial arts films for a while. By 11 p.m., Jiangzhe finally left the internet cafe. The late-night scenery of Jiangsheng left his thoughts somewhat tangled and chaotic. The pitch-black night seemed to magnify emotions like a giant lens, leaving Jiangzhe with nowhere to hide. After his release from prison, his girlfriend Zhao Yining broke up with him, and finding work seemed hopeless. He'd even gotten into a fight with Lei Guang and his bodyguards. Nothing was going right. Just surviving in Jiangsheng, let alone establishing himself, felt like an impossible dream. Across from the internet cafe stood a bar. Jiangzhe walked in and ordered several bottles of beer. At this moment, perhaps only bitter beer could provide some outlet for these late-night emotions. After downing several bottles, it was already midnight. The bar's resident guitarist on stage was already packing up his guitar to call it a night. Jiangzhe, slightly tipsy from drinking, inexplicably felt the urge to play a song upon seeing the guitar. Jiangzhe walked up to the stage and asked, "Mind if I borrow your guitar for a song?" The singer glanced at Jiangzhe, then pulled the guitar out of its case and handed it over without hesitation. There were still some patrons in the bar who, noticing the change of singer at the counter, couldn't help but pay more attention to the stage. Once he got hold of the guitar, Jiangzhe stepped onto the stage, plucked the strings, and gave it a quick test run. The guitar was assembled from walnut wood, its high-density soundboard lending the instrument a crisper, more articulate tone. It had been 6 years since he last played. The guitar that had accompanied him throughout his university days now felt somewhat unfamiliar in his hands. But Jiangzhe soon got the hang of it. As the prelude to Never Again started playing, Jiangzhe began humming along with the guitar accompaniment. Every day feels non-existent. Not knowing what to do, the past slips away like quicksand. I walk through the midnight hours in the quiet darkness, the pale moonlight casting my solitary shadow, like a lost child searching for home. Her crystal-clear voice quickly captivated the bar patrons, the lyrics of this classic old melody carrying a distinctive resonance through the midnight air. As the intro faded, Jiangzhe's fingers dug deeper into the guitar strings, his mind flooded with the cruel breakup words Zhao Yining had thrown at him the day he was released from prison. The guitar's pitch suddenly soared, and Jiangzhe's rendition of the song erupted into a raw, furious growl. "I'm no longer angry with you, nor do I keep secret from you anymore. I've decided I won't love you ever again, because your heart is no longer here." After singing this song with a torn and furious tone, Jiangzhe felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Throughout his 4 years in university, all the emotional and youthful memories tied to Zhao Yining, along with the carefree life he once envisioned in the place he longed for, vanished like the wind with that raw, unrestrained song he just sang. It's over. Everything with Zhao Yining is over. Never again will he dwell on it. Indeed, just like music, video games, and martial arts romance films, they're all wonderful things that bring joy and relieve stress. Jiangja quietly drank 2 more bottles of beer by himself after stepping down from the central bar counter. After finishing, he checked the time. It was already 1 a.m. Only then did he prepare to leave the bar and head back. Outside the bar's entrance, he spotted a woman in a red overcoat leaning unsteadily against a utility pole. Wasn't that the same woman in red who had been sitting silently in the corner opposite Jiangja, drinking quietly earlier in the bar? The woman in red was extremely beautiful, and drinking alone in the bar, she attracted a lot of attention. While drinking at the bar just now, several groups of men approached to strike up a conversation and share a drink with this woman in red, only to be met with icy rejections. How did she end up slumped alone at the bar's entrance? Just then, a golden minivan pulled up in front of the bar. A blonde guy got out of the minivan and peered around the bar entrance with shifty eyes, then immediately tried to haul the woman in red onto the vehicle. As the minivan's door was about to close, Jiangja stepped forward and blocked it with one hand. "What are you doing?" The blonde guy was stunned for a moment before a fierce expression flashed in his eyes. "You little shit. This is none of your fucking business. Get the hell out of my way." Slap. Jiangja delivered a crisp backhand across the guy's face, instantly leaving 5 red finger marks. Chapter 7. Taking her home dazed, the blonde clutched his face. "You hit me." Slap. Jiangja swung again, and the blonde took another stinging blow. "Damn right I hit you. You think you can roofie girls on my watch? Come on, step outside with me. We're gonna have a real talk about this." Panic surged through the blonde guy's veins. As a professional corpse collector who loiters around bar entrances, he made good money by picking up these drunken women and selling them to big bosses with shady connections. He never expected to run into such a tough customer today. Before he could even figure out the situation, Kwong slapped him twice across the face. "Sorry, boss. I was just..." Before the blonde punk could finish, Jiangja raised his hand. "Get the hell out of here." The blonde punk nearly pissed himself. This young man was way too ruthless. He scrambled into the van like a beaten dog, and the Jinbei roared off the instant the engine started. Jiangja had zero patience for women who couldn't hold their liquor, yet still drank themselves stupid. But seeing that shifty-eyed punk acting suspicious earlier had pissed him off, which was why he'd slapped the guy twice and chased him away. If that yellow-hair guy had gotten out of the car openly just now and helped the woman in red onto the vehicle, Jiangja wouldn't have bothered with this trivial matter. After the Jinbei drove away, Jiangja examined the woman in red lying on the ground. Her long hair was disheveled over her shoulders, framing a fair and delicate oval face flushed red from alcohol, exuding a lazy yet alluring charm. Her ample bosom stretched the white shirt beneath her coat to its limits, as if the buttons were about to burst. Wow, what a sight! If a woman like this were to walk past the TV at home, you'd probably miss several seconds of whatever was on screen, right? However, the woman in red was now slightly frowning, with 2 clear trails of tears visible at the corners of her eyes. Evidently, she had been crying. Her lips kept murmuring indistinctly, calling out a man's name. "Why? Why didn't you keep your promise?" Jiangja instantly understood. The woman in red must have been heartbroken and had come to this bar alone to drown her sorrows. How foolish could she be, getting this drunk over a man? "Hey, wake up. Time to go home. Let's get you a cab." Jiangja helped the woman in red to the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi for her. The drunk woman in red slumped to the ground the moment she tried to stand up, her body seemingly boneless. If it weren't for Jiangja holding her up, the woman in red would probably have slumped straight to the ground. Jiangja asked the woman in red where she lived, but her slurred response made no sense whatsoever. "Damn, this is such a hassle. Should have just let that blonde punk take you away earlier. Drunk yourself into this sorry state. Now lie in it." Jiangja muttered these words before tossing the red-clad woman aside and striding off. After walking just a short distance, he glanced back to see her crumpled alone on the ground once more. Jiangja sighed and turned back to the red-dressed woman, helping her up again. Having just slapped the blonde guy twice, there was a good chance he'd come back with reinforcement. If he just walked away now, the blame would likely fall on the red-dressed woman. That didn't seem quite right. Jiangja rummaged through the woman's bag, and found her ID card. The name on the ID card was Han Qing. Glancing at the birth date, it turned out to be the exact same year and month as his own. Jiang Zhe hailed a taxi, helped Han Qing into the car, and then gave the driver the address of the residential complex listed on her ID card. The taxi sped through the late-night streets, and Jiang Zhe glanced at the meter, watching with trepidation as the numbers skyrocketed at a dizzying pace. By the time they arrived at the entrance of Donghu Bay 1, the fare had already reached 92 yuan. Jiang Zhe fished out the crumpled bills from his pocket, counted out 90 yuan, and handed them to the driver. "How about rounding it down, sir? Just 90. It's not easy for me to run my taxi this late at night. Living in such a nice neighborhood. Don't be cheap. Just pay the full fare. Just forget about it. I say skip it. What's $2 gonna do? Shave 2 ounces off your flesh. No change." Jiang just snapped. "What kind of guy is this?" the taxi driver muttered as he took the money, stepping on the gas and driving off. Supporting Han Qing as they headed toward the elevator, Jiang Zhe planned to see her to her doorstep, collect the fare from her family, and be done with the whole affair. Han Qing was heavily intoxicated. Even with Jiang Zhe's support, she stumbled unsteadily on the way to the elevator. After what seemed like ages, they were still far from reaching the elevator lobby near the entrance. "Damn it," Jiang Zhe cursed as he crouched down, grabbed Han Qing's calf, and flung her over his back before striding toward the elevator. Even through his pants, Jiang Zhe could feel how smooth and delicate her calves were. Against his back came waves of softness and warmth. A few strands of hair brushed against Jiang Zhe's neck, and the warm breath from the woman behind him tickled his skin. 6 years had passed, and I hadn't been this intimate with a woman in all that time. For a moment, Jiang Zhe felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, accompanied by dizziness. Exiting the elevator, he arrived at the door matching the ID's address. After pounding on it several times, there was still no response from inside. "Let me knock again. Is no one home? Am I really not getting away this time?" Jiang Zhe frowned. After putting the woman on his back down, Jiang Zhe rummaged through Han Qing's bag again, found the keys, and unlocked the front gate. After turning on the light and throwing the woman in red onto the living room sofa, Jiang Zhe shouted, "Is anyone here?" Silence. Making a full loop around the house, which spanned over 200 square meters and was lavishly decorated, he found no response. The place had so many rooms you could almost get lost, yet every single one was empty. Jiang Zhe secretly sighed. Such a big house. How can this woman possibly live alone in such a huge place? This beauty truly is a little rich lady. But no matter how luxurious this house is, it has jack shit to do with me. He glanced at the time. It was already 2 a.m. after all this commotion. Jiang Zhe turned to leave, but at the doorstep, he hesitated and came back. The taxi ride here cost 90, and the ride back will be another 90. Altogether, that's nearly 200 already. No way. It's bad enough she made me miss out on my wages, but she should at least pay me back for the taxi fares, shouldn't she? Jiang Zhe rummaged through Han Qing's bag in frustration, but couldn't find a single penny. Jiang Zhe was genuinely exasperated. How could someone living in such a nice house not have even a single dime on them? After some thought, he decided to just wait until she sobered up the next morning before asking her for the money. Even if there really was money in her wallet, simply taking it and leaving didn't seem quite right. Jiang Zhe's gaze shifted back to Han Qing lying on the sofa. Her face became clearer under the indoor lighting, revealing a delicate and enchanting charm, her refined features resembling a painted scroll. Her legs dangled awkwardly over the sofa, unable to find a comfortable position. Her high-heeled feet kicked several times but couldn't quite make it onto the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhe stepped forward and removed her high heels. Holding her feet, he carefully placed them onto the sofa. Han Qing finally found a comfortable position, but as if displeased with the socks on her feet, she gave a few restless kicks and managed to wiggle them off entirely. A pair of delicate, jade-smooth feet were revealed before Jiang Zhe. Their pearly white toes resembled freshly peeled spring onions, and combined with their perfectly arched curves, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but steal several lingering glances. These were practically the dream feat of every man. For such a peerless woman to be snatched up by some yellow-haired punk driving a Jinbei van would truly be a sin against nature. Jiangji sighed inwardly, picked up the woolen blanket from the sofa, and draped it over the woman. He then poured a glass of water and placed it on the stool beside the sofa before turning to lie down on another couch. Soon after, Jiangji drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 8. Your mouth is too small. Early the next morning, the dawn sunlight had just begun to spill into the room when Jiangji was still lost in a sweet dream. Thud! Thud! Two solid blows landed on Jiangji's body, sending waves of pain through him as he jolted awake and instantly sat upright on the sofa. Han Qing stood in a pair of slippers, gripping a mop and eyeing Jiangji warily from the couch. You bastard, who are you? How did you get into my place? Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure while conveying the tense confrontation and colloquial insults naturally in English. Jiangji was feeling pretty annoyed after getting whacked twice for no reason. He snapped, "Don't pretend you don't know what happened last night. You barged into my room out of nowhere. What happened? How should I know?" With that, Han Qing swung the mop in her hand toward Jiangji again. Instantly, Jiangji's temper flared. Doing a good deed ended with getting struck twice for no reason. And now this woman still wants to keep hitting him? Jiangji didn't dodge, but directly blocked the blow with his arm. Then he grabbed the mop, wrenched it away with a jerk, and threw it to the floor. In one swift motion, he twisted the woman's arm and pinned her face down on the sofa, growling, "Stupid bitch, too dumb to know what's good for you. You really thought I wouldn't fight back." Han Qing's arms were already slender, and now, with Jiangji twisting them behind her back, even though he wasn't using full force, the pain was intense. Tears immediately welled up in Han Qing's eyes as she shouted furiously, "Ah, it hurts. You bastard, let me go." Jiangji sneered. "I'll let you go, but if I do, are you going to hit me with that mop again?" Han Qing stubbornly refused to speak. "If you won't agree, I'll just keep pinning you like this." Jiangji slightly increased the pressure in his grip. Han Qing winced in greater pain, unable to bear it. No more fighting. "Let go," he pleaded. Jiangji finally let go. Han Qing turned around with tears at the corners of her eyes, her whole face burning with anger as she glared at him. Jiangji looked at Han Qing's furious expression without any reaction, instead uttering 4 calm words. "Apologize to me." Apologize? Han Qing was momentarily stunned. When she woke up in the morning, Han Qing saw herself lying on the sofa and an unfamiliar man sprawled on the opposite couch. She was instantly terrified. Instinctively grabbing a mop, she tried to hit him. Yet even with the large mop, she was no match for the man who easily subdued her. Now he actually demanded an apology from her? Han Qing snapped angrily. Apologize? Why the hell should I apologize to you? Jiangji grew impatient. Little rich girl, did you drink so much cat piss that you don't remember anything? If it weren't for me, some punk would have taken advantage of you when you passed out. I kindly got you a cab and brought you home, and this is how you repay me, by hitting me with a mop? Han Qing looked puzzled. Picking up corpses? Washing, rinsing, brewing, and covering? What nonsense is this? What does it mean? Jiangji snorted. You don't even know what picking up corpses or washing, rinsing, brewing, and covering means, yet you dare go drinking alone at bars? Go look it up online yourself. I don't have time to explain it to you. Han Qing took out her phone and searched online for the 2 keywords, picking up corpses and washing, rinsing, brewing, and covering. Only then did she understand that corpses referred to drunk women. Professional body collectors seize the chance to drag drunk women lying on the streets to hotels, strip them, bathe them, soak them, rinse them clean, tidy them up, tuck them under the covers, then sell them to wealthy, well-connected bosses for their pleasure, summarized as wash, strip, soak, rinse, and cover. Han Qing felt a shiver of horror and regret. I was drunk yesterday. Was I almost taken by one of those guys? Jiangji snorted. What do you think? Han Qing was half doubting. Then why did you bring me back and just refuse to leave? What were you doing loitering in my place? Jiangji said coldly. You think I wanted to? It cost me 90 bucks for the taxi ride back yesterday, and you still haven't paid me back. It's daylight now. I could take the bus for just 5 yuan. So you only need to give me 95 yuan in total. Han Qing sized up the man before her, finding his face somewhat familiar. Then she remembered. She'd probably seen him sing a song on stage at the bar yesterday. Suddenly understanding the situation, Han Qing felt a twinge of guilt, her tone softening as she said, "You're that person who played guitar and sang Never Again at the bar yesterday, aren't you?" "Not bad singing." Jiangja snorted. "What's it to you? Seems like you don't remember a thing about yesterday either. So this is how you repay kindness with enmity. That song you sang yesterday was so full of raw emotion and heartbreak. There must be a story behind it, right? Broke up with your girlfriend. What's it to you?" Jiangja snapped, though inwardly, the words struck him like a blow. I hadn't expected Han Qing to just listen to this song and yet discern the story behind it. Han Qing picked up the mop from the floor and put it away, saying, "You brought me back to my place yesterday. You didn't take advantage of me being drunk and do anything bad, did you?" Jiangja replied, "Are you stupid, girl? If I really had done something bad, do you think I'd be dumb enough to let you see me still here in broad daylight?" Han Qing knew she was in the wrong, but she still glared at Jiangja. "If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. No need to be so grumpy about it. You were twisting my arm so hard just now, always bullying me. You hit me with a big stick. Why don't you mention that?" "Enough. Can't be bothered to argue with you. Just give me the 95 yuan quickly, so I can leave." Han Qing took out her phone. "I don't have cash. Let me transfer it to you. I want physical money. My phone isn't linked to a bank card." Han Qing felt puzzled. How does someone as young as you live like an old grandpa or granny without even mobile payment? Who still uses cash these days? I've been in prison for 6 years. Just got out today. Mobile payments weren't even this popular when I went in. Han Qing burst out laughing, thoroughly amused. "You've really got a sense of humor." Jiangja glared coldly and said, "Do I look like I'm joking? Come on, let's go downstairs to an ATM and get cash for me." Seeing Jiangja's cold expression, Han Qing tightened inside, abruptly swallowing back her earlier joking smile. "No way. This guy actually did time?" Dressed and ready, Han Qing picked up her handbag and headed out. "All right, let's go. I'll get it for you downstairs." Without another word, they reached the entrance of the neighborhood. Han Qing walked straight into the breakfast shop in the residential area, found a table, and ordered 2 steamers of buns, 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, and 2 bowls of egg wine. Jiangja followed in confusion and asked, "Were we going to the ATM to withdraw money? Why are you here?" Han Qing glanced at Jiangja and said, "Nothing is more important than food today. I've been starving for ages. Eating comes first. I ordered a portion for you too." From last night until now, Jiangja hadn't eaten much and was already starving. "This meal was your invitation. Don't you dare shortchange me by even 95 bucks later." Han Qing gave a quiet acknowledgement. Only then did Jiangja start wolfing down his breakfast with gusto. Having lived in Lung Eru's dorm recently, he'd basically been sleeping until nearly noon every day and eating brunch directly, so he hadn't had proper breakfast in quite a while. After 6 long years, Jiangja finally tasted the familiar blend of hot dry noodles and egg wine again, and he felt as if his taste buds had been awakened. "How does it taste?" Han Qing asked between bites. Jiangja replied indifferently, "Not bad, though it doesn't quite measure up to the flavor back in university days." Han Qing was a bit curious. "You went to college? What's the matter? Can't ex-cons go to college?" Han Qing, "What's your major?" "Traditional Chinese medicine and economics. A double major." Han Qing looked incredulous. "Keep spinning your tales. Those 2 majors are worlds apart. There's no need for you to believe me." Jiangja wolfed down his breakfast and wiped the grease from his lips. Glancing at Han Qing's painstaking eating pace, he curled his lip and said, "Can you hurry up and finish so you can withdraw the money for me? These soup dumplings are just 1 bite each. How can you eat so slowly? When will you ever finish? How can you eat such a large bun so quickly?" Jiangja replied, "It's not that the bun is too big. It's that your mouth is too small." Chapter 9. The Art of War. After saying this, Jiang suddenly recalled an indescribable scene and couldn't help but grin to himself. Han Qing shot Jiang an exasperated glance and continued eating her breakfast. Jiang fiddled with his phone, patiently waiting for her to finish. Han Qing called over the breakfast stall owner and pulled out her phone to scan the payment code. "That'll be 50 yuan. Hearing the price, Jiang was startled. 50 for two of us? Almost 20 per person? Back at Jiang University, 5 yuan used to be enough for breakfast. 6 years, prices have risen this fast. After leaving the breakfast shop, Han Qing found an ATM and took out 1,000 yuan for Jiang. Jiang froze. "Why are you giving me so much? I only need 95, Han Qing. The rest is to thank you. If you hadn't saved me yesterday, I might have really been taken advantage of by someone else." Jiang took out one bill from the 1,000 yuan stack and handed the remaining 9 back to her, saying coldly, "I don't need your thanks." Then, he pulled out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Han Qing before turning to leave. Watching Jiang's retreating figure, Han Qing felt a peculiar emotion welling up inside her instead. He wouldn't take even 1,000 yuan? What a strange guy. In this day and age, you can still come across such a fool who isn't greedy for money. Jiang took the bus back to Lung Eru's dormitory from the Donghu First Residence neighborhood, arriving by midday. He had assumed the dorm would be empty, but instead found Lung Eru lying in bed playing Glory of the Canyon. "Huh, Eru, aren't you working today?" Lung Eru glanced up at Jiang when he entered, then immediately focused back on his screen. "Got a shift break today? You bastard, where the hell were you all night yesterday? Don't tell me you were in some hotel room with a girl." Jiang smirked. "Last night I picked up a little sugar mommy at the bar and ended up spending the night at her place. This morning she even treated me to breakfast." Lung Eru looked at him with disdain. "Jiang, snap out of it. It's broad daylight. If you're going to dream, at least wait till night." Jiang just chuckled, not bothering to argue further with Lung Eru. Spotting 2 books placed on the computer desk's keyboard, he casually picked one up and flipped through it. The Art of War. Jiang was puzzled. "Eru, you're reading this book? What do you need it for?" "Lung Eru, haven't you heard? There's this super popular TV series recently. A fish seller used some tricks from this book and ended up becoming a big shot. That's why the book got popular too. But I skimmed through it and basically couldn't understand any of it, so I stopped. If you want to read something, try the book below. That book underneath looks good." Jiang picked up the novel beneath The Art of War. "The Story of Bai Jie." Jiang laughed. "Damn, Eru, really? Back in high school, you were obsessed with Bai Jie. Got caught by our homeroom teacher and had to apologize to the whole class. Still obsessed with Bai Jie? Is Bai Jie really that captivating? Why haven't you spent more time reading such a great book like The Art of War?" Lung Eru scoffed dismissively, as if you could actually understand The Art of War. "I heard in a TV drama that The Art of War is still relevant to modern business management, so I bought a copy. But honestly, I couldn't see any damn connection between military strategy and running a company at all." Jiang flipped through The Art of War, recalling some insights he had while studying and pondering the book in prison, and said, "You really don't understand a damn thing. The Art of War indeed offers some guiding principles for business management. Running a company is just like waging war in ancient times. In the perilous battles of market competition, aligning with trends, seizing business opportunities, and leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses are all qualities that both entrepreneurs and military commanders should possess." Lung Eru was stunned. "No way. Why does it sound like you've read this book too?" Jiang chuckled. "Not just this book. I've read every single volume in Jiangxing Prison's library. I spent 6 years inside reading." Lung Eru grew even more puzzled. "Damn, everyone else is sewing machines in prison, but you were reading books? How did that happen?" "My major in college was traditional Chinese medicine, so I know some acupuncture. That's why the prison assigned me to manage books in the prison library, and sometimes I'd give acupuncture treatments to others. The books in that prison library were all donated by people from outside, a complete mishmash with no particular order. At first, I only read novels. After finishing all the novels, I ended up reading tons of random books in there." Hearing Jiang's explanation, Lung Era laughed and said, just like that TV drama protagonist who suddenly became amazing after reading tons of books. You read so many books in prison. Are you going to become incredibly skilled in the future? I remember you had double bachelor's degrees in Chinese medicine and economics 6 years ago. Now, after reading for 6 more years, shouldn't you be at a doctoral level by now? Jiangzhe grinned. Ha, better than a PhD. PhD students still have to slave away for their advisors and write dissertations, while all I had to do was focus on reading. Lung Eru was stunned. Damn, there's something better than a PhD? I didn't go to school much. Don't mess with me. After postdoc comes super postdoc. I'm not lying to you. Then what comes after super postdoc? After super postdoc comes warrior scholar. And what comes after that? Heroic scholar. Lung Eru listened until his head ached. Surely there's nothing left after heroic scholar, right? Jiangzhe answered with complete seriousness. Of course there is. Study 8 more years, and you'll become a saint scholar. Percent. Lung Eru muttered. Saint Seiya? Isn't that just like those cartoons? Upon seeing Lung Eru's genuinely bewildered expression while mumbling to himself, Jiangzhe burst out laughing uncontrollably. Only then did Lung Eru realize the joke, immediately grabbing Jiangzhe by the throat. God damn it, Jiangzhe, you bastard, you were actually mocking me just now. Ha, I almost believed that shit for real. With a nimble maneuver like a cicada shedding its skin, Jiangzhe swiftly reversed positions and pinned Lung Eru down on the bed. Lung Eru quickly found himself unable to move. Little punk, daring to attack me first, you submit or not? Not fair. Not fair, huh? Jiangzhe began tickling Lung Eru's sides. Lung Eru laughed till he was out of breath, gasping, all right, I give up. Only then did Jiangzhe let him go. Lung Eru had some skill in martial arts as well. Back then, Jiangzhe had never been a match for him. Several times when fights broke out at Jiang University, it was always Lung Eru who stepped in to settle things. But what was going on now? Jiangzhe had effortlessly subdued him with just 2 moves. Recalling how Jiangzhe effortlessly subdued several towering bodyguards at the Zhao residence that day, Lung Eru shook his arm and exclaimed, Damn, Jiangzhe, you were absolutely insane just now. Where did you learn such incredible martial arts? And look at your body. These bulging muscles are even more impressive than those gym-built ones. Where'd you get this physique? Jiangzhe smiled bitterly to himself. What appear to be impressive skills? Only Jiangzhe himself knew what he'd endured in prison over the past 6 years. The prison housed all kinds of people. Back then inside those walls, Jiangzhe had suffered endless torment from prison bullies. He was constantly beaten and scolded. Once, during tree planting, the prison bully even threw Jiangzhe into the pit meant for the sapling, threatening to bury him alive there. That time, Jiangzhe truly felt he was about to die. Luckily, a fellow inmate called Tyrant Dragon saved him. Tyrant Dragon knew some Sismart martial arts from Bear Country, a combat style exclusively used by Bear Country's special forces. Even the prison bully feared him to some extent. Jiangzhe had previously given Tyrant several acupuncture treatments, helping him alleviate some minor physical ailments. So when Tyrant saw what was happening, he stepped in to save Jiangzhe. Later, he also incidentally taught Jiangzhe some basic martial arts techniques. At the same time, he made Jiangzhe intensify various physical training regimens to avoid getting bullied again in the future. These muscles and six-pack abs were actually sculpted during his time in prison. Chapter 10, Scrubbing Clean. After hearing Jiangzhe recount some of his experiences in prison, Lung Eru felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. On one hand, he marveled at Jiangzhe's extraordinary experiences behind bars. On the other, he lamented the immense suffering Jiangzhe had endured there. Back then, when Jiangzhe was buried beneath the pile of earth, how utterly hopeless he must have felt. No wonder Jiangzhe seemed like a completely different person after his release. In his subconscious, he was someone who had already died once before. Thinking of this, Lung Eru called out to Jiangzhe, "Let's go take a bath, scrub yourself thoroughly, wash away all the bad luck and hardships from these 6 years." Jiangja nodded. The two rode out on a motorcycle and stopped at the entrance of a nearby public bathhouse. Lung Eru pointed to a place with pink lights diagonally across from the bathhouse. After getting cleaned up, let's go there for a haircut. It's a great place. Jiangja was puzzled. What do you mean by good deal? Just a wash, $8. Wash and haircut, $38. Wash, haircut, and blow dry, $388. Haircut, wash, and blow dry for $388? Damn, just adding blow dry jacks up the price this much. Hee, that girl Xiaoqin is really good at blowing. You should go give it a try later. Jiangja, how good is it? Lung Eru smiled meaningfully. So good it'll blow your mind. Jiangja pulled out all the crumpled small bills from his pocket, which added up to less than 200 yuan in total, and shook his head helplessly. Can't afford to brag. It's too expensive. Lung Eru perked up. If you're really going, I'll give it to you. I may not have big money, but I'm not short on small change. Jiangja glared at Lung Eru. Look here, Eru, you're not getting any younger. Couldn't you try to find a proper partner and settle down? You can't just keep drifting around forever, can you? Lung Eru parked his motorcycle and took out 2 cigarettes, handing one to Jiangja. After lighting up, Lung Eru sighed and said, Hey, what's the point of going through all that trouble to get married? Nowadays, who can afford to get married? Between the house, the car, and the betrothal gifts, you need at least $1 million. How can anyone scrape that much together? And even if you had the money, it wouldn't be worth it. Why bother with all that when you can enjoy the same happiness for just $388? Jiangja grinned, suddenly finding Lung Eru's words inexplicably making some sense. After finishing his cigarette, Lung Eru stubbed it out underfoot and led Jiangja into the bathhouse. Purchasing a ticket that included bathing and a scrub, Lung Eru said to Jiangja, Go on in and wash up. I'll wait for you outside. Jiangja was puzzled. Eru, aren't you coming in to wash too? I got scrubbed just yesterday. Not today. I'll wait out here and play on my phone. Jiangja tried to drag Lung Eru along, but Lung Eru refused no matter what. Left with no choice, Jiangja went to the bathhouse alone, his heart aching with bitterness. How could there be an idiot brother like Lung Eru? And he even had a lie, saying he'd just showered yesterday. Earlier, sitting behind Lung Eru on his motorcycle, Jiangja could smell him. The guy was practically rancid. When it came time for the scrub, the bathhouse worker exclaimed, Young man, how long has it been since you last had a scrub? Goodness, you could make mud pies with this. Jiangja smiled faintly. 6 years without a scrub. Put some muscle into it, master. The bathhouse worker, how about this? I'll add some exfoliating gel. It'll clean you up better. Jiangja nodded in agreement. The bath attendant continued. You haven't had a proper scrub in too long. After we're done, I'll give you some milk for moisturizing. The effects will be even better. Jiangja responded, thinking to himself that this bathhouse offered pretty good service. Emerging after the scrub, Jiangja felt several pounds lighter. Just as he was about to head out to look for Lung Eru at the entrance, the cashier girl stopped Jiangja. Handsome, you haven't paid yet. Please come over here to settle your bill. Jiangja was slightly taken aback. Walking up to the cashier, he asked, Didn't we already pay for tickets before going in? The cashier printed out a receipt. You used 1 exfoliating towel, 1 body scrub, and 1 milk. Total comes to 99 yuan. Jiangja took the slip, and with one glance, an inexplicable fury surged through him. Exfoliating towel, 9 yuan. Body scrub, 45 yuan. Milk, 45 yuan. Jiangja frowned and said, You never mentioned this thing cost money back then. Sorry, stuff like exfoliating cream and milk are always charged separately no matter where you go. Jiangja grumbled. Then why didn't you tell us in advance? You didn't say anything when you were using those things in the middle, only bringing it up after you finished. In an instant, the argument between the two drew the attention of the other customers in the store. Lung Eru, who had been waiting outside, heard Jiangja speaking inside and entered the shop. After understanding the situation, Lung Eru also felt somewhat displeased but still took out his phone to scan the payment code. Jiangja blocked the phone Lung Eru was about to pay with. Hold on for a moment. He then turned to the cashier. Bring your manager here. I'll pay. but I must have words with him first. While arguing with the cashier, a burly, thick-necked man wearing a gold chain barged up to the counter. Theorize your fucking ass off. You broke-ass bitch, squabbling over pocket change. If you can't afford it, don't fucking come. Jiangja felt fury surge through him. What did you say? I'll give you one chance to rephrase that. Not mentioning the charges up front and springing them at checkout was downright shady to begin with. Jiangja had initially intended to reason things out before paying the 99 yuan, but he hadn't expected the gold chain-wearing guy to be so aggressive. The gold chain guy glared at Jiangja. Shut the fuck up and pay up. If you don't, let's see if you can walk out that door. Jiangja looked at him coldly. What if I insist on leaving? Then you'll lose a body part before you go. Jiangja chuckled and walked straight toward the bathhouse entrance. Enraged, the gold chain guy shouted, Think my words are bullshit, huh? Today I'm gonna fucking cripple you. After speaking, he suddenly kicked towards Jiangja from behind. Jiangja, watch out. Lung Eru shouted a warning from behind. Jiangja swiftly dodged Golden Chain's kick and immediately grabbed hold of his leg. With a horizontal twist of strength, he swung Golden Chain around like a hammer throw. Golden Chain stumbled helplessly, forced to run in the direction Jiangja was pulling him. Jiangja abruptly released his grip. Bang! Golden Chain was violently flung away, crashing into the large freezer by the checkout counter and denting its door. The onlookers were stunned into silence. I never expected this young man to be so agile. That big guy with the gold chain must weigh nearly 220 pounds, yet the lad actually managed to spin him around by the leg. Jiangja strode over and viciously kicked the gold chain man on the ground twice. Well, can I leave now? The gold chain man wailed incessantly. Young master, I was wrong. Spare me. I don't want the money anymore. Just go. Jiangja pulled out a red 100 yuan bill and tossed it onto the gold chain man's face. Run your business with better manners. Cut out all this shady nonsense. The gold chain guy froze for a second before hurriedly bowing and scraping. Yes, yes, yes. We'll definitely be more careful next time. Please take care on your way. Take care my ass. Jiangja flew into another rage and suddenly kicked the gold chain guy. Give me my change. The bill says 99. The gold chain guy wanted to cry, but had no tears. Thinking to himself, I'd rather not take this 100 and you stop giving me this extra kick. The cashier tremblingly fetched a 1 yuan coin from the counter and handed it to Jiangja. Jiangja pocketed the coin before leaving with Lung Eru. Chapter 11, Applying for Graduate School. After exiting the bathhouse, Lung Eru's eyes gleamed as he slung an arm over Jiangja's shoulder. Damn, Jiangja, that was badass. Watching you pummel that fat bastard was so satisfying. But why'd you give him 100 yuan afterward when he already said he didn't want it? Wouldn't it be better to keep this 100 bucks so the two of us can treat ourselves to a nice meal? Eru, are you stupid? If we don't hand over this 100, we'd be the ones in the wrong. But if we get it to him, that fat bastard won't have a damn thing to complain about after taking a beating. Fighting is fighting, but afterward, you still gotta be reasonable. Damn, I didn't expect that. Jiangja, you actually have some principles. Jiangja's face darkened as he shot Lung Eru a glare. Bah, Eru, don't you dare fucking mention principles to me. Those two words piss me off the most right now. I have the least bit of vision right now. Lung Eru was puzzled. Huh? What's going on here? Now you're getting angry. Jiangja raised his hand as if to knock on Lung Eru's head. Still talking nonsense? Lung Eru shrank back in fear. Never mind. Jiangja mounted the motorcycle. Let's go, back to the dorm. The two rode back to their basement dormitory. Lung Eru took out his phone and lay on the bed, starting to play a game. Jiangja watched the colorful game visuals flashing on Lung Eru's screen, accompanied by the sounds of intense combat emanating from the phone. Eru, what game are you playing? Honor of Kings. This game is super fun. It's been popular for years. Jiangja watched for a while and roughly understood. Isn't this just like that game Dota everyone played in college? Jiangja pulled out his phone. Eru, install on mine too. I want to try. Lung Eru chuckled when he saw Jiangja's 6-year-old phone, This old thing can't handle it anymore. Only good for calls now. It's going to lag so hard if we install this. The specs are too weak. After finishing a match, Lung Eru still installed Glory of Kings on Jiangzhe's phone. As expected, it lagged terribly. Jiangzhe was visibly annoyed. After being released from prison, he found the outside world had turned upside down. Even a basic massage now cost over $200. What's worse than a man failing to keep up with these rapidly changing times? His damn phone failing too. After finishing a round, Feng Eru handed his phone to Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe, once I get my paycheck this month, I'll buy you a new one. Here, use my phone for now. Jiangzhe felt a rush of warmth. No need to go through the trouble. My phone still works fine. I'll replace it once I start working and earning money myself. Lung Eru couldn't help but ask curiously, Jiangzhe, what are you planning to do next? I've got dual degrees in economics and traditional Chinese medicine. I should be able to find some job, right? Just take whatever job you can find first. After resting a few days, I'll go scout the job market, see what's available. You're our whole village's hope. You're the only one from home who made it to university. Mark my words, you'll end up far more successful than any of us. Success my ass. Jiangzhe muttered under his breath as he took Lung Eru's phone and opened the game. Which hero is better to play in this game? How about Luban? It's simple. Just spam all 3 skills whenever you see enemies. Jiangzhe selected Luban and entered the match. Does anyone need technical support? Luban number 7, IQ 250, Luban, top tier Luban. Hearing the in-game voice line, Jiangzhe was amused. What the hell is this nonsense? After a while, the defeat prompt appeared on the mobile game screen. Jiangzhe's K/D ratio dropped to 0 to 5. Frustrated, he snapped. Damn it, didn't you say Luban was easy to play? Lung Eru smacked his forehead after a moment's thought. Damn, almost forgot. I'm already diamond rank now. This must be way too hard for a newbie like you. Just register a new account and practice yourself. After Lung Eru created a new account for Jiangzhe and taught him the basics. He flicked on the TV before promptly passing out snoring. Jiangzhe sighed. That bastard had still managed to make the first move, as usual. After playing a few rounds using Lung Eru's phone and feeling like he was getting the hang of it, Jiangzhe was about to head off to sleep. But all he saw was a notification popping up from Lung Eru's phone. Your favorite sweetheart baby is now online. Jiangzhe tapped the notification, and his phone opened an app called Tanma. Tanma? Inside the app's chat interface, I saw Lung Eru's numerous private messages with a variety of sweethearts and darlings. Jiangzhe grinned. Damn, who would have thought Eru was such a slutty bastard? After exiting the chat records, Jiangzhe saw all sorts of beautiful women broadcasting live on the app. Many of them were bouncing around with their twin peaks faintly visible. Jiangzhe's weathered face flushed red. After 6 years in prison, when had he ever seen anything like this? Damn it, Jiangzhe cursed inwardly. What's wrong with this Tanamo app? Why are there so many little vixens? Is this how you test a young man fresh out of prison? Bursting with energy? You're underestimating me too much. How could my desires ever be conquered by reason? Jiangzhe mindlessly swiped for half an hour before reluctantly putting down his phone to sleep. The next day, Jiangzhe had nothing urgent to do. After Lung Eru left for work, Jiangzhe returned to Jiangxing University and took a stroll around the campus. A wave of emotions welled up in his heart. The university campus was still brimming with youthful energy, just as it had been 6 years ago when he was a student here. Nothing had changed. The school remained the same, but the people inside had changed. Zhao Yining, who had spent all 4 years of university by his side, was now gone. They had broken up. All my classmates had long since graduated and gone their separate ways, likely establishing successful careers in various fields. Only me, though I earned dual degrees in Chinese medicine and economics from Jiang University, after 6 years in prison, I couldn't even find a proper job upon release. Jiangzhe first wandered around his old Chinese medicine college, then made his way to the School of Economics. On the bulletin board outside the School of Economics was posted a notice for postgraduate admissions. Looking at the exam requirements, Jiangzhe felt a stirring of ambition. I spent 6 years in prison. Aside from the first year doing labor, the following 5 years I spent giving acupuncture treatments on the side while burying myself in books from the prison library. Inside prison, without phones or computers to distract me, it was easier to lose myself in books and focus deeply. After finishing novels, I also read many books on economics and management. I even slogged through some thick English tomes during particularly dull moments. After 5 years of focused reading, Jiangzhe felt his professional knowledge had reached a new level. But how much progress had he truly made? Even Jiangzhe himself wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps this graduate entrance exam would be the perfect opportunity to test himself? Though he hadn't obtained Jiang University's graduation certificate, he did have his degree certificate, which just met the application requirements. After careful consideration, Jiangzhe went to the economics school, found a faculty advisor, paid the application fee, and signed up for Jiang University's School of Economics and Management. For his major, he chose business administration. On the bulletin board of the School of Economics and Management, Jiangzhe saw that Professor Li Tsunhai had become the Associate Dean of the School of Management and was annually admitting graduate students in the field of business administration. Without hesitation, Jiangzhe chose this major. Professor Li Tsunhai was quite renowned at Jiang University. Whenever he gave lectures on campus, the large auditorium would always be packed to capacity. Students from other majors would also come to attend Professor Li Tsunhai's classes, and even the hallways would be filled with people standing around to listen. If one were to genuinely consider choosing Professor Li as an advisor, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. But since I was just taking the exam for fun anyway, I figured I might as well sign up and give it a casual shot when the time came. Jiangzhe had just finished registering and was about to leave when he noticed a woman standing at the entrance of the School of Management. She wore a red and black silk blouse under a light purple cardigan, paired with a short gray leather skirt. The black leggings perfectly accentuated the contours of her slender, shapely legs. Male students passing through the hallway couldn't help but turn their heads for a second look. Jiangzhe found himself momentarily transfixed as well. These legs, they were even more stunning than Zhao Nin's, the kind you could play with for years. And that faint purple sweater she wore couldn't quite conceal what seemed ready to burst forth the surging waves. Jiangzhe realized he wasn't as pure as when he'd first entered university, because when he heard the phrase, surging waves now, his mind no longer simply conjured images of the sea. No wonder all these boys turned their heads to look. Seems like guys generally have the same taste in women. Chapter 12. Marriage of Convenience. Jiangzhe watched for a while, then turned to Levi the school building elevator. The girl behind him spotted Jiangzhe and hurried after him. "Hey, wait up." Jiangzhe heard someone calling him from behind. When he turned around, he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Han Qing, the little rich girl who got drunk at the bar that day? I couldn't even recognize her from behind just now. However, Jiangzhe wasn't particularly interested in wealthy beauties like Han Qing. At most, she was just eye candy to him. On the one hand, Jiangzhe felt that he and such a young, wealthy woman simply didn't belong to the same social class. On the other hand, after breaking up with Zhao Yining, Jiangzhe's 6 years of wasted youth in prison had instilled in him an instinctive distrust and aversion towards beautiful women. Hearing the rich girl call him, "Hey," Jiangzhe felt irritated. He frowned and retorted sharply, "I have a name, and it's not hey." With that, he turned and strode down the stairs. The boys in the hallway were instantly stunned. This gorgeous senior actually initiated a conversation with this punk, and then the guy just turned and walked away? Han Qing followed Jiangzhe to the square outside the teaching building, chasing after him and asking, "If I can't call you hey, then what should I call you?" "Jiangzhe." "Jiangzhe? Nice name. I'm Han Qing. I know, I saw your ID that day." Han Qing asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking at my ID? Where did you see my ID?" Jiangzhe snapped impatiently, "If I hadn't checked your ID that day, how do you think I managed to get you home from the bar? Little heiress, are you stupid or what?" Han Qing was irritated by his retort, her cheeks puffing up in frustration, but she couldn't think of a quick comeback. Why do you always call me Little Heiress? You know my name, she grumbled. Can't you just use my name? Jiangxia impatiently replied. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Han Qing asked. What are you doing at Jiang University? Could you actually be a student there? Jiangxia curled his lips. I already told you before. You don't have to believe me. Han Qing snatched the graduate school application form from Jiangxia's hands and skimmed it quickly. Oh, it really is from Jiangdai University. Wow, a double major in undergrad. Impressive. Never thought we were alumni from the same school. Jiangxia was taken aback, not having expected Han Qing to also be a Jiang University graduate. What are you doing here after graduating? Finding time to take an in-service MBA. Something happened before, and I didn't get into graduate school. A bit of regret. So now, I'm making up for it in a way. Jiangxia couldn't be bothered to care about others' affairs. He took back his registration form. All right, that's it then. I'm out of here. Han Qing gazed at Jiangxia's retreating figure in deep thought, then hurried after him and asked, That's it, Jiangxia. Can you do me one more favor? No, Jiangxia refused without a second thought. That evening, all because of a momentary impulse, I escorted the wealthy girl home and ended up tossing and turning all night. Then in the morning, I got knocked out cold by 2 unexpected blows for no reason at all. It took me forever just to get that 95 yuan reimbursement. And now I'm supposed to help this little rich girl? Only an idiot would agree. Han Qing never expected Jiangxia to refuse her so bluntly. After a moment of stunned silence, she said, It's not like I'm asking for a free favor. There's payment involved. Jiangxia felt his pockets and realized he had less than 200 yuan left. In 2 more days, he wouldn't even know where his next meal was coming from. Remembering Han Qing's mention of payment, he asked, All right, what's the job? I want someone to marry me, just for the papers. Jiangxia's eyes widened. Marriage? What the hell? Han Qing's eyes dimmed as she said, Of course it's not a real registered marriage. It's for my damned grandpa. My damned grandpa might not have much time left. I've never married, and he's been nagging me about it for years. I never took it seriously before, but now that he's about to leave us, I suddenly feel terribly guilty. So I want to find someone to marry, just to fulfill my grandpa's wish. I can pay 5,000 a month. Once my grandfather passes away, this marriage will automatically come to an end. Jiangxia initially thought the woman wanted his help with a fight or some other favor. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect her to propose marriage right off the bat, leaving him momentarily stunned. But when he heard the offer of 5,000 yuan per month, Jiangxia couldn't help but feel tempted. Finding a job is so tough nowadays. This salary is pretty much on par with what Jiangcheng's one decent-paying job offers. What do I need to do? Jiangxia steadied his mind and asked. Han Qing blushed slightly. I don't know what to do either. The most important thing is just one point, make my grandpa happy. Don't let him see through our fake marriage. My grandpa also lives in the Dongwu Bay No. 1 residential area, and from time to time I go over to have meals with him. Sometimes he'd come to visit me too. So, the best option would be for you to stay at my place. There are 2 large bedrooms in my house, both with ensuite bathrooms. But we have to set one rule straight. No interfering with each other's lives. Jiangxia was stunned. Could such good fortune really exist? Free accommodation in such a nice place, plus free meals, and 5,000 yuan every month? Is this rich girl truly that naive with her money? After some deliberation, Jiangxia voiced his doubts. Little rich girl, I've got a question. Why does it have to be me? You're beautiful, and you look like you come from a wealthy family. Isn't it easy for you to find a boyfriend? Han Qing replied calmly. If I suddenly found someone out of the blue to fake a marriage with, my stubborn grandfather would never believe it. You're from Jiang University, and we were in the same graduating class. Later I'll tell Grandpa Pa that we knew each other at Jiang University, that we've been acquainted for a long time. That way it'll be easier for Grandpa Pa to believe and approve. I've tried finding a junior student at school before, but those juniors all look too immature. Jiangxia, I've been to prison. Aren't you afraid to enter a fake marriage with me? Han Qing said calmly, Not everyone who hasn't been to prison is good, and not everyone who's been to prison is bad. That day when I heard you playing the guitar and singing at the bar, I could tell from the emotion in your voice that you must have your own hardships. Besides, you saved me that day and didn't even take the money I offered. I feel like you're someone people can trust. Honestly, making this judgment in such a short time is indeed very hasty. But there's not much time left for Grandpa. Little rich girl, one last question. Why do you call your grandpa Broken Grandpa? Han Qing smiled faintly, revealing a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. My grandfather's name was Han Longqua. I grew up under his care ever since I was little. When I was a child, he'd always tease me into calling him Grandpa. If I refused, he'd prickle me with his beard, and when I got mad, I'd call him Ragged Grandpa instead, but he thought I was saying Grandpa. You're saying all I have to do is play along with this lousy granddad act of yours, and I'll get $5,000 a month, plus get to stay in your house? Almost. But you'd better call him Rich Grandpa instead. If he catches you calling him Broken Grandpa, you're in for a beating. He's got a temper. Many people feared him when he was younger. Jiangja scoffed inwardly. A bad temper? What about my temper? An old man on the verge of kicking the bucket. What's there to be so fierce about? But after reconsidering, for the sake of the 5,000 yuan monthly payment, Jiangja chose not to say anything further. After briefly inquiring about Jiangja's situation, Han Qing asked, "When can you move in?" "Anytime." "All right then, let's exchange WeChat contacts. Just give me a heads up before you move in. We'll pick a date later to register our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. But let's be clear, once this is settled, there's no backing out. Don't let me tell Gramps about this, only for you to change your mind later. That would just crush the poor old man." Jiangja never goes back on his word. Jiangja tossed out the icy remark, though internally he was already blooming with joy. Free housing in a newly renovated place, free meals on top, and even drawing his salary. Only a fool would back out now. Chapter 13. The Miraculous Acupuncture. Jiangja stayed at Lung Eru's dormitory for a few more days. Lung Eru's roommate security guard was about to return from his hometown. Just as Jiangja was worrying about where to stay next, Han Qing texted him asking if he had made up his mind. Once everything was confirmed, they could arrange a time to get their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and their fake marriage cohabitation plan could officially begin. A faint smile played on Jiangja's lips. Just when he'd been worrying about finding a place to stay, this transition couldn't have been more seamless. Perfect. After finalizing the details with Han Qing about the moving date, when the day arrived, Jiangja began packing his belongings. Truth be told, he didn't have much, just a guitar and that snakeskin bag of clothes he'd retrieved from Zhao Yinin's place. That was the entirety of his luggage. When Lung Eru returned from work and saw Jiangja packing, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Holy shit, Jiangja, you're not serious, are you? You're moving out?" "Yeah, I was just about to tell you. Next, I'm moving in with my sugar mama." Lung Eru's mouth gaped into an O shape. "Little rich girl? Which little rich girl are you talking about?" "Jiangja, that little rich girl I picked up, the one I had breakfast with this morning. Didn't I tell you about her the other day?" Then Jiangja finally told Lung Eru about his fake marriage with the young heiress. Lung Eru sighed dramatically. "How come such good fortune never falls on me? That rich girl provides you with a place to live and even pays you a salary? After you go there, you must remain chaste and pure. Don't let that old witch take advantage of you in this fake marriage." Jiangja was puzzled. "Old witch?" "Yeah, she gives you a place to stay and even money. That little rich woman of yours must be some old, ugly, thirsty cougar. I'm telling you, Jiangja, if you're really that desperate for cash, just say the word. Going out to be some old lady's boy toy really isn't worth it." Jiangja didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he glared at Lung. "Oh, you're the damn duck here, you asshole. You think I'm as desperate as you? Not even letting a 40-year-old woman slip by." Lung Eru flushed crimson. "That's bullshit. You're just making shit up." Jiangja turned around and fished out Lung Eru's phone from his pocket. "Still denying it? On your Tama app, you've been chatting up some female netizen called Purple Sky. I checked her profile. She's at least 40, isn't she? Damn it, Jiangzhe, you peeked at my phone. I did not. The message popped up automatically while I was using your phone to play games. Come on, hand over your phone for a bit. I want to play Glory of Kings. Lung Eru refused. I'm not done yet. Finally got a day off. Let me play a couple more rounds before you take it. Give it here now. Jiangzhe pulled his old trick, pinning Lung Eru's arm to snatch the phone. Every time Jiangzhe tried to wrest something from Lung Eru, this tactic always worked perfectly. Today, however, something seemed off. Before Jiangzhe could even apply any real force, Lung Eru started howling uncontrollably. It hurts. It hurts. What's going on? Jiangzhe asked suspiciously, slightly increasing his grip. Eru, your acting skills have really improved. Lung Eru's face twisted even more grotesquely with pain, beads of sweat the size of peas breaking out across his forehead. Jiangzhe quickly released Lung Eru in surprise. No way. Eru, what's wrong with you? Lung Eru, damn, just my luck. Got jumped a couple days ago, got into a fight, walked away with some bruises. My shoulder arthritis was already acting up, and after getting kicked in the arm a few times, the pains become unbearable. I can't hold any position that stretches it backward at all. Let me see. Jiangzhe lifted Lung Eru's shirt, and only then noticed a large, swollen bruise on his shoulder. Jiangzhe's face darkened. What happened? Who beat you up? Tell me, I'll go find him. Lung Eru hesitated and refused to speak. Jiangzhe got furious. If you don't tell me, we're no longer brothers from now on. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Eru said, It was Scar Chow. He came with Lei Guang's bodyguards. That day at the Zhao family, Lei Guang's bodyguards suffered a heavy loss and refused to let it go, so they brought Scar Chow to my pool hall to settle the score. Scar Chow had more men. I couldn't take them all on. Jiangzhe burned with rage. That day at the Zhao family's place, after beating up Lei Guang and the bodyguard, I deliberately threw the phone to Lei Guang to let him call for backup. Not calling for help on the spot, but secretly arranging an ambush later. Jiangzhe's voice was laced with anger. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Where's Scarface Chow? Lung Eru tried to mediate. Forget it. It's not a big deal anyway. Scarface Chow took a few kicks from me too. It was basically a draw. After questioning him for a long time, Lung Eru still refused to reveal Scarface Chow's whereabouts. Jiangzhe cursed him out angrily. What kind of coward is this? Lung Eru, provoked by the insult, snapped back. I don't know where Scarface Chow is either. It's not like I'm keeping tabs on him. Besides, this back and forth fighting, when will it ever end? Lei Guang's family's Lei Corporation is after all a major group in River City. Do you have any idea how deep the waters run there? That day you broke Lei Guang's hand. Sure, he didn't call for backup right then, but you think he'll just let it slide afterward? You better watch your back from now on. Jiangzhe calmed down a bit, his voice low and bitter as he growled. I'm fucking barefoot. What do I care about shoes? If I ever see Scarface Chow and Lei Guang again, you let me know. I'll fucking kill them. Lung Eru sighed. Jiangzhe glanced at Lung Eru's arm, his tone softening slightly. Eru, how's it feeling? Still hurting. Hurts like hell. My shoulder's been messed up with arthritis, and now this. Won't get better anytime soon. Gotta take it slow. Jiangzhe suddenly remembered. There seemed to be a book in his mind that described using acupuncture to treat shoulder pain from periarthritis. Rummaging through the snakeskin bag, Jiangzhe pulled out a metal box containing silver needles. Eru, lie down. Let me try giving you some acupuncture. Lung Eru trembled at the sight of those sharp, gleaming silver needles. You want to stick me with those? Why do they look so terrifying? Cut the crap. Do you think my Jiang University traditional Chinese medicine degree certificate was bought off the street? I might not have gotten my graduation diploma, but that degree certificate is legit from a proper 211 university, all right? If you went to a top-tier hospital for acupuncture treatment, you have to pay at least $100 per session. Lung Eru lay prone on the bed with some skepticism. Jiangzhe took out silver needles and inserted them into Lung Eru's shoulder acupoints. Jinyu, Jianjing, Tsuchi, and Yunmen. The book I read earlier mentioned that the acupuncture technique for treating shoulder pain involves inserting needles into the thumb, perfect for trying it out. So, Jiangzhe inserted 2 needles into Lung Eru's thumb, one at the Yuji point and another at the Shaoshang point. Lung Eru frowned, puzzled. My shoulder hurts. Why are you sticking needles in my thumb? But faced with his confusion, Jiangzhe offered no explanation. He simply smiled and said, well, it's free anyway. The more needles, the bigger the bargain for you. Lung Eru let out a string of miserable howls, but didn't dare move. Damn it, Jiangzhe, you did that on purpose. You son of a bitch. Woo-woo, you stabbed me deliberately, didn't you? Half an hour later, Jiangzhe removed all the silver needles from Lung Eru's body. Using a cotton ball soaked in alcohol, he wiped away the blood from the needle punctures. How does it feel? See if there's any effect. Lung Eru stood up, carefully shaking his arms. To his surprise, he found that the intense pain, which previously occurred whenever his arm rotated counterclockwise to a certain position, had completely vanished. After effortlessly spinning his arm in circles a few times, Lung Eru's eyes shone with astonished delight. Holy shit, what's happening here? It actually doesn't hurt anymore. Jiangzhe froze, his face blank with confusion. No way, are you really healed? Chapter 14, might as well buy a fake ID. Jiangzhe was somewhat skeptical, so he had Lung Eru stretch his arms behind his back and perform a few rather intricate crossing motions, all of which Lung Eru managed effortlessly. Watching Lung Eru move his arm freely, Jiangzhe's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't held high expectations for the effects of this acupuncture session to begin with. The limited mobility caused by frozen shoulder pain is actually extremely difficult to cure. Whether it's oral medication, electrotherapy, or magnetic therapy, the treatment could take as short as 1 month or as long as half a year. Yet, relying solely on the memory of a TCM diagnostic method from his mind, he actually managed to cure Lung Eru with just a few acupuncture needles? What kind of book was it? The recorded method is truly miraculous. Jiangzhe swiftly searched through his mind for the book that had recorded that acupuncture technique just moments ago. But during his university years, Jiangzhe had read so many books related to traditional Chinese medicine that no matter how hard he racked his brain, he still couldn't recall the title of this particular book. This feeling, knowing the memory is lodged somewhere in his mind, yet remaining just slightly out of reach, was utterly maddening. Giving up his mental search, Jiangzhe decided he'd revisit Jiang University's library in a couple of days to track down the book again. After spending a little more time in the dorm with Lung Eru, Jiangzhe grabbed his luggage and took the bus to Jiangxing Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as he was about to cross the street to wait for Han Qing outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, a Camry pulled up in front of Jiangzhe. A woman stepped out of the car and approached Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe? Is that really you? Taking a closer look, Jiangzhe realized it was none other than Zhao Yining. Zhao Yining had been out for a meeting that afternoon. She was on her way back to the office when she unexpectedly ran into Jiangzhe. Zhao Yining. Jiangzhe greeted her coolly. Yining was startled. She wasn't used to him addressing her so formally. During their relationship, he'd always affectionately called her Yining, never using her full name with such stiffness. Men are truly heartless. The moment they break up, even the way they address you changes. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Yining asked, Jiangzhe, what are you doing here? Jiangzhe pointed indifferently at the Civil Affairs Bureau across the street and said flatly, let's get registered. Zhao Yining burst out laughing. Had Jiangzhe lost his mind? Marriage? He'd just gotten out of prison. Who would marry him? What's more, he was carrying a battered guitar on his back and clutching that snakeskin bag he'd taken from her house that day. Who brings such things along when going to register for marriage? Breakup must have messed with his head, making him deliberately talk about marrying someone else. How could this guy be so childish and immature? Then, Zhao Yining realized her slightly mocking smile just now might have been impolite, so she stifled her laughter and said, Jiangzhe, after you caused such a scene at my place last time, what's wrong? Still not gotten it all out of your system? Jiangzhe said coldly, perfect. Go back and deliver a message to Lei Guang. His hiring of Scarface Xiao to beat up Lung Eru is far from over. Hey, why didn't you mention you broke Lei Guang's finger? I'm saying it's better to resolve grievances than keep them. Just be the bigger man and let this go. Even Scarface Chow didn't do anything to Cold 2 Tiger in the end. I know you just got out of prison and you're holding a grudge, but honestly, you shouldn't act so impulsively. Jiang just snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with a response. Well, since you mentioned you're also getting registered soon, coincidentally, Lei Guang and I are getting engaged next month. So why don't you bring your girlfriend to our engagement banquet? Have a celebratory drink, and we can put this whole matter behind us. How does that sound? When Jiang had mentioned going to register for marriage earlier, Zhao Yinin's sudden giggle hadn't escaped his notice. He knew Zhao Yinin didn't believe for a second that he was actually getting married. Her laughter had been pure mockery. On the surface, Zhao Yinin had only invited him to the engagement banquet to expose him and laugh at his misery. But by then, I'd have the chance to meet this guy called Scar Chow. I wanted to see just what kind of person he really was. After a moment's thought, Jiang replied enthusiastically, "Sounds great. We'll go together to celebrate at your wedding feast." Zhao Yinin was taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiang to agree so readily. Has he really found someone to marry? Impossible? Zhao Yinin quickly dismissed the thought. Thinking this, Zhao Yinin said, "All right, I'll send you the time and hotel details later. But let's make this clear first. What's past is past. You can't cause any trouble when you come this time. After all, your sister married my brother, so she's still my sister-in-law. When it comes down to it, we're still family. After all, we shared 4 beautiful years of romance in college, ever since freshman year. Even though we've broken up now, at least we can still be good friends, right? I hope to receive your blessing." "Huh, my blessing." Jiang pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and silently began smoking, ignoring Zhao Yinin. As for his feelings toward Zhao Yinin, they had already completely drifted away with the shattered melody of Never Again that night in the bar. But how could memories of 4 university years, his entire youth, be so easily forgotten? He had spent 6 years in prison because of this woman, only for her to run off with someone else. And now she expected him to wish her happiness? Seeing Jiang no longer responding, Zhao Yinin tossed out one last remark before driving away. Jiang carried his guitar and a snakeskin bag as he arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau across the street. Just then, Han Qing called Jiang. "Jiang, sorry, we don't need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for now. Just come directly to Dongyuan number 1 residential area." Jiang was instantly annoyed. "I'm already here. What do you mean? Just come back first, and I'll explain." Carrying his guitar and the bag of belongings, Jiang boarded a bus again and headed to Dongyuan number 1 residential area. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Calling the little rich girl also showed her line was busy. Just as Jiang was about to turn and leave, Han Qing opened the door with one hand while holding a phone in the other. She was working from home and just wearing casual house clothes. At the doorway, Han Qing stopped, but the loose fabric over her chest kept swaying for a while before settling. Jiang's vision blurred slightly as his nose grew warm. How could such modest loungewear be so distractingly proportioned? However, Jiang didn't examine her face too closely, because after she put on this homeware, the little rich woman's but appeared even more eye-catching. Han Qing saw Jiang and made a gesture urging silence, signaling him to speak quietly. Jiang carried his luggage into the room and waited along while before the little rich woman finally ended her phone call. Being stood up by Han Qing earlier at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance had already put Jiang in a somewhat foul mood. Jiang grew even more irritated after knocking on the door for a long time without getting any response. Seeing Han Qing hang up the phone, Jiang glared and snapped. "What's your deal? Is standing people up some kind of joke to you?" "I'm sorry, work was absolutely swamped today. Back-to-back conference calls all day. I got so busy, I completely forgot about our appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau." After saying this, Han Qing pulled out 2 marriage certificates. "I bought these online. Later we'll just paste our photo in to make them look legit, enough to get past that troublesome grandpa of yours. There's no need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a real marriage certificate. Otherwise, we just have to go back later for a divorce certificate, prenuptial property notarization, and all that would be such a hassle. So, after thinking it over, I figured buying a fake one would work just fine. If worst comes to worst, and we really can't get past Grandpa's scrutiny, we can always go get a real one later. Jiang's expression darkened. That worthless certificate wasn't something they absolutely had to get anyway. If they skipped the whole certificate process altogether and just bought a fake one, it would save a lot of trouble. The question is, why did this dumb chick wait until we were at the Civil Affairs Bureau door to say anything? Carrying a guitar and hauling a burlap sack, switching buses several times. Does she not realize how exhausting that is? Chapter 15, Agreement Canceled. Jiangja dropped the guitar and burlap sack on the sofa, saying coldly, "Little rich girl, next time could you please speak up earlier? I can't stand people who change their minds last minute." Han Qing was also a bit angry. "Didn't I explain to you already? I've been swamped with work today. I called you the first moment I remembered." Noticing some dirt from Jiang's burlap bag had smudged the sofa, Han Qing continued, "Can you not put this bag on the sofa? It's getting dirt everywhere. It'll be such a hassle to clean up later." With that, Han Qing unceremoniously placed both the burlap sack luggage and guitar on the floor. When putting down the guitar, Han Qing wasn't careful enough and made a slightly heavier movement. The guitar emitted a harsh, screeching sound. Jiangja frowned and shouted loudly, "Who told you to touch my guitar?" He then picked up the guitar and placed it back on the sofa, snapping, "Just put it where I tell you to put it." Han Qing felt indignant. How could this guy be so rude? It wasn't like the sofa was absolutely off limits, but why did he have to be so aggressive about it? Can't you even speak properly? This is my house, and whatever I say goes. Things go where I tell them. Han Qing once again tossed the luggage onto the floor. Once Han Qing was placed on the floor, Jiangja, still sulking, picked her right back up and set her on the sofa instead. After some back and forth, all the dust from the plastic-woven sack wound up scattered across the sofa instead. Han Qing was utterly infuriated, her delicate face flushed with anger as she grabbed the bag from the sofa. "This is my house. If you don't behave, do you believe I'll throw your stuff out right now? You want to give it a try?" Han Qing grabbed the plastic bag and guitar, opened the door, and promptly placed both outside. "Pick them up right now," Jiangja said expressionlessly. "Apologize for your rudeness just now, and I'll go get them back for you." Without another word, Jiangja strode to the front door, snatched Han Qing's coat hanging behind it, and walked straight to the balcony in the living room. She flung open the window and tossed the overcoat off the balcony. Han Qing stared at Jiangja in stunned disbelief. "You threw my clothes? You damn hoodlum. You bitch, you threw my stuff first." Han Qing's eyes reddened with fury. She never imagined this brute would toss her clothes on his very first day moving in. What madness had possessed her to consider a sham marriage with such an uncivilized lout? "Pick my clothes back up for me," Jiangja snorted in response. "You bring my luggage and guitar back first." The stalemate continued. Han Qing's eyes reddened as tears immediately welled up and spilled from her gaze. After wiping her eyes, Han Qing silently opened the door and carried back the guitar and duffel bag she'd taken outside earlier, placing them on the sofa. "That's more like it. Wait here. I'll go downstairs right now to pick up your clothes." By the time Jiangja picked up Han Qing's coat downstairs, he had already returned to the building's entrance. Yet all he saw were the guitar and the snakeskin bag reappearing in the hallway. The main door, once shut, was now tightly locked. Enraged, Jiangja threw Han Qing's coat to the ground and fiercely pounded on the security door with his fists. "You damn bitch! Are you messing with me? Open the door." Han Qing shouted through the door, "Go away. You're being so brutish. I don't think our plan can continue like this." Jiangja's massive fist kept pounding the security door relentlessly. Each strike sent thunderous booms echoing through the hallway. "You summoned me here only to dismiss me like this? What do you take me for? A dog?" Inside, Han Qing's heart raced with terror. After deadbolting the door, she retreated to her room and hid. Fortunately, the frenzied pounding on the door stopped after a while. The security door finally fell silent. Han Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That brute finally left. Han Qing splashed some water on her face, composed herself slightly, and then rejoined the online meeting. The meeting ended an hour later. Han Qing felt a little hungry and decided to go downstairs to a small restaurant for a bowl of noodles. As soon as I opened the security door, I saw Jiang just sitting slumped against the wall by the entrance, still wrapped in that same overcoat that had been thrown down from the balcony. Han Qing was startled. You're still here? Jiang had been leaning against the wall in a drowsy stupor, nearly asleep. But at the sound of the security door creaking behind him, he scrambled to his feet. Han Qing was so frightened that she immediately tried to slam the security door shut, but Jiang blocked it. With one forceful push, he swung the door open and stood in the doorway, his voice icy as he sneered, "You finally dared to open the door, you bitch." Han Qing feigned composure. "Didn't I already tell you? Get out. Our contract is void now. Why aren't you leaving yet? Are you trying to make a scene here?" Jiang just said coldly, "Making a scene? Who's really making a scene here? You were the one who wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and you're also the one who canceled it with just one phone call. It's you who wanted to get married, and it's also you who canceled it at the drop of a hat. It's you who wanted me to come live here, and it's also you who threw my things out while I was picking up clothes for you and locked me outside. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not leaving." With that, Jiang tried to push his way into the living room. Han Qing was furious. How could this guy twist the facts like this? Clearly, it was his rudeness and brutishness that had made her angry enough to kick him out. Besides, this was her house after all. What was wrong with kicking him out if she felt like it? Han Qing couldn't be bothered to argue further. She blocked Jiang's path with her body and pushed him toward the door with her hands. "Get out. You're not welcome in this house. This is my house. Who said you could just barge in like this?" Jiang refused to listen and insisted on entering. Han Qing weighed barely 100 pounds. How could she possibly stop the strong Jiang? Just as he was about to force his way past her back into the room, Han Qing panicked. In desperation, she bit down hard on Jiang's arm. Tisk! Jiang's arm suddenly throbbed with pain. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw a neat set of teeth marks imprinted on his forearm. "Bitch, how dare you bite me?" Jiang roared as he raised his arm threateningly, poised to strike Han Qing across the face. He'd assumed Han Qing would instinctively duck, but to his surprise, she lifted her chin and stood completely still, unflinching. Jiang had spent 6 years in prison, getting into plenty of fights, but they were always with men. He had never once slapped a woman. Han Qing, standing before him, didn't even flinch at the threat of being hit. She didn't move an inch to dodge. Jiang froze instead. His raised hand stopped abruptly, hovering dangerously close to Han Qing's face. "You got some nerve, bitch. Aren't you scared I'll ruin that pretty face of yours? Hit me, go ahead. Once you've hit me enough and vented your anger, you can leave." With that, Han Qing closed her eyes, 2 clear streams of tears rolling down from the corners. Jiang looked at the woman's expression before him and inexplicably recalled how his mother, Zhang Lan, had always shown the same defiance whenever she was beaten by his father, Jiang Dehua, during his childhood. Jiang lowered his arm and sighed inwardly. Then he turned silently and walked toward the door. Chapter 16. Grandpa arrives just as Jiang picked up his luggage from the ground, slung his guitar over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. A spirited old man appeared at the doorway, holding a bowl of carefully wrapped dumplings. The old man leaned on a cane. His gaunt frame, with little flesh to speak of, resembled that of a cormorant. His deep-set eyes were unusually bright. The old man sized up Jiang, then turned to Han Qing. "Qing, who is this?" Jiang rarely encountered an old man with such sharp and bright eyes, ones that seemed capable of piercing through a person's true nature with ease. At a loss for words, Han Qing froze upon seeing the old man. She never expected Grandpa to show up at this moment. After regaining her composure, Han Qing stammered, "Grandpa, what brings you here?" "This person is Jiang." Then she turned to Jiang. "Jiang, this is my grandfather, Han Longqua, the grandpa Qua I told you about." Han Longqua sized up Jiang and extended his hand for a handshake, smiling amiably as he said, "So you're Jiang? I heard Qing mention you the other day. You two were classmates at Jiang University, right?" I heard you're already planning to get your marriage certificate. I always thought that girl Qing'er was just humoring me. Never imagined it was true. Before Jiang Zhe could react, both of Han Longqua's hands clasped his. Han Longqua's right hand was warm, perfectly normal, like anyone else's. But when the left hand reached over, it felt like a block of ice. Jiang Zhe shuddered. Han Longqua's two palms had completely different temperatures. Han Longqua pulled his hand away and laughed. Huh, chilled you deny? Just an old ailment, can't be cured. This old man's days above the soil are numbered anyway. Hey, what are you all doing outside? Get in here. After saying this, Han Longqua bent down to pick up the burlap sacks and guitar left outside, carrying them back into the house. Han Qing flushed red, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just moments ago, they had been shooing Jiang Zhe away, throwing both him and his belongings out the door. The next second, Poppy suddenly appeared again, carrying Jiang Zhe's belongings back into the house. That guy's cheap vinyl bag and that beat-up guitar must have made countless trips to and from the doorway today. The real issue was that I'd just had a huge fight with Jiang Zhe. If this guy suddenly changed his mind and left now, the white lie Poppy had told earlier would definitely be exposed. Grandpa Po was already so excited and happy just from seeing Jiang Zhe in person. If this well-intentioned lie were to be shattered right before his eyes, how heartbroken would Grandpa Po be? Thinking of this, Han Qing's expression turned complicated as she glanced at Jiang Zhe. Even after all this time, with Grandpa Po having said so much, Jiang Zhe still wore an expressionless face and hadn't uttered a single word. He hadn't even greeted Grandpa Po. He was probably getting ready to expose my lie on the spot, walk away, and humiliate me thoroughly. Watching my current predicament, he must be secretly delighted. Han Qing sighed softly, steeling herself as she thought, Grandpa Po, listen, actually this matter, before she could finish speaking. Jiang Zhe picked up his luggage and guitar from outside, smiling as he said, Grandpa Po, let me carry my own luggage. How could I trouble you with it? Then, glancing at the still-dazed Han Qing, he added, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and take the things from Grandpa's hands. Han Qing came to her senses, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. She quickly took the dumplings from Grandpa Po and helped him inside. Han Qing was full of doubts. Why hasn't this guy exposed my lie? What's he up to? But there was no time to dwell on that. She had to get through this immediate hurdle first. Han Longqua entered the living room. Just then, he noticed two bright red marriage certificates on the table, so he casually picked them up. After taking a closer look, Han Longqua became excited. Wow, Qing'er, you two rascals. You even got your marriage license without telling Grandpa. Han Qing's face alternated between red and pale, momentarily at a loss for words. It was actually Jiang Zhe who smoothed things over. Grandpa Po, we just got our marriage certificate. Han Qing said she wanted to surprise you. Han Longqua glared at Han Qing. Qing'er, this surprise of yours is certainly something else. Then Han Longqua asked, somewhat puzzled, why doesn't your marriage certificate have any photos? Han Qing panicked immediately. There was no way she could admit that this marriage certificate was bought online and they hadn't even had time to stick the photos on yet. Just as Han Qing was stammering, Jiang Zhe chimed in. We did actually get them taken, but the photography skills at the Civil Affairs Bureau's studio were downright awful. So we didn't keep those photos. We plan to get better ones taken somewhere else later, then paste them in properly. Anyway, my ID and name are right there. Han Qing, let's get this photo taken as soon as possible. MHM. Han Qing, who rarely lied, immediately blushed a little. Han Longqua simply assumed Han Qing was being shy and grinned. Then hurry back and take a nice photo. Show it to me once it's pasted in. All right, I brought you the dumplings. Cook them together later. I'm heading back now. Since you've moved your things in and are living together now, you'll need to take good care of each other from now on. Han Qing has been stubborn since she was a child, Jiang Zhe, so please be patient with her. But, Jiang Zhe, you seem so gentle and refined. You must have a very good temper. Han Qing almost choked. How could anyone say Jiang Zhe had a good temper? Just moments ago, he had thrown her clothes downstairs, banged on the door violently, and even tried to slap her. Grandpapa must have been fooled by his appearance. Jiangja coughed awkwardly and said, Grandpapa, won't you stay a bit longer? I still need to go back for my medicine. I came unannounced today. Next time I'll prepare properly, and you too can come to my place. I'll whip up some dishes, and you both can eat at my place. We'll have a good chat. It's convenient anyway, since we live in the same neighborhood. Han Qing and Jiangja escorted Han Longqua to the elevator outside the door. Once Han Longqua's figure disappeared into the elevator, Jiangja returned to the living room without a word. He immediately turned around to grab the snakeskin bag and guitar, heading for the door. Han Qing was somewhat puzzled and asked, What are you doing? Without looking back, Jiangja replied, What do you think? Since I'm not welcome here, I'm leaving. Han Qing froze. If you leave, what should I tell Grandpapa when he asks about you again? Jiangja said coolly, Not my problem. What's it to me? I've already humored you enough by playing along with your act earlier. It's only because your grandpapa reminded me of my own grandpa. Where are you going then? Jiangja paused, a trace of sorrow welling up in his heart. After being released from prison, Zhao Yining immediately broke up with me right at the prison gate. Apparently, the Zhao family couldn't tolerate me anymore. Back at Lung Eru's dormitory, his roommate had already returned, leaving no extra beds available. Should I go to my sister, Jiang Yueying's place? From the moment I got out until now, I've only managed to give Jiang Yueying a phone call. Haven't even seen my sister in person yet. My sister, Jiang Yueying, is already overwhelmed with her own household affairs. And my brother-in-law, Zhao Lin, definitely wouldn't welcome me either. Go back home. After his mother, Zhang Lan, passed away, he wasn't particularly eager to return to what was once called home. So where should he go now? Jiangja didn't know either. If this place won't keep me, there are plenty that will. Jiangja spat out the words, grabbed his luggage, and stormed out. Chapter 17, Setting the Ground Rules. Han Qing grabbed hold of Jiangja's woven plastic bag. You're not going anywhere. Since you've already acted out the beginning with me, you'll have to see it through to the end. Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain this to Grandpop? Jiangja turned and glared at Han Qing. Are you out of your damn mind, woman? Let go of me. Before, when I wanted to stay, you drove me away. Now that I'm leaving, you're desperately trying to stop me. Are you schizophrenic or something? Han Qing stepped forward directly, closed the security door, and stood blocking the entrance. You're not allowed to leave. You'll live here with me. We'll keep acting according to our original agreement. 5,000 a month. Jiangja, I live my life according to my mood. Previously, 5,000 suited me just fine, but now no amount of money would make me do it. I'm not feeling right in my heart. 6,000. Jiangja sneered. Oh ho, little rich girl. You seem quite loaded. Think having money makes you so impressive, huh? 7,000. Han Qing paused briefly before resolutely stating, If this still won't do, then forget it. Deal. Jiangja put down the snakeskin bag and guitar on his shoulder. Seeing how sincere you are, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. Jiangja was overjoyed inside. Was this little rich girl so loaded she didn't know what to do with her money? Earlier, he'd just been stubbornly refusing out of pride. Truth was, he had nowhere else to go. If she just said a few nice words to him, he'd have agreed, even without the 5,000. He'd have done it for free. And now she was actually offering him 7,000 a month? He'd probably laugh himself awake in his sleep tonight. Seeing Jiangja agree, Han Qing's face turned solemn. Since you're staying here, we need to establish 3 rules. First, 1 room per person. You stay in your own room and are not allowed to enter mine. Maintain personal hygiene. A cleaning lady comes every 2 or 3 days, but you mustn't turn your room into a pigsty. Second, when Grandpapa has needs, you must do your utmost to fulfill them and try your best to keep him happy. Third, don't interfere with my life. No barbaric behavior that angers me like what just happened, or I'll deduct 500 yuan each time. Jiangja felt slightly indignant. Rich little miss, these are completely domineering terms. You can't just arbitrarily deduct money like that. Han Qing remained resolute. These 3 conditions are non-negotiable. You're free to reject them. Jiangja felt stifled and wanted to argue back. But then he remembered he couldn't even find a job now, let alone afford a place to stay. After carefully considering the three policies, Jiangzhe realized they weren't actually that harsh. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Can I get an advance on my first month's salary? I'm practically down to my last penny. Han Qing, 1 month? No way, 2 weeks at most. Who knows if you can last a whole month? Fine, 2 weeks works too. Cash only. My phone isn't linked to any bank card. Han Qing retrieved a stack of cash from the bedroom along with a front door key and handed them to Jiangzhe. She then led Jiangzhe to a room at the north side. You'll be staying in this house. There are plenty of dining options in the commercial spaces downstairs. You can also order takeout. If anything isn't clear, just message me on WeChat. Having given these instructions, Han Qing prepared to leave. Jiangzhe protested indignantly from behind. Hey, little rich girl, why do you always have such a sour face? Han Qing turned back to glance at Jiangzhe and said coldly, Our relationship now is strictly employer-employee. I'm the boss, paying your salary every month. You're just an actor I hired. Does a boss need to put on a pleasant face for employees? All right, tomorrow morning at 8 sharp, gather and set off. Jiangzhe was puzzled. 8? This early? Where are we going? Han Qing glared at Jiangzhe and snapped. Where do you think? We still haven't taken the photos for our marriage certificate. How are we going to explain this to Grandpa? With that, Han Qing strode away. After leaving Jiangzhe's room, she returned to her own. Standing before the vanity mirror, Han Qing felt displeased. How dare that guy say she had a scowling face? Was it really that bad? That jerk had the nerve to say such things when he was the one with an unpleasant expression. Han Qing stared at her reflection for a while, then suddenly snorted with laughter. Maybe there was just a tiny bit of truth to it. Her grin faded as quickly as it had appeared. With an inward sigh, she thought, what's wrong with me? It feels like I haven't truly been happy in ages. Is work really too busy lately? And still worrying about Grandpa Po's illness. Can Grandpa Po's illness really not be cured? After Han Qing left, Jiangzhe examined the bedroom he was staying in. This bedroom covered over 30 square meters, featuring a large balcony and an en-suite bathroom. The room was fully furnished with all the necessary furniture, TV, computer, and wardrobe. Compared to Lung Eru's dark and damp basement, it was like night and day, one underground, the other heaven above. With such a well-decorated room, renting this outside would easily cost $200 a day. $200 a day. That's $6,000 a month? Plus the salary that silly rich girl was paying me. Wasn't I looking at clean $13,000 a month profit? What a jackpot. You wouldn't find a sweeter deal like this in all of Jiangcheng. Luckily, I didn't leave in a huff just now. So what if I had to swallow some pride? Jiangzhe suddenly felt his mood lifting. After napping on the comfortable king-size bed for a while, he took a wonderfully refreshing shower in the room's en-suite bathroom. Changing into fresh clothes, Jiangzhe grabbed the room key and headed out to get some dinner downstairs. When he came out of the room, it took him quite a while to reach the living room, where he noticed Han Qing's bedroom door was tightly shut. Jiangzhe stood in the living room surveying the expansive 300-square-meter penthouse, noting how his room and Han Qing's were positioned diagonally across from each other at opposite ends. The living room itself was already spacious enough, appearing to span at least over 100 meters, making it feel like an entirely separate space. Approaching Han Qing's door, he called out, "Little sugar daddy, I'm heading down for dinner. Coming with..." Han Qing's cool voice floated back from inside. "No need. I told you. Don't bother me unless it's important. Don't come to my door if you need something. Just text me on WeChat." Jiangzhe snorted. Still putting on airs? Jiangzhe wandered around downstairs alone, then went to a restaurant across from the residential complex and ordered a rice bowl with toppings. Just as he was about to head back, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Han Qing had sent him a 50 yuan red packet, followed by a message. "Bring me a box of Haw Flakes and a bottle of Sprite." Jiangzhe was pissed off. Just moments ago, the little rich girl had acted all high and mighty, only to turn around and start ordering him around the second he stepped off. Forget it, just considering our employer-employee relationship. Jiangzhe bought a bottle of Sprite and a pack of Haw Flakes at the convenience store next to the restaurant before returning to the apartment. Han Qing was boiling dumplings in the kitchen. Feeling somewhat annoyed, Jiangzhe called out to her back in the kitchen. "Oh ho, little rich girl, enjoying a feast all by yourself? Didn't even call me when making dumplings?" Han Qing snorted. "These dumplings were made by my grandpa for me, not for you." But Grandpa clearly said before he left that the dumplings were for the two of us to eat together. "Anyway, I won't feed you. Room and board here means just room, not board. Keep arguing, and I'll dock your pay." Jiangzhe placed the hawthorns and Sprite on the living room table. "I brought the stuff back for you. Now give me the money. Didn't I give you money already? Do you forget so easily? My phone isn't linked to a bank card. I can't receive digital payments. Give me cash." Han Qing grew somewhat impatient. "What a hassle. Why don't you just go get your own bank card? Keep track of it for now." Jiangzhe leaned against the kitchen doorway and declared, "No way. How can you owe me money when I'm the one bringing you stuff? Little rich girl, even brothers must settle accounts, clearly." Han Qing spat out, "Whose brother's with you?" Chapter 18. Sprite spilled on the floor. Jiangzhe flipped through the fake marriage certificate Han Qing had bought online, then shook it with a smirk. "Oh, not brothers? Right, I almost forgot. We're newlyweds who just got our marriage license." Han Qing emerged from the kitchen, her delicate face puffed up with anger. "Jiangzhe," she snapped irritably. "Do you think this is all some kind of joke? Smooth talker. Remember your place as an employee and don't get cocky in front of your boss. Next time, it's coming out of your paycheck." With that, Han Qing rummaged in her wallet, pulled out a green 50 yuan bill, and slapped it down on the table. Back in the kitchen, she slid the spatula under the dumplings simmering in the pot. Jiangzhe stared at the 50 yuan bill on the table, muttering to himself, "Just spent 15 yuan on groceries, and this little which gave me 50? Damn, this little rich girl really splurges without a care, huh? Just how spoiled are these rich people?" The aroma of dumplings wafting from the kitchen made Jiangzhe feel slightly resentful. Why can't I have these dumplings for myself? And why so harsh over a joke? Jiangzhe vigorously shook the Sprite bottle back and forth for a long time before placing it on the living room table. Only then did he return to his room. After playing for a while, the mobile version of Glory of Kings ran on this ancient phone so sluggishly it felt like watching a slideshow. Especially during team fights, the game would freeze completely. By the time the screen came back, he'd already be respawning at the fountain. Jiangzhe was furious. He quit the game immediately, tossed his phone aside, and turned on the TV in his room. His phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Han Qing had sent a message. "There are a few dumplings in the living room. Come out if you want some." Jiangzhe quickly typed back, "Little rich girl, didn't you say you wouldn't give me any?" Han Qing, "I cook too much. It'd be a waste to throw it away. Better feed it to the little dog." Jiangzhe pulled open the door and strode toward the living room. Who was this bitch calling a dog? Just as he reached the living room, he caught sight of Han Qing's retreating back, carrying Haw Flakes and a bottle of Sprite, disappearing into her own room. A steaming plate of dumplings sat on the dinner table in the living room. Jiangzhe's gaze remained fixed on them. That nouveau riche girl said they were for the damn dog. I absolutely refused to be a dog. After a moment, Jiangzhe swallowed hard. It had been way too long since he'd last eaten dumplings. Forget it. Not eating them would truly be a waste. Besides, even if he did eat them, it's not like he'd actually become a dog. Jiangzhe began wolfing down the dumplings. He was nearly finished eating when suddenly, an explosive bang and the hissing sound of gas erupting came from the rich girl's room. Han Qing let out a sharp scream. Immediately afterward came the sudden sound of a bedroom door being flung open violently. Han Qing stood at the doorway with fury etched across her face. "Jiangzhe, did you do this?" Jiangzhe stuffed the remaining 2 unfinished dumplings into his mouth in one go and sprinted toward his room. "These dumplings are too delicious. I'm done eating. I'm heading back to my room first." Han Qing was furious, but she could only watch helplessly as Jiangzhe slipped back into his room. Fuming, she marched to his door and shouted, "Pay cut. This time, I must deduct half a month's wages. 500 yuan. Jiangzhe played dumb in his room, grinning without responding. Seeing Jiang's lack of reaction, Han Qing cursed through the door a few times before reluctantly returning to her own room. She then grabbed a mop and began cleaning up the spilled Sprite on the floor. The Sprite just sprayed out in a high arc, not only startling me, but also splashing some onto my clothes. Han Qing recalled the scene from moments ago, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of her mouth. But soon, Han Qing sensed something was amiss and quickly suppressed her smile. That annoying Jiang Zhe, on his very first day moving in, he's already causing trouble for me and even used Sprite to mess with me. Just a moment ago, she was standing at the door angrily scolding Jiang Zhe, threatening to dock his salary. But what's with this sudden smile that just appeared? Han Qing didn't understand. This 300 square meter apartment had always been her solitary domain, the rooms cold and lifeless, devoid of human warmth. Her days passed as blandly as plain boiled water. How did a bottle of Sprite spill on the floor? Even plain water days taste a little different now. The next day, Jiang Zhe was still asleep. Han Qing's urgent knocking echoed at the door. "What time is it? Still not up?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Zhe threw off the blanket and directly opened his bedroom door. The moment the door opened, Han Qing saw Jiang Zhe bare-chested. His sculpted physique glowed with an alluring sheen under the sunlight streaming through the window. Along with his thick eyebrows and sharply defined, austerely handsome facial features. Han Qing covered her face and ran to the living room with a yelp. As she ran, she scolded, "You pervert! How can you not even be dressed?" Jiang Zhe chuckled, amusement written on his face. "Who told you to keep knocking on the door like that? Did I even have time to put on clothes? Why were you knocking so early in the morning anyway?" Standing in the living room, Han Qing huffed indignantly. "Didn't you see all the WeChat messages I sent you? Did you come back or not? Besides, I'm the boss, you're the employee. What's wrong with me greeting you at the door?" Jiang Zhe checked his phone and indeed found several WeChat messages from Han Qing. The first messages were texts urging him to get up quickly for a photo session. Later came angry emojis, then followed by one black bomb emoji after another. Jiang Zhe's phone was too outdated. Receiving so many messages at once made it freeze up. When they reached the living room, Jiang Zhe saw Han Qing eating instant noodles she'd just made. "Little rich girl, you're eating this first thing in the morning? How unhealthy. None of your business," Han Qing said between bites of noodles. "Hurry up and get ready. We're going to the photo studio across the mall to take that group photo later. I've got things to do at work." Jiang Zhe shook his head and sighed. Wouldn't it be much more satisfying to boil some plain noodles and quickly stir-fry some shredded meat rather than eat this instant junk? Jiang Zhe stepped into the kitchen, intending to make himself some breakfast. During yesterday's three-point agreement, he'd settled with the little rich lady that the kitchen was for shared use. But when he got to the kitchen, he found the fridge completely empty, no ingredients at all. The kitchen was also cold and silent, clearly showing little trace of any actual cooking. Jiang Zhe sighed helplessly. "Rich girl, your kitchen is way too pitiful. There's nothing here. What are we having for breakfast?" "Instant noodles." Han Qing pointed at the pot. "There's still some left for what I cooked earlier. Didn't finish it." Jiang Zhe wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Eating junk food, instant noodles this early in the morning? Be grateful. Take it or leave it. I rarely cook noodles for anyone." Jiang Zhe, after finishing the noodles Han Qing had prepared, the two finally headed out. Han Qing noticed Jiang Zhe's leather jacket, crumpled and misshapen, with several patches of peeling leather. The next pair of jeans also looked washed out and faded. On his feet were white socks paired with black leather shoes. Han Qing frowned. She was just about to scold him for not wearing something slightly more formal, knowing they had plans to take photos today. Then she remembered Jiang Zhe had spent 6 years in prison. She also recalled how yesterday, when he arrived, all his belongings had been carried in a single woven plastic bag. The words died on Han Qing's lips, replaced instead by a faint stirring of pity in her heart. Chapter 19, Wedding Photos. Arriving at the underground parking lot of the residential complex, Jiang Zhe followed Han Qing into a red Audi Q7. Han Qing skillfully drove the car, arriving at the younger menswear store in the mall opposite Donghu Bay number 1 within 5 minutes. Jiangja looked puzzled. Little rich lady, weren't we supposed to take photos? Why are we at this store? You really think those clothes you're wearing are suitable for photos? Jiangja felt his pockets. The 3,000 yuan from yesterday hadn't even had time to warm up yet. So he said, let's get one thing straight first. I don't have any money. If we're buying clothes, you'll have to pay for them, or just put it on my tab and deduct it when my paycheck comes. Han Qing neither agreed nor disagreed, carefully selecting clothes in the store. Relying on intuition, she picked out a matching suit and trousers, a dress shirt, and a pair of leather shoes, then asked Jiangja to try them on in the fitting room. When Jiangja emerged wearing the new outfit, not only did the shop assistant's eyes light up, but even Han Qing was visibly impressed. Having worked in the corporate world for years, Han Qing had seen all sorts of men dressed in suits and formal wear. But this was the first time she'd seen a man wear a suit with such striking presence and perfect fit. It felt just like Andy Lau wearing that suit in the movie Infernal Affairs. The attendant bent down to adjust Jiang's trouser legs, then stood up and flattered. Miss, your taste is truly exceptional. This outfit you chose for your husband fits him as perfectly as if it were custom-made. Before changing into these clothes, wasn't noticeable, but now you two look like the perfect golden couple, simply made for each other. Han Qing's face flushed red. This man is not my husband. You've misunderstood. Jiangja chimed in with a roguish grin. Don't listen to her nonsense. We'll be taking our wedding photos soon. If I'm not her husband, then what am I? Han Qing's face turned even redder with embarrassment. She shot Jiangja a fierce glare, but couldn't be bothered to argue with him. This guy was all cold and brutish yesterday. Now he's in the mall today, acting all improper, just like a punk. Han Qing told the waiter, please bring 2 more shirts like this, and we'll pay for all of them together. Jiangja, standing nearby, grew anxious. Just by one set, why so many? Isn't this a waste of money? Han Qing was puzzled. Don't you need extras to change into? Jiangja stubbornly refused to buy more. If I need to change, I'll just wash them the night before and they'll be dry by morning, won't they? Besides, wearing a suit properly wrapped up like this is downright uncomfortable. Han Qing couldn't be bothered to argue, so she simply swiped her card to purchase it. The total came to 4,888 yuan. Jiangja's eyelids twitched. 4,888? That was nearly half a month's wages for him. After leaving the Jaeger store, passing by Kapokwood shop, Jiangja walked straight in. Han Qing was puzzled behind him. What are you going to that store for? Hurry up and get the photo taken. I still have things to do at work. I'm going in to buy a couple of underwear. Han Qing's face instantly turned red again. Can't you buy those another time? Why now of all times? I don't know what's going on either. Underwear, just tears after 2 days, especially in the mornings. I feel like the wear and tear accelerates unusually fast. I need to buy some right now and change in the restroom. I think the pair I'm wearing right now has already split open. It's so uncomfortable. Han Qing's face flushed even redder. You don't need to give me such detailed reasons. I don't want to hear them. You were the one who insisted on asking. Han Qing said exasperatedly. Fine, go buy them then. I'll wait here for you. Moments later, Jiangja returned with 2 pairs of underwear dangling from his hand and found Han Qing. He handed her 1 box pair. Hey little rich girl, do me a favor. Help me sneak this one back in your bag for me. Han Qing flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. Why should I dress you? I just wanted to take a photo. Why are you making such a fuss? Not going to help, huh? Then take me back home first. I'll change and come back for photos. Otherwise, the underwear I'm wearing now is already torn and chafing like hell. Han Qing burned with humiliation and anger. The man before her, dressed in a suit, was as handsome as Andy Lau from the movies. But why do you always spout such shameless hoodlum talk and pull these ridiculous thug stunts? If Han Qing weren't anxious to finish taking these photos for work and get back to the office, she'd love to stomp on him with her high heels. With a resigned sigh, Han Qing stuffed the boxed underwear in her bag and said coldly, You've got 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'm leaving. Jiangja shrugged indifferently. Suit yourself. I couldn't care less about these photos anyway. Han Qing was livid. You, Jiangzhu whistled as he entered the bathroom, tossing the torn one away and putting on a new pair. After getting dressed, he finally found Han Qing. The two went to the photo studio in the mall, with Han Qing still visibly upset. The photographer tried every trick in the book, but nothing could make the couple's wedding photos look more cheerful. Even the seasoned photographer had to admit defeat, thinking to himself that after over a decade in the business, this was the first time he'd taken such joyless wedding photos. Finally, Han Qing actually laughed when she got the printed wedding photos. In the photo, Han Qing was frowning, her small face even slightly pouting. Jiang Zhe, on the other hand, wore an expression of utter indifference. Despite the photographer repeatedly directing them, their hips were technically sitting close together, yet their upper bodies remained far apart. After finishing the photo shoot and leaving the mall, Han Qing retrieved her car and got in. Jiang Zhe followed Han Qing, opened the passenger door, and plopped himself onto the seat. Han Qing pulled out that box pair of underwear from her bag and tossed it to Jiang Zhe. I'm going to work at the company. Why are you following me? Take a cab back yourself, and take your stinking underwear with you. It's obviously brand new. How could it stink? I need to stop by my sister's place later, and carrying underwear around would be inconvenient. Put it in your bag and hold it for me. Then take me to Baiwang Jiyuan residential area. Han Qing snapped impatiently. Get out of the car. I'm not obligated to be your chauffeur. Go to that neighborhood by yourself. Hail a cab. Jiang just sat in the passenger seat, utterly unruffled, and began his argument. I know you can't stand me, but aren't we at least people on the same marriage certificate? What's wrong with giving me a ride? Even if the marriage certificate is fake, we're still sort of roommates, aren't we? Besides, last night, I even went downstairs to buy you Sprite and snacks. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for you to give me a lift? Han Qing looked helpless, started the Audi Q7, and revved the engine. Shut the hell up. Han Qing just wanted to quickly drop Jiangzhu off at the gate of the Baiwang Jiyuan residential complex and go to work to handle her own affairs. After driving for a while, Han Qing turned on the car music. In good spirits, Jiangzhu began humming along to the tunes. Han Qing froze for a moment before blurting out, Jiangzhu, you bastard. Yesterday when you moved in, you had that icy face the whole time. How come today, it's like you're a completely different person? Now you're humming along. Jiangzhu was taken aback. Han Qing's words made him aware of the changes in himself lately. Jiangzhu reflected on his recent experiences and quickly pinpointed the cause. After being released from prison, Jiangzhu got dumped, then couldn't even get a meal at the Zhao family's house. Despite having degrees in both Chinese medicine and management, he couldn't find any work at all. Moving out of Lung Eru's place left him penniless, without even a place to stay. The situation back then was undoubtedly infuriating and utterly depressing. But what about Jiangzhu now? Things have improved significantly. With 3,000 yuan in his pocket, he doesn't have to worry about food or drink for the time being. Then there's the temporary monthly salary of 7,000 yuan, plus a comfortable place to live rent-free. Maslow's hierarchy of needs and management theory states that people's most basic needs are physiological and safety needs. As long as these two needs are met, everything else, social belonging and love, esteem from others, self-actualization, all has to take a back seat. Especially the need for emotions and romantic relationships. Jiangzhu thought to himself that after falling for Zhao Yinin's trap, he'd rather be celibate than date anyone. Being a carefree slacker now feels incredibly satisfying. So what's wrong with humming along to the radio tune when you've happily become a couch potato? Chapter 20: Encountering Road Rage. While driving, Han Qing glanced at the time. There were only 30 minutes left before the executive meeting started. So he pressed harder on the accelerator, overtaking several cars in a row. Wow, little rich girl, this car's got some serious power. The acceleration pushes you right back into the seat. And your driving skills aren't bad either. Before Jiang Zhe could finish his sentence, a white Golf suddenly accelerated sharply, swerving directly toward Han Qing's Q7. Han Qing panicked and jerked the steering wheel sharply to the left. But Jiang Zhe reacted swiftly, yanking it back into place. The Q7's body swayed violently twice. Fortunately, the SUV's stability control system kicked in, and the vehicle quickly regained its balance. Han Qing regained her senses, her face ashen with fright. Had Jiangzhe not grabbed the steering wheel moments earlier, the Audi Q7 would have crashed straight into the utility pole by the roadside. Jiangzhe cursed angrily. What the hell is this idiot driver doing? Before he could finish cursing, Han Qing slammed on the brakes violently. The momentum sent both Han Qing and Jiangzhe lurching forward abruptly. Han Qing's ample bosom swayed noticeably beneath her shirt. Although Jiangzhe was wearing a seatbelt, he nearly smashed into the windshield. He asked irritably, Han Qing, why did you brake so suddenly? Han Qingxin said with lingering fear, that white Golf just slammed on its brakes right in front of us. Jiangzhe looked ahead. The white Golf kept accelerating and braking intermittently in front of Han Qing's Q7. Han Qing tried to overtake it by changing lanes to the right, but the Golf mirrored the move. Switching left didn't help either. The Golf followed suit. Only then did Han Qing realize that when he'd earlier overtaken the Golf with a sudden acceleration, he must have provoked its driver, who was now retaliating by aggressively cutting him off. Han Qing looked helpless as she was rushing to a company meeting, so she honked the horn lightly. Instead of speeding up, the Golf in front slowed down even more after hearing the horn, eventually crawling to a near stop. Unable to pass, Han Qing muttered from behind, "What did I even do? Why won't they let me through?" After speaking, there was no response from Jiangzhe. A glance to the side. Where was Jiangzhe now? Jiangzhe flung open the car door and bolted out like a streak of black lightning. In an instant, he reached the driver's door of the Golf that had cut them off and yanked it open. Seeing trouble brewing, Han Qing quickly pulled over to the roadside, turned on the hazard lights, and hurried after him. A man with a fierce, scarred face bearing a glaring knife scar was yanked out of the driver's seat by Jiangzhe. The scarred man was utterly bewildered. He never expected someone from the car behind to suddenly approach and yank his driver's door open. How the hell had this guy gotten from the rear vehicle to his side in no time? When the scarred man saw it was just a young man, his expression darkened, and he roared furiously, "What the hell do you think you're doing, pulling me like that? You little bastard, you want to die? Get the fuck down on your knees right now." Before Scarface could finish his sentence, Jiangzhe drove his knee upward into the man's stomach. The impact sent Scarface flying backward, crashing onto the golf cart behind him. The entire cart rocked violently from the collision. "Blocking my car, huh? Trying to kill me, huh? Calling me a little bastard, huh?" Jiangzhe slapped the scar-faced man's head repeatedly, the sharp crack of each blow ringing through the air. The scar man never expected the young man to be so ferocious in a fight right from the start. Shocked by his aggressive fighting style, he could only tightly clutch his head in defense. Seizing the moment, Scarface swiftly ducked and darted toward the other side of Gawarfa's car. He pulled open the passenger door and took a switchblade from the glove compartment. Click! The scar-faced man flicked open his switchblade, stepping menacingly close to Jiangzhe as he snarled, "You dare hit me? Do you even know who I am?" Han Qing, who had just stepped out of the car, stood nearby with a face pale from fright. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. Hurriedly trying to mediate, she pleaded, "Stop this nonsense. We're all just drivers here. There's no need for this. Just take a step back and let it go." The scar-faced man's eyes lit up when he spotted Han Qing nearby. With her delicate features, perky chest, and those long legs, just those two assets alone could keep a man entertained for years. Brandishing a switchblade, the scarred man glared viciously. "This little shit just whacked my head so many times, and now you're saying we should just let bygones be bygones? Listen up, you too. You've messed with the wrong guy today. How dare you cross Scarface Chow? I'll bleed you dry right here." Then the scar-faced man turned to Han Qing with a lecherous grin. "Where'd such a pretty thing come from? Well, ain't this some shit I live to see? How the hell did those two melons grow on your chest? Such a tiny waist, yet they managed to bear such enormous fruit? Come keep me company tonight. Let's have some fun. I might just let you off the hook. Let me put it this way. Scarface Chow struts through Jiangcheng like he owns the place. You become my girl, and I promise you, not a single soul in this city would dare mess with you again." Hearing the scarred man's vulgar words, Han Qing felt both humiliated and furious. What kind of scoundrel was this? Not only did he bump into her car, but he also had the nerve to harass her, and even suggested she go sleep with him. She really wanted to smash this ruffian's head with her high heels. Although Han Qing was seething with anger inside, the sight of the scar man's switchblade made her too terrified to speak. A flicker of cold light flashed in Jiang's eyes as he said icily, "So you're Scarface Chow?" Scarface Chow snorted. "Just figure it out? Can't you see this fucking long scar on my face? This is the empire I carved out in Jiangsheng. What's the matter? Scared now? Was it you who beat up Lung Eru at the pool hall that day?" Lung Eru. Scarface Chow thought for a long moment before smiling smugly. "Oh, that little punk who guarded that shabby pool hall. That day, I beat the bastard so badly, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him." Jiangja frowned. "You're nothing but a damn bastard yourself, yet you have the nerve to talk about others?" Scarface Chow froze for a second before swiftly thrusting his switchblade towards Jiangja. Mirror-polished steel caught the light with a frosty glint, reflecting off the thug's pockmarked, scowling face. Jiangja, look out!" Han Qingxin's heart leapt into her throat as she covered her eyes in terror. She'd never imagined Scarface would actually dare stab someone. Jiangja's eyes darkened dangerously. The Sisyphus martial art technique taught to Jiangja by his prison mentor Professor Tyrannosaurus included a specialized move for practicing disarming opponents barehanded. This Sisyphus technique was a combat skill exclusively taught in the special forces of Bear Country, its usefulness becoming evident at this very moment. Jiangja sidestepped the moment Scarface Chow's blade came thrusting toward him. With lightning reflexes, he instantly locked onto the wrist of Scarface Chow's knife-wielding hand. Scar Chow felt his arm go numb as a jolt ran through his entire body. The switchblade he was holding clattered to the ground. A wave of terror washed over Scar Chow. How is this young man so fast? And his strength, how is it this immense? Jiangja seized Scar Chow in a single stride, grabbing his left arm with a firm grip and wrenching it violently. With a sickening crack, Scar Chow's shoulder joint dislocated. My arm," he howled in agonized pain. "So you're Scarface Chow, huh? Cutting people off in traffic, huh? Calling people little punks, huh? Forcing girls to sleep with you, huh? Stabbing people with knives, huh?" Jiangja kicked Scarface Chow repeatedly, unleashing the fury burning inside him. Han Qing rushed over and tried to pull Jiangja away. "Jiangja, stop. You'll kill him if this keeps up." Shaking off Han Qing's grip, Jiangja grabbed Scarface Chow by the hair and yanked him up to face Han Qing. "On your knees. Apologize." Chapter 21. My sister's marriage. Scarface Chow was completely stunned. Being humbled by some young punk was one thing, but now he had to kneel and apologize to a woman? Wasn't this just too humiliating? Just as Scarface Chow was hesitating, wham! Jiangja suddenly kicked him square in the thigh, sending Scarface Chow sprawling face first to the ground. Jiangja then forcefully smashed Scar Chow's head against the ground. A sharp pain throbbed through Scar Chow's skull. "Apologize or not, or I'll smash your damn head in." Scarface Chow couldn't care less about saving face anymore, wailing loudly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cut you off." Thud! Jiangja hit him again. "What else?" Scarface Chow apologized once more. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have said all those filthy things earlier." Drivers nowadays are getting increasingly aggressive, with lane-cutting incidents happening so frequently that you practically encounter them every day on the road. Han Qing had always swallowed her anger and let such incidents pass. But today, this punk actually knelt down to apologize after cutting her off. Han Qing was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Yet at the same time, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Seeing this, Han Qing took out 2,000 yuan from his bag and placed it in front of Scarface Chow. "Let's end this here," he said. "You should go to the hospital now." Scarface Chow froze at the sight of the stack of cash, but then reached out to take it. Jiangja was furious. He stomped on Scarface Chow's hand, pinning it to the ground. You motherfucker still dare ask for money? I'll smash your hand to pieces. Still dare ask for money? Do you still want it or not? No more, no more. Scarface Chow was practically crying. It was clearly that beautiful woman who wanted to give him the money. He never asked for it himself. And now he'd gotten beaten up over it. Jiangja looked down at Scarface Chow on the ground and said, "Matters of the Jianghu should be settled within the Jianghu. If you're not convinced, call your crew over. I'll be right here waiting. You can call the police if you want, but it was you who pulled the knife first, and the dashcam recorded everything crystal clear. So what'll it be? Calling for backup or reporting to the cops?" Dao Baochow immediately begged. "No police and no calling for help. Today I admit defeat." Scarface Chow wasn't stupid. Calling the police might not actually benefit him. After all, he was the one who pulled the knife first. Even if he called for backup now, they might not arrive in time. So he might as well back down for now. There would be plenty of chances to deal with this punk later. Seeing the situation, Jiangja took back the 2,000 yuan and handed it to Han Qing, scowling as he snapped. "You bitch, got too much money to burn or what? Giving money to this disgusting piece of trash? Then my beating would have been for nothing." Then, Jiangja opened the passenger door of the Q7 and got in. Han Qing froze for a moment before finally following him into the car and driving away. As she drove, Han Qing said, "Jiangja, look at you. It was just someone cutting in front of us. Did you have to beat them up like that? You could have just let it go." Jiangja replied coldly, "That's you. I don't tolerate that kind of behavior. People like him would have tried to extort money from you if they could. And you actually offered him money willingly? Once you open your mouth, you'd better be prepared to fill this bottomless pit. Seeing how willingly you handed over 2,000 a day, they'll think you're easy money. Tomorrow they'll be at your door demanding 20,000. And another thing, never swerve your car recklessly, understand? Brake if you must, but hold your lane. Did you even earn your license properly?" Han Qing was annoyed by the rebuttal. She wanted to argue back, but couldn't find a good reason. Upon reflection, Jiangja's words did make sense. How infuriating. Why couldn't she ever win an argument against Jiangja? After driving for a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Baiwan Garden. Jiangja patted his pants and prepared to get out of the car. Han Qing tossed him the boxed underwear from the car. "Don't forget your clothes." Jiangja smirked mischievously. "Just say underpants. Why beat around the bush with clothes? You're being way too polite. Take them back for me. I'm heading to my sister's place right now. It'd be kind of awkward carrying these around." "You." Han Qing was livid, seriously tempted to just toss this guy's underwear out the car window. Why on earth should she be stuck hauling this guy's private belongings? The sheer embarrassment was mortifying. But Jiangja stepped straight out of the car and slipped into the residential area. Jiangja's sister, Jiang Yueying, had been concerned about him since his release from prison. However, her daughter Jiang Shaojin fell ill with pneumonia and had to be hospitalized, leaving Jiang Yueying juggling work and caring for Shaojin at the hospital. The siblings hadn't found time to meet in person beyond a few phone calls. Now that Shaojin was discharged, Jiang Yueying finally had time to call Jiangja and invite him over for a visit. Arriving at Jiang Yueying's doorstep, Jiangja had barely knocked when a massive man weighing over 150 pounds yanked him inside and immediately crushed him in a bear hug. Jiangja was nearly out of breath. "Whoa, sis. Do you have to be this excited? I can barely breathe." Jiang Yueying's eyes were slightly red as she released Jiangja and gave him a couple of punches on the shoulder. "Little brother, you're finally out," she said. "I missed you so much. This is wonderful. We siblings are finally reunited." Jiangja smiled. "Weren't you visiting me in prison just 2 months ago? Did you really miss me that much?" Jiang Yueying glared at Jiangja. "How could it be the same? When you were inside, I was constantly worried about you. I couldn't sleep well every night. But now you're finally out." Jiangja felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His mother, Zhang Lan, was gone, and his father, Jiang Dehua, had thrown himself entirely into his new family, paying no attention to him. Since his release from prison, not even a single phone call had come his way. It was as if he didn't exist as a son anymore. Only his elder sister, Jiang Yueying, remained as the sole family member who genuinely cared for and cherished him. Jiang just studied his sister's face. She had gained even more weight since her last visit to the prison. Laughing teasingly, "Sis, what's going on with you? Your figure's inflated like a balloon. Your weight's skyrocketing straight up." Jiang Yueying let out a sigh. Although she'd married into the Zhao family as their daughter-in-law, and the Zhaos were fairly well off financially. But ever since giving birth to little Jean, a girl, Jiang Yueying's status in the Zhao family had plummeted straight downhill. The male chauvinist Zhao Lan took an instant dislike to Jiang Yueying, constantly pressuring her to have a second child. But Mother Zhang Lan had passed away, brother Jiang Zhe was in prison, and there was no one to help look after their daughter Xiao Jin. Jiang Yueying was utterly exhausted. Even caring for Xiao Jin alone was proving overwhelming, so she was unwilling to have a second child. This only deepened Zhao Lin and Zhao Lan's dissatisfaction. Life seemed trapped in a vicious cycle, and their relationship with Zhao Lin worsened further. He even suggested they split everything 50-50. This kept Jiang Yueying in low spirits for a long time, even bordering on depression at one point. Unable to find an outlet for her emotions, her only comfort was snacking to alleviate her depressive mood, which ultimately led to her current 150-pound figure. After listening to his sister's story, Jiang Zhe felt both heartbroken for her and swelling with indignation. "Damn it. So that's why you didn't come to Zhao Lan's 55th birthday banquet, the same day I got out of prison. Turns out you were at the hospital alone, taking care of the kid. Do the Zhao family have any shame left? Back when you were the campus goddess in college with so many suitors, Zhao Lin shamelessly chased after you. And now that he's married you and you've had a child, just because it's a girl, he shows this kind of face? Now, he's making a fuss about splitting bills? How utterly disgraceful." A hint of gloom flashed in Jiang Yueying's eyes as she comforted, "Hey, it is what it is. Isn't this just how marriage is? Every family has its own troubles. Just make do with it." Chapter 22. "Sis, I've hitched myself to a rich young lady." Remembering that Jiang Zhe had just mentioned Zhao Lan's 55th birthday, Jiang Yueying poured him a glass of water and said, "Little brother, I heard about what happened at the Zhao family's birthday party. You really outdid yourself, overturning the Zhao's banquet tables, and you even beat up several bodyguards brought by Zhao Yining's boyfriend. Were you upset about your breakup with Zhao Yining?" Jiang Zhe gulped down the entire glass of water in one go. "Damn. Of course I'm pissed about this Zhao Yining situation. After all, I went to prison because of her, though that's not the only reason. I'm still their Zhao family's brother-in-law by marriage, aren't I? They ran into me and couldn't even invite me to eat? Tell me, how can I not be angry?" Jiang Yueying sighed. "The Zhao family really went too far. That day Zhao Lin came back and scolded me endlessly. I couldn't swallow that either. Ended up having a huge fight with your brother-in-law Zhao Lin. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore." Just then, a 4-year-old girl heard voices coming from the living room and ran out of the room. The little girl wore her hair in 2 thick braids, with innocent eyes and adorable features. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll. Hiding behind Jiang Yueying, the girl curiously sized up Jiang Zhe and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, who is this uncle?" Jiang Yueying smiled and pulled the little girl in front of Jiang Zhe. "Xiao Jin, this isn't uncle. He's your maternal uncle." Xiao Jin timidly called out, "Uncle. Such a good girl." Jiang Zhe patted Xiao Jin's cheek, his grinning lips harder to suppress than an AK sight open to 8 times magnification. In modern society, sons are like stocks, daughters like bonds. If stocks hit rock bottom like they do nowadays, your son becomes worthless. Your investment basically goes down the drain, and you'll be bleeding money nonstop for the rest of your life. But daughters? They bring you steady returns each year. By age 18, they'll still hold your hand, throw their arms around you, and act spoiled. Such an obedient, adorable little angel. I really don't understand what the Zhao family is thinking, insisting that sister must have another son. They didn't even visit when she was hospitalized with pneumonia 2 days ago, leaving sister Jiang Yueying to run up and down the hospital corridors alone. Jiang Yueying suddenly remembered that Jiang had been in prison when their mother Zhang Lan passed away. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Little brother, you haven't gone to see our mother yet, have you? You never got to see her after she died in that car accident. She's resting in our ancestral village of Wangxiao. Go visit her when you have time." Jiang's heart ached. How could he not have thought about going back to see his mother? During his time in prison, his mother, Zhang Lan, came to visit him regularly. Later, Jiang Yueying suddenly brought the devastating news of Zhang Lan's passing. Zhang Lan, who had cherished him as much as his sister did, now lay buried in a lonely grave behind their ancestral home. The thought alone of standing before the grave, even before reaching it, was enough to shatter one's heart. After a moment of silence, Jiang nodded and uttered an acknowledging while the siblings were still talking. The living room door swung open. Zhao Lin froze momentarily upon seeing Jiang in the house upon his return, immediately feeling somewhat displeased. At Zhao Lan's last birthday party, Jiang flipped over the banquet tables and caused a huge scene. Now he's dared to show up at our house again. Although Zhao Lin felt uncomfortable seeing Jiang, he didn't dare say much. After giving a perfunctory greeting, he retreated to the bedroom to play with his phone. Jiang Yueying remembered that the formula for little Jean at home was running low. She went to the bedroom and said to Zhao Lin, "We're almost out of Jin's formula. Go buy another 2 cans. Zhao Lin exploded at once. "Last time the infant formula was all on me. Why should I have to buy it again this time? You have a job too. Why don't you use your own salary? Always expecting to spend mine." Jiang Yueying froze. After graduating from university, Jiang Yueying had become the deputy director of the finance department at a major company with a quite promising career trajectory. After Xiao Jin was born, she stayed at home as a full-time housewife for several years. By the time Xiao Jin started kindergarten, finding a job became quite difficult again. In the end, he had no choice but to take a job as a procurement officer at Zhao Lan's company. The Zhao family only paid Zhao Lan a salary of 8,000 yuan per month. However, the family's nanny alone cost over 5,000 yuan a month, and with Xiao Jin's kindergarten tuition and various household expenses like groceries, even if Jiang Yueying hardly spent on herself, her monthly salary wasn't enough to keep the household running. Feeling somewhat wronged, Jiang Yueying argued a few words with Zhao Lin. But Zhao Lin only grew angrier, unwilling to pay for the baby formula. "Jiang Yueying, don't push your luck. You don't appreciate the good fortune you're in. Just look at how your job was arranged by our Zhao family, and even the house was bought by us. What other woman could be as fortunate as you? Always making demands here and there. If this continues, let's just split everything 50-50. Jiang Yueying retorted angrily. "Didn't I contribute to this house too? I paid for all the renovations, and I bought every piece of furniture and appliance in this house. How exactly am I completely dependent on your Zhao family?" Zhao Lin scoffed. "So, you contributed money. Does your name appear on the property deed then? No matter how much you argue, this house is my personal property acquired before marriage. What the hell does it have to do with you? How dare you bring those shady characters into our home?" she finished. Zhao Lin got up from the bed, dressed himself, walked through the living room without even acknowledging Jiang's presence, then slammed the front door shut and left without another word. Jiang Yueying remained seated in the room, her eyes reddening. Xiao Jin took 2 tissues and handed them to Jiang Yueying. "Mommy, don't cry. Did Xiao Jin make Mommy angry? Mommy, please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Jiang Yueying felt a pang in her heart as she hugged Xiao Jin tightly, her tears now flowing uncontrollably. Jiang, too, was deeply unsettled. To outsiders, it seemed that sister Jiang Yueying had married into the wealthy Zhao family and ought to be living a life of luxury and comfort. Jiang had always assumed she was doing just fine. But this visit to his sister's home revealed her marriage was nothing like what he had imagined. Back when she was in school, when had she ever suffered such indignities? After some consolation from Jiang and the joy of their reunion that day, Jiang Yueying's mood finally brightened a little. After spending half the day keeping Xiao Jin company, Jiang prepared to leave. Jiang Yueying thought Jiang Zhe was still living in Lung Eru's security guard dormitory and felt a bit sorry for him, so she wanted him to move in with her. Jiang Zhe chuckled. Sis, don't worry about me. I've picked up a wealthy woman, got married in a flash, and we're already living together. The place she has is really nice. Jiang Yueying just assumed Jiang Zhe was joking and glared at him. Stop daydreaming and trying to make your sister laugh. Where did this little rich girl come from when you just got out of prison? Jiang Yueying then went into the room and handed Jiang Zhe 2,000 yuan. Take this money for now. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out later. A pang of sorrow struck Jiang Zhe's heart. Earlier in the room, he had heard every word of the conversation between his sister and Zhao Lin clearly. My sister could barely afford to buy formula for Xiao Jin, yet she was still worrying about whether I was doing well. If not for his concern about Xiao Jin, just now, Jiang Zhe would have already gone over to beat up Zhao Lin. Jiang Zhe pushed the 2,000 yuan back and instead took out another 2,000 yuan from his pocket. It was a total of 4,000 yuan, all shoved into Jiang Yueying's hands. She looked puzzled. Little brother, where did you get this money? Jiang Zhe smiled faintly. Didn't I just say? I've hooked up with a rich girl. Jiang Yueying, little brother, can't you ever be serious for once? Big sis, I really got adopted by a wealthy lady. We even got our marriage certificate already. Don't believe me? Come see for yourself anytime. Jiang Yueying glared at Jiang Zhe. Cut the nonsense. Is fooling your older sister fun or something? But seriously though, it's about time you found yourself a decent partner. You're not getting any younger. When you get married, I'll give you a big red envelope as a gift. Jiang Zhe smiled, crouched down to kiss the adorable Xiao Jin on the cheek, and then left Jiang Yueying's house. Chapter 23. The Q7 gets scratched. Han Qing sighed. After finishing the general manager's office meeting at the company, even though it was already time to get off work, there was still an important report to listen to. Without pause, he picked up his car downstairs and rushed to another design institute for the meeting. Assistant Sun Hui had just gotten into the passenger seat when she spotted a small box resting there. I picked up the small box and looked. It turned out to be a boy's underpants. Sun Hui covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my, Sister Qing, it's like an iron tree blooming. When did you get yourself a boyfriend? Although Sun Hui was officially Han Qing's assistant, their frequent interactions had gradually turned them into close friends in daily life. So, when it came to her immediate superior, Sun Hui interacted with Han Qing quite casually whenever it was just the two of them. Han Qing's cheeks flushed red when she saw the underwear in Sun Hui's hand. I haven't gotten a boyfriend, she protested. Just throw that thing in the back seat. Sun Hui wore a gossipy expression. I saw everything. You even gave someone such a personal gift, and you still claim not to have a boyfriend. Tell me all about it. What's your boyfriend like? Have you two? Han Qing didn't want to explain her sham marriage to Sun Hui and glared at her. Don't forget your place as my subordinate. Keep prying, and I might just fire you. Sun Hui grinned cheekily. Huh, fire me? Where else would you find such a capable assistant? Han Qing pursed her lips and started the Q7. The car drove on a Chumin Street. At a small intersection, the traffic light turned red. Han Qing braked to a stop, waiting side by side with another car at the red light. The car had just pulled to a stop when a loud crash came from the rear door of the Audi Q7. Han Qing and Sun Hui were startled and quickly got out to check. A heavy-set woman on an electric bike, carrying a little girl, had crashed into the car. The paint from the rear to the front door of the Audi was severely scratched, and there was a large dent in the rear door. The rider of the electric bike turned out to be Jiang Yueying. The family's babysitter had taken leave for a couple of days, so Jiang Yueying had ridden the electric bike to take Xiao Jin to the market. After shopping, Xiao Jin kept complaining she was hungry. As Jiang Yueying sped up on the way home, she hadn't expected to scrape against an Audi Q7. Jiang Yueying felt terribly guilty. She pulled over her electric bike and immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I was in too much of a hurry and accidentally scratched your car. I'll compensate for the damage. Han Qing frowned as she inspected the scratches on her car. She was rushing to attend a meeting at the company. Of all times, this had to happen when she was already in such a hurry. She ended up taking a taxi to her company meeting first, leaving Sun Hui to handle this matter. Sun Hui took a photo of the damage and called the dealership. After consulting with them, she learned the repair costs, panel beating plus repainting, would amount to about 6,000 yuan. After some thought, Sun Hui decided to settle for Jiang Yueying paying 5,000 yuan in compensation. Jiang Yueying was stunned when she heard this. She never expected that scraping against a luxury car would cost so much. But since it was her fault after all, Jiang Yueying had no choice but to accept the compensation. However, when she went to transfer the money via mobile payment, she realized her bank account balance was insufficient. Helpless, Jiang Yueying had no choice but to call Zhao Lin and ask if he could transfer her 5,000 yuan first. Upon hearing that Jiang Yueying had crashed into a luxury car while riding, Zhao Lin flew into a rage and shouted, "You useless woman! Can't you do anything right? Clean up your own mess." Jiang Yueying sighed helplessly and pleaded in a meek voice, "Then just lend me the 5,000 first. I'll pay you back later. I promise. I'm with Xiao Jin right now, and if we don't compensate them, they won't let us leave. I told you, you got yourself into this mess. Figure it out yourself." With that, Zhao Lin hung up the phone. Jiang Yueying was filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Before, when she was the deputy department head at a major company, her annual salary was several hundred thousand. And now she was stuck here over just 5,000 yuan? Remembering she still had some cash at home, Jiang Yueying discussed with Sun Hui, "How about you wait here for me? I'll go home to get the money and bring it back to you." Sun Hui hesitated for a moment and waved her hand. "Sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just how society is these days. I really didn't overcharge you with 5,000 bucks. If you leave and don't come back, I'll be stuck covering even more money. How about you get someone to bring it over to you instead?" After some thought, Jiang Yueying had no choice but to call Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe had just returned to the neighborhood. Upon hearing his sister had been in a car accident, he immediately hailed a taxi and rushed over. Seeing that only my sister and Xiao Jin were present with nobody hurt, just a car scratched, I relaxed a bit. "Where's brother-in-law Zhao Lin? Why isn't he here?" Jiang Zhe asked. Jiang Yueying sighed. "I called him. He said he didn't want to get involved and told me to handle it myself." After briefly explaining the situation, Jiang Yueying told Jiang Zhe and Xiao Jin to stay put and wait, while she quickly rode her electric bike home to get the money. Xiao Jin was already hungry, and now that her mother had left, she had to stay with this uncle she barely knew. Her heart was uneasy as she choked back sobs, wiping away tears with tiny hands. Jiang Zhe crouched down and hugged Xiao Jin tightly. "Xiao Jin, what's wrong?" Xiao Jin rubbed her stomach. Hungry, Jiang Zhe's heart ached and resentment welled up inside him. What kind of filthy scum were Zhao Lin and the entire Zhao family? While his sister Jiang Yueying stayed home alone, caring for the child, buying groceries and cooking, his brother-in-law Zhao Lin was out living it up, fooling around. And now that trouble had arisen, he just washed his hands of it. No responsibility at all. Just because it's a girl, her treatment at home has turned like this? Jiang Zhe glanced at the red Audi Q7. Suddenly, the car and license plate seemed familiar. Isn't that the rich girl's car? But why is someone else driving it? Jiang Zhe was a bit annoyed. So what if the car got scratched? It's not like you wouldn't pay for it. Did you really have to make my sister wait on the roadside with Xiao Jin, using them as hostages, just to force Jiang Yueying to go back and get the money for you? Look how hungry our little Jin is. She's even wiping away tears from hunger. Jiang Zhe pulled out his phone and called Han Qing, intending to give her a piece of his mind. To his surprise, she hung up on him immediately. Han Qing had already arrived at the consulting firm and was listening to a project presentation. Unwilling to back down, Jiang Zhe called Han Qing again, only to be hung up on once more. The third time he called, Han Qing's phone was turned off completely. That bitch! Jiang Zhe grew even more furious. Before long, Jiang Yueying arrived with the money from home and handed it over to Sun Hui. Only then did Sun Hui drive off in her Q7. Jiang Yueying looked somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, little brother, causing you trouble again." Jiang Zhe shot his sister a glare. "Why say such polite words between family? You just gave all that money as compensation. How are you going to buy milk powder for Xiao Jin later? Jiang Yueying's expression darkened. I'll discuss it with Zhao Lin again later. I should go cook now. Xiao Jin must be starving. Xiao Jin, say goodbye to uncle. Xiao Jin pouted pitifully but obediently stretched out her hand to wave, saying in her sweet babyish voice, "Goodbye, uncle." Watching his sister ride off on the electric scooter with Xiao Jin, Jiangzhe cursed bitterly in his heart. Zhao Lin, that damn bastard. Chapter 24. Falling into his arms. Jiangzhe returned to Donghu Bay No. 1 apartments. After waiting for half the day, Han Qing still hadn't returned, so he prepared to wash up. I realized there was no toothpaste or toothbrush in my room. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find any new ones. So I randomly picked one from the public restroom across from Han Qing's place, used it to brush my teeth, and then put it back. After finishing washing up, I watched TV in the living room for a while. The sound of the front door opening came from the entrance. As soon as Han Qing stepped inside, Jiangzhe sprang up from the sofa with displeasure in his voice. "You damn woman, finally decided to come back. How dare you hang up when I called you?" Han Qing shot Jiangzhe a glare. "I was in a meeting outside. Who had time to answer calls? Couldn't you just text me? What do you want? The person who hit your car today is my sister. Let's not even mention how your colleague insisted on compensation. They wouldn't even let her go home to get the money and made her wait around for nothing. In the end, even his niece ended up crying from hunger." Han Qing was taken aback. At the time, there had been a car accident. Han Qing left her assistant, Sun Hui, to deal with the aftermath while she hurried off to attend a meeting. At first, seeing the woman struggling with a child on her electric bike, I thought I'd just deal with the car insurance myself and handle the repairs. I forgot to mention it to Sun Hui at the time. Unexpectedly, Sun Hui ended up making the other party pay for the repairs. I thought about having Sun Hui return the 5,000 yuan, but we hadn't exchanged contact information back then. Who would have thought the world could be so small? The moment I got home, I learned the person who scraped my car today was actually Jiangzhe's sister. Han Qing took an envelope containing 5,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jiangzhe. "This envelope belongs to your sister, right? I can claim the car repair through insurance, and I can pay your sister back the money. But you have to tell your sister she must ride more carefully from now on. Riding through traffic like this with a little girl is so dangerous. Sooner or later, there's bound to be an accident." Jiangzhe unceremoniously snatched the envelope. "Should have done this sooner. Going through insurance saves so much trouble. What a waste of time dragging it out like that." Han Qing wouldn't stand for it. This guy, it was clearly Jiangzhe's sister who bore full responsibility for the accident. Using his own car insurance to cover the compensation for his sister was an act of goodwill, not an obligation. How could this guy still be so unreasonable? Not even a single polite word? Puffing her cheeks, Han Qing asked, "Did you forget to say something?" "What do you mean?" "Since I spared your sister from paying compensation, don't you think you should thank me? You kept my niece starving for so long, and I haven't even said anything about that yet. Give that envelope back to me. I changed my mind. I'm not planning to return that money to your sister anymore." With that, Han Qing reached out to snatch the money-filled envelope from Jiangzhe's hand. Jiangzhe immediately bolted with the envelope still in his grip. "In your dreams. Once money enters my hands, you think I'd ever spit it back out? Besides, little rich girl, with all your wealth, surely you can spare this small change without fuss." Han Qing was furious. "If that's the case, then this 5,000 yuan will be deducted from your salary later, plus the money you spent on the suit during the day. You now owe me a total of 10,000 yuan. Wow, you little rich girl, why are you so harsh? I haven't earned a single cent of salary yet, and now I owe you so much." Han Qing glared at Jiangzhe. "If you want to earn money, I advise you to show more respect and courtesy to your boss. Otherwise, don't be surprised if your salary gets docked when payday comes." Jiangzhe snorted. "If you don't pay me, I'll go on strike. Let's see how you explain that to your precious grandpa." "You!" Han Qing was so furious she couldn't speak, deciding it wasn't worth engaging with this shameless rogue. Seeing he had her firmly in check, Jiangzhe picked up the water glass from the table triumphantly and took a sip. He drank while casting a smug look at Han Qing, whose own glass he was now drinking from. Using the same cup to drink water? Isn't this just an indirect kiss? Han Qing roared like a furious lioness. Jiang Zhe, how dare you drink from my cup? Jiang Zhe grinned cheekily, deliberately pressing his lips against every inch of the cup's rim before gulping down all the water in one go. Han Qing was utterly disgusted. She immediately threw the cup into the trash bin. Shooting Jiang Zhe a glare, she stormed off to the bathroom in the living room to wash up and brush her teeth. Han Qing planned to finish her bedtime routine early and retreat to her own room. Out of sight, out of mind. This way you won't get angry over that despicable guy. Beside her, Jiang Zhe's smile grew even brighter. Forgot to tell you, I just used that toothbrush. Ugh, Tui. Han Qing was livid. She grabbed the mop from the living room and charged at Jiang Zhe. Chuckling, Jiang Zhe bolted toward his room, dodging her pursuit. Han Qing chased him relentlessly from behind. At the door, Jiang Zhe slammed on the brakes and tried to open the bedroom door. Unexpectedly, Han Qing behind him couldn't dodge in time. Momentum carried her straight into Jiang Zhe's arms. Time suddenly stood still. Han Qing was dumbfounded. 1 second she'd been chasing him with a mop. The next, how had she ended up tumbling into Jiang Zhe's embrace? I've never been held by a man like this before. Why does his embrace feel so broad and warm? It feels so safe. No wonder he was able to handle that scar-faced punk so effortlessly earlier today. So this is how it feels. Ugh. Han Qing, what are you even thinking? Blushing furiously, Han Qing hurriedly tried to wriggle out of Jiang Zhe's embrace. Before Jiang Zhe could struggle to his feet, he flipped Han Qing over and forcefully pressed her face down onto the floor. Han Qing was instantly stunned. Had this guy really just pinned her to the floor? And face down at that. What was he planning? Surely he wasn't about to do something terrible to her? Han Qing writhed and struggled, but Jiang Zhe kept his hand firm on her back, rendering her completely immobilized no matter how fiercely she fought. Han Qing's heart raced with panic. You filthy pervert, let go of me. Just as her mind went blank, she felt several strikes land on her firm buttocks. Thanks to the fabric of her pants and the cushioning effect, the hits on her bottom weren't all that painful. But once Han Qing processed what had happened, her anger flared even higher. Jiang Zhe, how dare you hit me? What's the big deal if I hit you a few times? Maybe now you'll think twice before chasing me with a big stick. Remember, picking fights with me gets you nowhere. With that, Jiang Zhe returned to his room and shut the door. Han Qing, both humiliated and furious, hurriedly scrambled up from the floor. Back in her own room, Han Qing's little heart pounded wildly. Jiang Zhe's petty antics had left her completely flustered with rage. Dock his pay. He'd go on strike saying he quits. Couldn't out-argue him. Couldn't beat him in a fight either. Why on earth did I have to invite this ruffian into my home, pay him a salary, and still endure his constant bullying? Jiang Zhe, this guy is truly insufferable. She retreated to her room. Han Qing tidied her bag, preparing for work the next day. A brand new box pair of Jiang Zhe's underwear suddenly popped out of her bag. Han Qing flushed with embarrassment and irritation. It was that damn Jiang Zhe who insisted I hold his underwear for him, leaving it on the passenger seat where Sun Hui saw it during the day, utterly mortifying. Han Qing grew even angrier remembering how Jiang Zhe had beaten him with a mop just moments ago. He grabbed a pair of scissors, snipped the underwear twice with a crisp snip-snip, then tossed it at Jiang Zhe's bedroom door. Jiang Zhe heard a loud bang at his door, then silence, wondering if the little rich girl was up to some trick again. But then again, she couldn't overpower him anyway, so he wasn't afraid of her. Jiang Zhe opened the door and only then saw the underwear he'd bought at the mall that morning lying at the doorstep. This little rich girl wasn't so bad. Even after how he'd bullied her earlier, she'd still thought to bring this back for him. Jiang Zhe picked up the boxed underwear, but in an instant, he sensed something was wrong. On the underwear, right where the pendulum would sit, someone had cut a giant X. Hiss! Jiang Zhe inwardly gasped. This little rich girl. How ruthless could she be? Chapter 25. Crossing Gold Third Brother. The next day, early the next morning, Jiangja got up and walked to the living room. Noticing Han Qing's room was silent. Had the little rich woman gone to work so early? After realizing this, Jiangja felt a surge of smug satisfaction. The vast apartment was bathed in warm sunlight streaming through the windows. The little rich girl worked herself to the bone every day while I didn't have to lift a finger. I could sleep in as late as I wanted in her house. Tell me, what's the point of struggling so desperately? Might as well enjoy life and be a happy-go-lucky slacker. After cooking up some bread for breakfast and eating in the house, I killed some time playing Glory of the Canyon. Realizing it had been a while since I'd seen Lung Eru, I headed over to the residential complex where he worked as a security guard. At noon, during his shift change, the two of us went out for a meal together. Lung Eru had originally planned to take Jiangja to a cheap hole-in-the-wall eatery near the neighborhood for a couple of dishes. Instead, Jiangja led Lung Eru straight to a nearby premium restaurant named Jitunio. Sitting in the restaurant and watching Jiangja order several dishes, Lung Eru couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Damn, Jiangja, you've really leveled up, huh? Skipping the cheap joints and insisting on a pricey place. This meal alone might wipe out my whole day's wages. Jiangja smiled faintly. Look at you, so easily impressed. It's my treat today. Lung Eru glared at Jiangja. Treat my ass. You haven't even found a job yet. Where'd you get the money to pay? Jiangja pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket and waved them. Didn't I tell you? I've hooked up with a sugar mommy. Lung Eru practically jumped out of his seat. He slid over from the opposite booth to Jiangja's side. Holy shit, Jiangja, you're for real? I already told you, if you're broke, I got your back. You don't have to sell your looks to some old rich lady. Who the hell said a sugar mama has to be old? This one's fucking gorgeous. Lung Eru sounded skeptical. How gorgeous are we talking? Let me put it this way. If the perfect woman scores 100, this sugar mama's face and body are both over 90. Lung Eru thought Jiangja was full of it. Keep spinning those bullshit stories. Apart from the big stars on TV, I've never seen anyone score this high in real life. Jiangja, you bastard, I think you've gone nuts after getting dumped by Zhao Yining, making up some rich girl to comfort yourself. Jiangja's face darkened as he pulled the belt from his pants, ready to whip Lung Eru. Believe it or not, I don't give a damn. But if you mention Zhao Yining one more time, I swear I'll whip your ass. Lung Eru's heart clenched. That motion of Jiangja pulling out his belt inexplicably reminded Lung Eru of when his dad used to whip him with a belt back in high school. That time when guests came to their house, Lung Eru's father rarely bought a few bottles of beer and some snacks to entertain them. Lung Eru was so tempted that he sneaked out in the middle of the night and drank 2 bottles. Afraid of being caught and beaten, he pissed into the beer bottles to fill them back up. For good measure, he even hammered the caps tight with a pair of pliers. Later, his father chased him for 2 miles with a belt. That incident became a lifelong trauma for Lung Eru. Lung Eru quickly grabbed Jiangja's arm. Hey, Zhiji, let's talk this out. No more mentioning her. Never again. The dishes arrived. The two ate until their mouths gleamed with grease. Lung Eru kept praising. These big restaurant chefs really know how to cook, way better than those fly-speck diners. Remembering the arm Lung Eru injured during his last fight with Scarface Chow, Jiangja asked, How's your arm doing, Eru? Has it been giving you any more trouble? Lung Eru wiped the grease from his mouth, stood up, and swung his arm demonstratively. See? Good as new. Works just like anybody else's. Jiangja, that acupuncture technique of yours is fucking amazing. Where'd you learn it? Jiangja was startled. Shoulder synovitis-induced arm pain was highly prone to recurrences, sometimes lingering intermittently for half a year before healing. He never expected this acupuncture method would completely cure Lung Eru in one go. Jiangja grew increasingly curious about the book in his mind that described this acupuncture technique. I really want to carefully read what this book actually says. But why can't I seem to remember this book at all? And I've searched every corner of Jiang University's library without finding it. Hey, Jiangja, what are you spacing out about? Lung Eru asked as he noticed Jiangja lost in thought. Last time when you beat up Lei Guang and his bodyguards at the Zhao family, they haven't caused trouble for you, have they? Jiang just snapped back to reality with a cold snort. Cause trouble for me? It'd be a mercy if I don't cause trouble for them. By the way, I ran into that idiot Scarface Chow the other day. Lung Eru immediately tensed up. Huh? You met Scarface Chow? When? Was he coming after you for revenge? Funny thing, actually, that asshole cut me off on the road, so I dragged him out of his car and beat the crap out of him. Lung Eru grew even more nervous. Scarface Chow? You beat him up? What the hell happened? Not bad, just snap one of his arms. Consider it payback for you. Lung Eru broke out in a cold sweat. No way, you actually dared to hit Scar Chow? You've really messed up this time. Jiangzhe was puzzled. What's wrong? So what if I hit him? Who told him to cut me off and hit you? Scar Chow isn't the problem. The real issue is that Scar Chow works for Jean Laosan. This gold third brother struts around here like he owns the place. Almost nobody dares cross him. We'd better get out of here quick. You beat up Scarface Chow. Gold third brother's definitely coming for revenge. Jiangzhe's heart skipped a beat. He'd heard the name Gold Third Brother back when he was studying at Jiang University. The man was indeed considered the local gang boss around these parts. How the hell had they accidentally provoked him? Jiangzhe looked somewhat puzzled. Last time when I messed up Scar Chow, I even called out to him at the scene, asking if he wanted to call for backup. Scar Chow never mentioned calling this Gold Third over. Lung Eru sighed. Of course he wouldn't call for help at that moment. But they definitely wouldn't let this matter slide. Jean Laosan wasn't just ruthless in fights. More importantly, his crew operated with meticulous planning. If they set their sights on someone, they'd make thorough preparations before striking, so they rarely missed their mark. A chill ran through Jiangzhe's heart. He knew Lung Eru's temperament well, too. The man wasn't the type to back down from trouble. Back when they'd attended high school together, Lung Eru had single-handedly beaten 6 neighborhood thugs to a pulp when they came to extort money on campus. He'd fought like his life depended on it. Last time at the Zhao residence, when surrounded by Lei Guang's skilled bodyguards, Cold Eru showed no fear even though he knew he might not win the fight. Yet the moment Scareface Chow's boss Gold Laosan was mentioned, Cold Eru immediately displayed visible apprehension. He even talked about fleeing just now. Jiangzhe understood clearly. If this Gold Laosan weren't truly formidable, Cold Eru would never have reacted this way. But since trouble had already found them, hiding wasn't a solution. Back in prison, he'd nearly been buried by the cell block tyrant. Having already stared death in the face once, there was nothing left to fear. Thinking these thoughts, Jiangzhe hardened his resolve and said in a deep voice, Eru, hiding won't solve anything. Let's take it one step at a time. Set up my number as speed dial on your phone. If you run into any trouble, just call me. If anything goes wrong, I'll come find you. And be extra careful these next couple days when you're at the pool hall. Lung Eru nodded. Jiangzhe, same goes for you. Since we're in this mess together, we'll face it as one. If Jean Laosan really comes for revenge, we'll take him down together. Chapter 26. Mang Village's Yi Hongwei Midnight. Qinhua Shopping Mall's underground parking lot. Inside the back seat of a BMW X5, Lei Guang slid his hand beneath Zhao Yinin's skirt. Damn you, Zhao Yinin cooed with mock annoyance. Can't you wait until after work tonight? So impatient. Lei Guang smirked mischievously. I missed you and couldn't wait. Besides, ever since we got this big BMW, we haven't tried out what it's like in such a spacious car. Might as well give a go today. Zhao Yinin pouted coquettishly. How annoying. You never last more than 5 minutes each time. Yet you come up with so many tricks. What if someone sees us? So embarrassing. How could that be? The underground mall was already dark and nearly empty today. The windows in this car are tinted. No one could see inside. Come here, sweetheart. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Lei Guang was just pulling up his pants. The rear door of the BMW X5 was banged on loudly. A beam of strong flashlight pierced through the car window. Lei Guang and Zhao Yinin were terrified, hurriedly pulling on their pants in a panic while hiding inside the car, not daring to make sound. Yet the men outside showed no sign of leaving. Instead, they continued knocking on the car windows. One of them was even holding a hammer, If you don't roll down the window, we'll smash it. Lei Guang was terrified and wanted nothing more than a drive away. But for a 160-pound overweight man, crawling from the back seat to the front wasn't an option. As the banging on the windows grew louder and it seemed they might really break the glass with the hammer, Lei Guang had no choice but to open the car door. The moment the door opened, several thugs yanked Lei Guang out from the back seat. One of the yellow-haired thugs grabbed Lei Guang by the collar. "You damn fatty, got some nerve, huh? Daring to come to my turf for car sex. I knew your car looked suspicious, parked with the AC still running." Only then did Lei Guang realize he'd run into gangsters, but strangely, it put him at ease. "Easy there, brothers. Just a misunderstanding. We're all men of the underworld. Scarface Chow's my buddy too. Let's talk this out, smack." The yellow-haired thug suddenly slapped Lei Guang across the face. The blonde guy sneered. "The hell I care about your Scarface Chow, or whatever. Never heard of him, don't know him. Trying to scare me with names? Go fuck yourself." Lei Guang was dumbfounded. Unable to accept this, he protested, "But I haven't done anything to get in your way either." The blonde guy slapped Lei Guang across the face again and pointed at him. "You haven't gotten in my way, but I just don't like you. Damn lovebirds, wasn't being indecent at home enough. Now you brought your sleazy act into my mall. Brothers, beat this idiot up." The blonde guy and his gang rained down punches and kicks. Lei Guang lay curled on the ground, desperately covering his head. Inside the car, Zhao Yining let out terrified screams. One of the blonde guy's accomplices shone a flashlight into the car and made an exciting discovery. "Wei Ji, come quick. The girl in this car is a real knockout." The blonde-haired guy let go of Lei Guang's collar and peered into the car. "Damn, she really is a looker. Such a pretty face, just needs a bigger rack. Come on, strip for us. Let the boys have some fun." Zhao Yining was terrified. She instinctively shrank back into the BMW, but was still yanked out of the car. Zhao Yining let out a terrified scream. What are you trying to do?" The yellow-haired guy leered. "What do you think? First feel the thighs, then steal a kiss. I'm Yi Hongwei from Mang Village. Let us have some fun, and we'll send you on your way soon. You two sluts were rocking the car pretty hard. Let's see just how wild you can get." With those words, the gang of thugs dragged Zhao Yining toward a dark corner of the parking lot. "Help! Someone help me! Lei Guang, save me!" Zhao Yining's screams echoed through the deserted underground parking lot of the shopping mall. The mall had just opened not long ago, so it never had many customers to begin with. And now, well past midnight, the place was practically deserted. Zhao Yining's cries for help received no response. The blonde guy took off her socks and stuffed them into her mouth. Still daring to scream, he then pulled out a rope and tied Zhao Yining's hands. Just then, the BMW X5 suddenly started. The roaring engine revved, the tires screeching against the mall's epoxy floor with ear-piercing friction. Yi Hongwei and the guys below were startled, thinking Lei Guang had secretly driven the car straight toward them. But unexpectedly, Lei Guang stepped on the gas and drove straight out of the shopping mall. Yi Hongwei watched the fleeing Mercedes-Benz and slapped his thigh with loud laughter. "Fuck me. Scare me to death. I thought that bastard was going to ram us with his car. Turns out the dumbass drove off by himself." The hooligans with the dyed hair guy burst into laughter too. Zhao Yining's face turned deathly pale, torn between humiliation and fury. She could hardly believe her eyes. At this critical moment, had Lei Guang actually fled in his car? Yi Hongwei approached Zhao Yining. "Look, your man's already run off. Why don't you just be a good girl and have some fun with us brothers? Don't worry, we won't do anything too bad to you. Just some touching, we won't go inside. You're so pretty, but those buns of yours are like Wanko brand snack cakes. Not much bigger than mine. Let us brothers knead them for you. Maybe they'll grow a little bigger." The parking lot corner was pitch black, intensifying Zhao Yining's feelings of fear and despair. Zhao Yining burned with humiliation and anger, wanting to scream insults and call for help. But her mouth remained gagged, leaving her so frantic she could only shed helpless tears. Just then, the growl of a motorcycle engine echoed through the underground garage. It rolled to a stop before the crowd and cut out. A man dismounted from the motorcycle. Zhao Yining looked at this moment like she'd seen a savior, wanting to scream for help at the top of her lungs. But with her mouth gagged, she could only make muffled MMPH sounds, unable to form words. Which dumbass is ruining my fun? Yi Hongwei and his gang of hoodlums strode forward toward the motorcycle's headlights. You little punks, ganging up to bully a woman. That's a bit too much, isn't it? I said that's enough. Don't take things too far. Hearing the man's voice, Zhao Yining froze. Wasn't that Jiang's voice? What was Jiang doing here? Last time at the Zhao family home, Jiang alone had beaten back both of Zhao Guang's bodyguards. He's so skilled in fighting. Surely he has a chance to take on these few people now. Zhao Yining wanted desperately to call out Jiang's name in excitement, but all that escaped her mouth were muffled whimpers. After finishing their meal at the Nine-Headed Bird restaurant, Jiang and Lung Eru parted ways, with Lung returning to work. Having nothing much to do during this period, Jiang was lent Lung Eru's motorcycle to ride around and explore. Later, Jiang found an internet cafe to go online. Worried about his motorcycle being stolen, he parked it in the underground parking lot next to the mall. When he was about to leave the internet cafe late at night, he coincidentally heard a car screeching away. Then, he overheard several men harassing a woman, which made him come over to check the situation. Chapter 27. The gap between them was too vast. Yi Hongwei stepped forward, pointing at Jiang and saying, "Where the hell did you come from? Get lost now, or I'll mess you up. This is Mang Village. Do you know how Mang Village got its name?" Jiang, I don't care if it's Mang Village or whatever village. Get lost, you little punk. Oh, quite the tough guy. Who are you calling a little punk? Yi Hongwei stepped forward and kicked at the motorcycle. Before Yi Hongwei's foot could reach the motorcycle, Jiang reacted swiftly, grabbing hold of his leg, spinning him around a few times, and then hurling him away. Yi Hongwei was flung into the wall with a heavy thud. Seeing Yi Hongwei take a beating, the guys below raised their steel pipes and charged forward with furious shouts. "Let's kill this dumbass!" Jiang kicked the steel pipes out of the hands of the two men in front of him, but he couldn't dodge in time as the two behind swung their pipes at him, landing two heavy blows on his body. Jiang flew into a rage and roared, "You bunch of bastards, ganging up and pulling weapons? That's right. What of it? As long as we can take you down." Jiang seized the opening and retreated to his motorcycle, grabbing the chain lock from the bike. Back in prison, his mentor tyrant had taught him the art of system of combat, the most crucial lesson being to weaponize whatever object was at hand. The motorcycle chain lock in front of him was the perfect weapon. Jiang swung the chain lock, striking at the thugs' lower bodies in rapid succession. The thugs grimaced and hopped around in pain instantly. One of them had a steel pipe hooked and snatched away by Jiang's chain lock. Jiang picked up the steel pipe. The weapon felt far more natural in his hands as he unleashed a furious beating on the opposing thugs. In just a few moves, Yi Hongwei sensed something was wrong. Had they run into a trained fighter today? Even with so many people surrounding one man, they couldn't gain any advantage. Yi Hongwei shouted a signal, and after exchanging a glance, the gang of hoodlums turned tail and fled. The thugs kept yelling as they ran, "Wait right here. I'm going back to Python Village to call for reinforcements. Don't you dare run." Jiang placed the chain lock on his motorcycle, revved the engine, and prepared to leave. Cornered against the wall, Zhao Yining grew frantic as she saw Jiang preparing to leave. Though the thugs had left, Zhao Yining's mouth remained gagged with a sock and her hands still bound. Only then did Zhao Yining scramble to Jiang's motorcycle, letting out muffled cries of "ah." Woo-woo. The parking lot corner had been pitch dark earlier. Jiang hadn't even noticed who the girl trapped there was. Seeing Zhao Yining suddenly appear, Jiang was taken aback. "Zhao Yining, why is it you?" Zhao Yining raised her hands and shook her mouth. Only then did Jiang realize that not only was Zhao Yining's mouth stuffed with a sock, but her hands were also tied up. Jiang untied the rope binding Zhao Yining's hands and removed the sock from her mouth. Finally able to release her pent-up grievances and fear, Zhao Yining crouched on the ground and burst into loud sobs. "Wah!" Jiangzhe, you came at just the right time. But those filthy bastards groped my chest and even touched my legs. If you hadn't arrived in time to save me, I really don't know what would have happened. Jiangzhe looked down at Zhao Yining crouching on the ground and let out a disdainful snort in his heart. These little punks, groping legs is bad enough. What's so great about grabbing tits? Youth wasted on the ignorant, mistaking A cups for treasure while ignoring the majesty of D cups? Zhao Yining wept with her head bowed for a while, but noticed no reaction from Jiangzhe. When she looked up, Jiangzhe had already swung his leg back over the motorcycle, ready to leave. Zhao Yining was stunned. Back when I was still with Jiangzhe at Jian University, my tears had always been my ultimate weapon against him. No matter what mistakes I made or what troubles I faced, Jiangzhe would always drop everything to comfort me. But what's wrong today? I've been bullied, faced such danger. Why isn't Jiangzhe comforting me? Instead, he just walked away without a word. Zhao Yining approached Jiangzhe, putting on a pitiful expression. Jiangzhe, where are you going? Seeing me like this, aren't you going to take care of me? Jiangzhe sized up Zhao Yining and said coldly, have you forgotten that we've already broken up? I already did you a favor by saving you just now. If you want comfort, go back to your boyfriend for that. Can you do me a favor and take me back to? No, absolutely not. Before Zhao Yining could finish speaking, Jiangzhe shifted gears, slammed on the throttle, and released the clutch. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet. Earlier, she had been standing in the corner, and Jiangzhe hadn't clearly seen exactly who she was. Had he known she was Zhao Yining, he would have never rescued her. The last time he stepped in to help Zhao Yining out of trouble, he ended up in a brawl that landed him in prison. And what was her repayment? She turned right around and walked off with another man. By pure coincidence, unknowingly getting into another fight with some punks for her sake. Rescuing her should have been enough. But Zhao Yining wasn't satisfied. She actually had the nerve to make another demand, asking him to walk her home. Only an idiot would do that. Besides, who knows if those little thugs would actually come back with reinforcements. Better to leave early and avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Jiangzhe ride off on his motorcycle without even a backward glance, Zhao Yining's eyes instantly welled up with tears. What the hell was wrong with him? How could he be so heartless? It was pitch black out here. How terrifying to leave her alone like this. Zhao Yining had no choice but to compose herself before hurriedly making her way through the parking lot to the shopping mall's main street, where she hailed a cab home. In the taxi, Zhao Yining finally didn't seem as terrified as she had been in the underground garage earlier. Although she was filled with resentment towards Jiangzhe for refusing to escort her home, the way he single-handedly chased off those troublemakers just now was incredibly cool. Meanwhile, that Lei Guang guy actually floored the accelerator and drove off. Comparing these two men, the gap between them is just too vast, isn't it? As the neon lights on both sides of the road receded continuously, fragments and memories of Jiangda and Jiangzhe together kept flooding Zhao Yining's heart. Back at Jian University, how good Jiangzhe had been to her. That time when they were eating outside the campus. A few troublemakers from a vocational school had come over to harass her. Jiangzhe fought 5 or 6 guys single-handedly, getting pummeled from all sides, yet he never let out a single groan. In the end, he went all out and kicked on the thugs so hard he ruptured his balls. Why was it always Jiangzhe who came to her rescue? A sudden pang of sorrow and regret welled up in Zhao Yining's heart. When they took a taxi back home, Lei Guang was shocked to see Zhao Yining. Yining, you're back. Are you okay? Zhao Yining glared at Lei Guang. Without saying a word, she walked straight toward the room. Lei Guang, knowing he was in the wrong, defended himself from behind. Yining, let me explain. There was no way I could have beaten that bunch of thugs alone. That's why I ran to get back up. As soon as I got back, I immediately called my bodyguards to go help. Zhao Yining grew even angrier inside, thinking to herself, Lei Guang, you call for backup? You've been calling for backup all this time, and you're still just sitting at home. Recalling Jiang Zhexing's fierce performance in the parking lot, Zhao Yining felt the gap between these two men was simply too vast. There was no comparison. Lei Guang still wanted to say something at the door. With a dark expression, Zhao Yining strode straight into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a bang. Chapter 28 Locked Out. Meanwhile, Jiangzhe returned to Donghu Bay No. 1. Entering the house, he found Han Qing's lights still on. It was already 11 p.m., and Jiangzhe desperately wanted someone to talk to have a conversation with. Jiangzhe deliberately made some noise in the living room to catch Han Qing's attention, but her bedroom door remained tightly shut. Jiangzhe called out at the bedroom door, "Hey, little rich girl, you there? Come out and chat." Han Qing replied irritably from inside, "Chat my foot. I'm still working overtime." Jiangzhe protested unwillingly, "Let's talk. Today's been unbearably boring. Get back to your own room with minimal friction and stop bothering me. Damn bitch." Jiangzhe cursed under his breath as he stomped back to his room. The night was too quiet, too excruciatingly dull in his solitary confinement. Especially in the depth of night, watching the endless stream of headlights on distant highways from his balcony window made Jiangzhe's restless thoughts surge even more violently. Running into Zhao Yining in the underground parking lot tonight had put Jiangzhe in a foul mood. He'd already sacrificed 6 years of his life in prison to save Zhao Yining, nearly dying behind bars. And now he'd rescued her again today? They'd already broken up. So why did he have to run into this kind of trouble? Jiangzhe had come to terms with the breakup itself. What gnawed at him was those 6 wasted years, the prime of his youth spent rotting away in a prison cell. If not for that incident, with Jiang University's double degree in hand back then, I'd likely have made achievements and built a career like my classmates did, buying a car and home to settle down in Jiangxin. But life is so unpredictable. It never follows the path we wish for. Jiangzhe pulled out that worn-out guitar from his college days and began to strum and sing. A song titled, She Said, "Some people simply can't be held on it no matter how you try. Some views aren't meant to be seen only at dusk and twilight. What's meant to come will come. What's meant to go can't be kept. Why keep chasing so desperately? Life? Oh, life, are you lonely? Not gambling with fate. Not tasting the bitterness of the world." A loud banging sounded at the door. Jiangzhe, open up. You lunatic, strumming that guitar in the middle of the night. Jiangzhe smirked and continued strumming his guitar while humming. Outside, the pounding on the door grew louder and louder. Jiangzhe put away his guitar and opened the door. A pouty little face greeted him. Grinning cheekily, he said, "Hey, little rich girl, did you like my playing?" Han Qing snapped. What kind of melancholy act is this in the middle of the night? "Oh, life, are you lonely? Stop with the sentimental crap. Aren't you afraid the downstairs and next-door neighbors will complain about you?" "Afraid? Do I look like someone who'd be scared of them?" he retorted. "Just enjoy the show. After all, I used to be the lead singer of Jiang University's band. You should cherish this opportunity to enjoy free singing." Han Qing was too furious to speak. Jiangzhe was truly detestable. First he bullied her last night, and now he's pulling this stunt again tonight? Was this never going to end? Was there really no way to teach this guy a lesson? Han Qing pondered for a moment. Then his expression relaxed into a natural smile as he said, "To be honest, you really do sing quite well. No wonder you performed so brilliantly at the bar that day. So you're actually the lead singer of a band." Jiangzhe smiled smugly and replied, "Now you know how talented I am." "Huh? Listen, I know a great place. How about I take you there? The atmosphere is fantastic. And the audience is huge too. You can really let yourself go there. Way better than performing alone in your room." Jiangzhe began to feel excited. Spending evenings bored in his room wasn't ideal. Having a place like a bar where he could sing would be pretty great. "Jiangzhe, is there really such a good place?" "Absolutely. I know that spot well. Come on, put on your coat, and I'll drive you there." Jiangzhe-san hastily threw on his clothes, grabbed his guitar, and dashed to the living room. Let's go, let's go. Wasn't planning to sleep anyway. Should have told me about such a great place earlier. You go wait by my car first. I'll change clothes and meet you there right away." Jiangzhe turned at the door and said, "Perfect. Now, that's more like a proper roommate. Look how happy you are. Then hurry up." The door slammed shut behind him. Then came the sound of the deadbolt turning. Jiangzhe froze, then reacted, "Damn it, you bitch. Are you playing me? Han Qing's icy voice came through the door. Didn't you want to find a crowded place to play guitar and sing? The plaza downstairs seems perfect for you. Go perform there. Guaranteed the whole neighborhood will come watch. Jiangzhe was furious. Open the door, you bitch. Who asked you to keep bullying me? Stay out there and think about what you've done. Only when you realize your mistakes will I let you back in. Jiangzhe pounded on the door repeatedly. Apologize? You must be out of your damn mind. Han Qing snorted coldly and retreated to her room. That guy was way too arrogant and shameless. Just yesterday, he was hitting his own ass with a mop. No matter what, this guy deserves some payback this time. He wouldn't open the door unless he lowered his head. An hour passed. Han Qing, having finished her work, noticed the unusual quiet outside the main door and felt puzzled. She walked to the door and called out through it. Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe scrambled up from the ground, stomped his slightly numb feet, and replied from outside the door, Hey, little rich girl, I'm right here. Han Qing was taken aback. She had already figured out Jiangzhe's patterns. When Jiangzhe felt angry or dissatisfied with himself, he would call himself a bitch. If he was in a relatively good mood or feeling calm, he would call himself a little rich girl. But clearly, she locked this guy outside for an hour. Given his temper, shouldn't he be furious and cursing her as a bitch by now? Yet why was he acting so unpredictably? Not only did he not seem angry, but he even called her little rich girl. Han Qing asked suspiciously, Well, Jiangzhe, have you realized your mistake? I have. I was wrong. Wrong. Truly wrong. Han Qing remained doubtful. Really? I'm finding that hard to believe. Jiangzhe stood outside the door with a pleading expression. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have disturbed the neighbors in the middle of the night. Freezing my ass off for an hour out here has cooled me down completely. Let me in already. It's goddamn freezing outside. Are you sure you won't cause any trouble or make a scene once you're inside? Promise. Right now, all I want is to crawl into a warm bed and sleep. Han Qing still seemed uneasy. Can I really take your word for it? Count on it. When has Jiangzhe ever gone back on his word? Just let me in, and I'll head straight to bed. Nothing else, I promise. Han Qing hesitated for a moment. Then she unlocked the front door. Vigilantly, she positioned herself near her bedroom door in the living room. If Jiangzhe tried anything shady after entering the room, Han Qing planned to immediately escape into her own room and lock the door. Unexpectedly, after Jiangzhe entered the house, he merely glanced at Han Qing without saying a word, then flashed her a smile. He then silently returned to his own room. Seeing this, Han Qing was left somewhat baffled instead, feeling strangely unsettled in a way she couldn't quite describe. This guy's reaction today is completely unlike his usual style. With his fiery temper, how can he remain so calm and unruffled? Could it be that his conscience has finally kicked in? Seems the old saying is true after all, power grows out of the barrel of a gun. For someone like him, the only way to deal with him is to fight back. When this guy quiets down and starts talking sense, he's not so intolerable after all. Chapter 29. Ironically locked at home, Han Qing didn't think too much about it and returned to her room. After a busy day, she was utterly exhausted. She washed up and went straight to sleep. Early the next morning, Han Qing grabbed her car keys and hurried out the door. She had an important meeting to attend right after arriving at the office. When she reached the underground garage, Han Qing started her red Q7. But today, no matter how hard she pressed the accelerator, the car refused to move, feeling unusually sluggish. The engine was roaring as if in fury, yet the speed remained sluggish. Glancing down, Han Qing noticed the Q7's dashboard was blaring a tire pressure warning alarm. After getting out to check, Han Qing discovered all 4 tires of his car had gone completely flat. Realization struck instantly, flooding Han Qing with white-hot rage. No wonder Jiangzhe had acted so uncharacteristically last night, calmly admitting his mistake with that infuriating composure. No wonder it was so quiet for an hour after I locked him out last night. Turns out he went downstairs to let the air out of my tires. Han Qing turned around in anger and headed back to the room. She took out the keys, ready to unlock the door. This damned hoodlum actually let the air out of his tires. Han Qing couldn't stand it for another second. She decided she no longer cared about her damned grandpa's feelings. She was going inside to chase this filthy scoundrel away for good. Agreeing to Jiang's sham marriage and letting him live in this house from the beginning was a serious mistake. Now, it might finally be time to end this mistake. Yet no matter how hard Han Qing turned the key, the security door wouldn't open. On the contrary, Jiangja was inside, grinning cheekily, and said smugly through the door, "Little rich girl, what brought you back? Didn't you leave for work?" Now Han Qing was even more certain that letting the air out of the tires was Jiangja's doing. Han Qing had never been so furious before. She yelled angrily, "You scoundrel! How dare you lock the door from the inside? Didn't you lock the door last night too? Leaving me stranded outside?" Han Qing pounded on the anti-theft door. "Open up for me. This is my house. What right do you have to lock me out? Get out of my house right now. Don't stay a single second longer in my house." Jiangja said leisurely inside the house, "Look at you, little rich girl. How did you become like this again? That day when I said I was leaving, it was you who stopped me. Now it's also you who insists on kicking me out. Don't you think you're being a little schizophrenic? Just what exactly do you want from me? But right now, even if I left, I'd have nowhere else to go. So I've decided to shamelessly squat in your apartment." Han Qing's eyes reddened with fury outside the door. "Have you no manners or integrity at all? You're living in my apartment, yet you bully a defenseless woman like this. Do you have any principles left?" Jiangja laughed. "Integrity again? Integrity my ass." After being released from prison, integrity was the last thing he had left nowadays. "That's right. I have no manners. I told you from the start. I'm an ex-con. What manners could I possibly have? Now, I only believe in one saying: drop your personal integrity and embrace a shameless life." Han Qing was rendered utterly speechless by fury. What kind of utter scoundrel was this? Han Qing stamped her foot at the doorway. "Fine. You won't leave? If you won't go, then I will." After a while, Jiangja heard the commotion at the door cease. Pushing open the door, Han Qing was already nowhere to be seen. A flicker of doubt crossed my mind as I muttered to myself, did the little rich girl just take off? Jiangja felt quite satisfied. Since last night and this morning, all he had been thinking about was how to outwit this little rich girl. Now that he had achieved a phased victory, he had finally turned the tables. He could happily go back to sleep for a while longer. When he woke from his extra nap, the sun outside his window was already halfway up the sky. Feeling a bit hungry, Jiangja decided to go downstairs to find something to eat. But when he tried to open the front door, he found that after opening it a crack, it wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pushed. What was going on? Why couldn't he open the door? Jiangja peered through the gap of the partially open gate and saw its handle threaded with a chain lock securing it to the railing beside it. Jiangja instantly bristled with irritation, yet couldn't help finding the situation both infuriating and laughable. Bloody hell, this little vixen is ruthless. Blocked from entering, she'd locked the main gate to trap him inside too? Jiangja pulled out his phone and immediately called Han Qing, but each of his repeated attempts was swiftly rejected. Jiangja snorted inwardly and plopped onto the sofa. Like hell he believed that. Fine, he could stay put, but did this little bitch really think she'd never come back to this apartment? His stomach growled louder. Jiangja got up and rummaged through the kitchen, agitation mounting. The stove clearly hadn't been used in ages. The fridge stood barren, completely empty of any food. Only a few frozen dumplings and a pack of instant noodles remained. Jiangja didn't bother overthinking it. He cooked and ate both the frozen dumplings and the instant noodles. No matter what, he figured his wealthy girlfriend would surely be back by evening. Watching TV, scrolling through his phone, then sleeping. He barely managed to pass the time until nightfall. But even after waiting until well past midnight, 10 p.m., Han Qing still hadn't returned. Jiangja was hungry again, the kind of hunger that gnawed through his very bones. All I ate today was a pack of dumplings and instant noodles. For a young man strong as an ox, this is far from enough nourishment. Jiangja texted Han Qing, asking when she'd be back and accusing her of shamelessly locking the front door. As expected, half an hour later, Han Qing still showed no signs of movement or news. Jiangzhe was starving. At the same time, he felt puzzled. Could it be that Han Qing wasn't planning to come back all night? Unable to hold out any longer, Jiangzhe called Lung Eru. Eru, come over here right now. Lung Eru usually didn't call Jiangzhe much, but whenever he did, it was always guaranteed to be about something urgent. Seeing Jiangzhe's call coming through, Eru jerked alert. What's wrong? Did Jean Laosan come after you? Where are you? Don't panic. I'll round up a couple guys to help you out right now. Jiangzhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Panic my ass. Just hurry up and give me some food. I haven't eaten all day. What happened? Are you sick? Cold Eru's voice was full of concern over the phone. I got locked in by the little rich girl. Locked in? How did that happen? Jiangzhe snapped impatiently. Stop asking stupid questions. Just hurry up and get me some food. If you don't come soon, I'll fucking starve to death. You can ask questions after you get here. Lung Eru bought some food and drinks, then traced the address Jiangzhe had sent him to the doorstep. Jiangzhe, I'm here. Where are you? Jiangzhe was eagerly peering through the crack in the door. Seeing the skewers and beer in Lung Eru's hands, his eyes instantly lit up. You damn bastard, over here. What took you so long? Any later, and I'd have starved to death. After confirming through the door crack that it was indeed Jiangzhe staring longingly outside, Lung Eru looked puzzled. Holy shit, Jiangzhe? So you really got yourself a sugar mommy and started living off her money? This high-end neighborhood, this apartment, must have cost at least a few million, right? But why did your little sugar mama lock you up at home? Afraid you'll run away after being tricked into staying until you wanted to escape. Jiangzhe couldn't be bothered to deal with Lung Eru. He directly snatched the skewers from Lung Eru's hand through the door crack and started wolfing them down voraciously. Damn delicious. So damn good. Lung Eru stared in shock before grabbing a few lamb skewers back through the crack. Fuck, save some for me, asshole. I haven't even eaten a single skewer I bought yet. Lung Eru reached through the door gap, trying to snatch the skewers from Jiangzhe's hand again. Their arms kept tugging back and forth through the door crack. The chain lock slammed repeatedly against the door, making rhythmic clanking sounds. Serious. Chapter 30, Payday. In the end, Jiang devoured most of the skewers, slightly alleviating his hunger, though he still felt unsatisfied. He snatched a few more skewers from Lung Eru through forceful bumping. Lung Eru was speechless. Just how hungry was this guy? Lung Eru tossed Jiangzhe 2 cans, and the two began gulping them down through the gap in the door. After the beer washed everything down, Jiangzhe finally felt content. This was probably the most delicious barbecue he'd ever had. Lung Eru sized up Jiangzhe through the crack in the door. You idiot. I told you not to live off women. Look at you now, locked inside by that old hag. Pathetic. Can't even get a meal. Jiangzhe shot Lung Eru a glare, then looked puzzled. Old hag. That sugar mama, who's keeping you, of course. Jiangzhe snorted. Who says it couldn't be some young, beautiful rich woman sponsoring me? Lung Eru scoffed. Young, beautiful, and a rich girl. Why on earth would she fancy you? Jiangzhe smiled. Eru, do you know why I spent 2 hours in the bathroom yesterday when my shower only took 10 minutes? Lung Eru. Did you go in there to watch videos? No. It took me an hour and 50 minutes admiring my own handsome reflection in the mirror. Lung Eru spat out his beer. Oh, disgusting. They finished their barbecue at the door. Lung Eru and Jiangzhe were stuck in a standoff. One couldn't get in, the other couldn't get out. The two men stood glaring at each other. Jiangzhe stretched lazily. All right, whatever. I'm tired, and that little drink actually felt pretty good. I'm way back to sleep. You should head back too. Lung Eru was fuming. I came all this way by bus to bring this guy food, and after stuffing himself, he just turns around and goes off to sleep in some rich woman's mansion. And I got to take the bus home again. Lung Eru muttered a few complaints and turned to leave. Jiangzhe called after him. Wait. Lung Eru? ? Jiangzhe peeked through the door crack at Lung Eru and grinned. If that old hag still doesn't come back to unlock this tomorrow, you'll have to bring me some food by noon. There's a pretty good hot dry noodles place down at the pier alley near the neighborhood. Give me a bowl with extra pork intestines. Another bowl of rice, wine dumpling soup. Oh, and load up the hot dry noodles with plenty of chili oil. Lung eru. Damn it. How the hell did I end up with a brother like you? Noon on the second day. After Jiangzhe woke up, the heavy lock still hung on the front gate. Just as he was about to call Lung Eru to deliver food to him, the sound of chains unlocking came from the main gate. Jiangzhe jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the entrance. Sure enough, Han Qing's figure appeared. That damn woman finally remembered to come back and unlock the door for him. Blocking the doorway, Jiangzhe barked in a fierce voice, "You damn woman, so you finally remembered to come back and unlock the door for me? Why don't you just lock me in for 2 more days and come back to clean up after I starve to death? Go ahead, keep me locked in this room forever then." After saying this, Jiangzhe stared at Han Qing, waiting for a counterattack. He'd already prepared even harsher words to hurl at her. How dare she lock him inside all day? There was no way he'd let her off so easily. Han Qing didn't speak. Standing at the doorway, she instead gazed calmly at Jiangzhe, who was physically blocking the exit. Han Qing's eyes were large, with delicate eyeliner and thick lashes, every detail perfected to the last degree. Her gaze, emanating from those crystalline eyes, was as clear and tranquil as still water. Seeing Han Qing's expression, Jiangzhe was instead thrown off balance, inexplicably feeling a pang of guilt. Without hesitation, Han Qing advanced toward Jiangzhe as though the obstruction before simply didn't exist. Jiangzhe felt slightly unnerved and instinctively dodged to the side. What's up with this woman? When they were arguing, he'd never been afraid of her before. So why did he feel so guilty when she looked at him with those calm, placid eyes? Han Qing entered the room and placed a neatly packed box of dumplings on the table. Jiangzhe was starving. His eyes lit up at the aroma. Are these dumplings for me? For the dog. Jiangzhe felt a little less angry when he saw Han Qing had actually taken the initiative to bring him some food. But obviously, he couldn't just let her off the hook that easily. Jiangzhe, you're the dog. Since when are you so nice as to bring me food? Did you slip some poison in here, or what? Han Qing sighed, took an envelope out of her pocket, and placed it next to the dumplings. Inside the envelope was a stack of red bills. What's this? Jiangzhe was a bit puzzled. Han Qing glanced at Jiangzhe and said calmly, Jiangzhe, this is your salary for the past few days. Yesterday morning, you let the air out of my tires, causing me to miss the general manager's office meeting arranged by the company. That's why I was so angry and ended up locking the gate. When you first moved in, we agreed on 3 basic rules, promising not to interfere with each other's lives. But now it seems that's completely impossible to maintain. I'm extremely busy with work, juggling preparations for the bidding on the upcoming number 88 land parcel in Jiangsheng, while also squeezing in time to complete my MBA thesis at Jiangda University. 2 things together kept me utterly swamped. If you still want to keep up this sham marriage, the agreement stands. I'll pay you weekly. If you're unwilling to play this charade with me, then take the salary I've given you and leave. In short, I don't want to quarrel with you anymore. I genuinely don't have the energy for these entanglements. I'm rather exhausted. Han Qing spoke slowly, fixing Jiangzhe with a gaze as calm as still water. No matter what, the decision is yours now. No matter what choice you make, I respect you. A pang of guilt suddenly welled up in Jiangzhe's heart. No wonder the little rich girl locked herself away yesterday. Turns out, I was getting in the way of her important executive office meeting. If I had known the general manager called her for a meeting, I wouldn't have let the air out of her tires. At least I could have waited until she got back from the meeting before deflating them. No matter how much of a bastard I am, sabotaging her work is crossing the line. These days, how easy is it really to land a decent job? Besides, she actually pays me on time. If she keeps that up, forget arguing. I call this little sugar mama ancestor every damn day. Although Jiangzhe felt guilty inside, his face showed nothing but disdain. With a snort, he said, For now, I'll let it slide. Consider it for the money's sake. I'll try my best to control myself and not argue with you from now on. Our contract still stands. That's good. I hope you keep your word this time. Han Qing walked toward her room, a faint, barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Yesterday, I locked that hot-tempered guy in the room all day while I went to stay in another apartment I own in this complex. Though it felt satisfying in the moment, now that I'm actually back in this apartment, I feel somewhat uneasy. Unexpectedly, just now when I entered, a mere composed glance at him effortlessly defused the crisis, even securing this guy's future obedience. As if I couldn't handle him? Easy game. Just as Han Qing was about to return to her room, she suddenly remembered something. Wait, there are 2 more things I need to tell you. What's up? You let all the air out of my tires. Now you better fix it. Easy. Freshly paid. Jiangzhe was in a good mood and turned to leave the room. Where are you going? Han Qing shouted after him. To pump them back up. Want to come along and pump some tires. Chapter 31. Lung Eru gets kidnapped before Han Qing could finish speaking. Jiangzhe turned and left, leaving Han Qing with only the sight of his retreating figure. Han Qing went home to change clothes, put on her sneakers, and headed to the underground garage. The scene before her stunned her instantly. Jiangzhe had his sleeves rolled up, revealing the muscles on his shoulders. He gripped a tire pump, vigorously pushing it up and down in frantic motions. He was inflating the tires of the Q7. Passers-by in the garage stared at Jiangzhe as if he were an alien. Han Qing walked over to Jiangzhe. Good heavens, Jiangzhe, what are you doing? Terminating a pregnancy. Didn't you ask me to do this? This baby seems quite stubborn. I've been at it forever and only managed to abort one. Why don't you join me? Consider it a workout. A passing couple burst into laughter. Han Qing was speechless. He grabbed an electric air pump from the car, plugging it into the cigarette lighter socket. Jiangzhe was dumbfounded. Abortions come as fancy now. After inflating the tires, just as Jiangzhe was about to head upstairs, Han Qing suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, tomorrow's the weekend. Grandpa said he'd come to our place first, then take us all out for a meal or something. Don't mess it up when the time comes." Jiangzhe had just received his paycheck today and was in great spirits. No problem at all. If not, we can just whip up a couple of dishes at home and have a meal there. Han Qing's eyes lit up. Eating at home would be even better. Grandpa isn't doing well physically these days, and going out would tire him out easily. But then Han Qing still looked somewhat dubious as she asked, "Wait, you can cook?" Back in his rural hometown, Jiangzhe often cooked with his mother, Zhang Ju, so whipping up a few dishes was no problem at all. What's more, during his time in Jianshan prison, he had killed boredom by reading every single book in the library. Some of them were cookbooks, and Jiangzhe had long memorized every recipe inside. This time, suggesting cooking at home was the perfect opportunity to test whether those prison cookbooks actually worked. Jiangzhe nodded. "I know a little, but there's not a single pot, pan, or utensil in your kitchen. If you want to cook, we'll need to get all the equipment first. And money for groceries. You'll have to give me that separately. There's actually quite a lot to buy if your kitchen is going to be functional. We'll need 2 pots, a dozen or so bowls and plates, a spatula, seasonings, a kitchen knife, and..." Before Jiangzhe could finish, Han Qing took out 2,000 yuan and said, "No need to explain. Take this money and go buy what you need." Jiangzhe happily pocketed the 2,000 yuan and immediately headed to the supermarket. He returned with an armload of pots, pans, kitchenware, seasonings, and groceries. After Han Qing finished arranging everything in the kitchen, gazing at the assortment of cookware and rainbow-colored spice bottles now filling the space, the room instantly came alive with the warmth of domesticity. Jiangzhe handed the shopping receipt and the remaining 100+ yuan back to Han Qing. "Here, this is the change from shopping earlier, along with the receipt. Double-check it." Han Qing was taken aback, genuinely surprised. For such a small amount of shopping money, Jiangzhe actually bothered to return her the change? Then she remembered, from the very beginning when he rescued her, she'd offered him money then too, yet he'd only accepted the 95 yuan taxi fare that was rightfully his. Though this guy could be irritating at times, he was scrupulously honest when it came to money. Percent. Han Qing handed some spare change back to Jiangzhe, saying, "Keep the change. You can use it to buy anything else you might need." Jiangzhe resolutely refused. Fair is fair. I've already taken my wages from you. It'd be improper to keep leftover money from shopping too. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Despite Han Qing pressing him several times, Jiangzhe remained unwilling to accept it. Finally irritated, Han Qing said coldly, "Fine then. Since we're settling accounts, let's be thorough. Don't forget the money from the car accident last time, plus the clothes I bought you. You still owe me 10,000 in total. Don't forget that." Jiangzhe was a bit confused. The little rich girl had been perfectly fine just moments ago, yet now her mood had shifted so abruptly. Damn it, why the hell did I have to go and give her back that measly $100 like some impulsive idiot? And now, perfect, she's dragged up that old debt of over 10 grand. Jiangzhe nodded. Don't worry. When I, Jiangzhe, give my word, I never go back on it. You can just deduct the money I owe you from my paycheck later. I swear I won't shortchange you. Good enough, Han Qing said, preparing to close her door. Jiangzhe walked up to her doorway. Wait, did you forget something? Han Qing, ? I'm just reminding you. If Grandpa comes tomorrow, he'll definitely check your room. We each have our own rooms, with separate blankets and pillows. Grandpa will eventually figure out. Han Qing flushed slightly. This really isn't worth the trouble. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Jiangzhe grinned cheekily. I think it's troublesome too. Why don't I just move in? That way we can make the act more convincing. Get lost. Han Qing's door slammed shut with a bang. Jiangzhe returned to his room, lips curled in amusement. This little rich girl, it was just a joke. Why so heated? She really has a spicy little temper. The next afternoon, Jiangzhe was in the kitchen, preparing some ingredients in advance. After finishing up, he went to the living room and saw Han Qing carrying the pillow from Jiangzhe's room to her own room. Jiangzhe grinned mischievously. Just taking the pillow isn't enough. You'll have to move my luggage, clothes, and stuff into your room too. Hang a couple of my freshly washed clothes, underwear, and socks on the balcony. Those need to be moved as well. That's the only way Grandpa will believe it. Han Qing's face turned completely red. You filthy pervert! I wouldn't touch your stinking clothes, even if you paid me. You take those 2 pieces and hang them on my bedroom balcony yourself. Didn't you say I wasn't allowed in your room? Han Qing glared at Jiangzhe. Making an exception today. Hang it up quickly and come out. Jiangzhe placed his underwear on the balcony of Han Qing's room. By chance, his eyes landed on the lace lingerie she had hung out to dry. Wow, that must be at least 4 letters worth. No wonder whenever the little rich girl walked past the TV, the screen always lost 3 seconds of content. Jiangzhe gulped. Just as his thoughts were running wild and fantasies swirling in his mind, his phone suddenly rang. The call was answered by an unfamiliar male voice. Jiangzhe, right? You and your buddy Lung Eru messed up my brother Scarface Chow. You didn't think this would just end like that, did you? Jiangzhe's heart sank. He replied into the phone. If you got the guts, come at me. Leave my brother Eru out of this. I'm the one who beat up Scarface Chow. The man on the phone let out 2 cold laughs. Pretty bold. Meet me at the construction site behind Lung Eru's neighborhood. We're waiting for you here. Jiangzhe swiftly put on his jacket. Grabbing his motorcycle keys, he headed straight for the door. Han Qing called out anxiously from behind. Jiangzhe, where are you going? Grandpapa is about to arrive. How can you run off now? My brother's in some trouble. I need to go find him first. Can you make it back by 5? I'll try. Han Qing watched Jiangzhe's retreating figure with growing irritation. Jiangzhe, you're seriously the most unreliable bastard. Chapter 32. He burned spirit money. Jiangzhe rode his motorcycle straight to the construction site behind the residential compound where Lung Eru worked as a security guard. In the corner of the construction site sat a Jinbei van. When Scarface Chow saw Jiangzhe approaching, he leaped down from the van. Behind him, a man with a pockmarked face and several men in black suits also disembarked from the Jinbei, lining up behind Scarface Chow as they stared at Jiangzhe. Lung Eru was dragged out of the car with his hands tied behind his back, held firmly by 2 men in suits. Spotting Jiangzhe, Lung Eru's eyes lit up. Jiangzhe, he then cursed. Why the hell are you here? Are you out of your damn mind? Jiangzhe grinned. Mind your own fucking business. Of course I'm coming when my brother gets snatched. Scar Chow stepped up to Jiangzhu and spat. Jiangzhu, you've got some fucking nerve showing up. You actually showed up. I thought you wouldn't come. Jiangzhu noticed Scarface Chow with his arm in a plaster cast slung around his neck and remarked coolly, well, sporting cast now, huh? Do you believe I'll put your other arm in a cast too? Scarface Zhu's heart clenched in fear, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He knew Jiangzhu wasn't joking. Last time on the street, it was Jiangzhu who effortlessly dislocated my arm with just a couple of moves. You're Jiangzhu. Pockmark stepped forward, sizing Jiangzhu up with a glance before asking. He felt somewhat puzzled inside. Scarface Chow had his arm dislocated by someone on the street last time and initially thought the other party was some tough hoodlum from the underworld. Never expected it would be a young man who looked like a student. Jiangzhu said coldly, I am Jiangzhu. Let my brother, Lung Era, go. Let my brother go? You're fucking dreaming. Pocky spat. Do you know who you're messing with? In Jiangcheng, nobody who dares to cross our boss Jean Lao San has ever been born yet. You beat our brother Scar Chow until he was dislocated, and now you just open your mouth asking us to let your buddy go? What a fucking joke. Don't fear the wind cutting your tongue. Last time Lung Eru and Jiangzhu mentioned that offending Scarface Chow would surely provoke vengeance from their boss, Jean Lao San. The day had finally arrived. Jiangzhu sized up the group in front of him and asked, So what will it take to let my brother go? Motzi took out a stack of bills and patted Lung Eru's face with them. Simple as that. Hand over 200 grand for the medical fees. Then kneel down and count out 20 times to me and Scarface Chow as an apology. Let each knock ring loud. And after that, chop off one of your arms. Then we'll call it even. Is that all? Fine. Wait for me. I'm going to the bank to withdraw some money. With that, Jiangzhu turned and walked away. Ma Zi was momentarily stunned as she watched Jiangzhu walk away. I was just speaking casually earlier, not really expecting Jiangzhu to actually agree. But when Jiangzhu unexpectedly agreed to his own terms without even batting an eye, watching Jiangzhu's retreating figure, the suited men brought by Pockface exchanged mocking glances and began chatting. Ha! Thought this little punk was so tough? Look at him now. Just hearing Big Brother Jin's name was enough to make him scurry off to get the money, wasn't it? I expected some real tough guy. Turns out he's just a kid barely old enough to grow fuzz. Half an hour passed. The group waited at the construction site for a long time, yet Jiangzhu was nowhere to be seen. Pocky turned back to Lung Eru and sneered. Your buddy Jiangzhu probably pissed himself seeing how many of us there are. That going to get money excuse was just a cover. He's actually run off, hasn't he? Lung Eru snapped. Bullshit. If he says he's coming, he won't run. That's what he said, but doubt crept into Lung Eru's mind. What the hell was Jiangzhu really up to? He said he was going to withdraw money. But where would he get money to withdraw? His pockets were emptier than his face. Besides, even if there really was this 200,000 yuan, how could Jiangzhu agree to it without saying a word? This doesn't seem like his style at all. As time slowly passed, Pockface and the others were growing impatient. Pockface grabbed Lung Eru by the collar. See? I told you he'd run away, you coward. You idiot, you're coming back with us. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. We'll settle all our old scores together. Lung Eru felt a surge of panic. He had no idea what these pockmarked men intended to do with him. Yet the thought of Jiangzhu's escape brought him a strange sense of peace. As long as Jiangzhu was safe, whatever happened to him now was in fate's hands. Just as the group prepared to leave, Jiangzhu reappeared at the construction site, roaring back on his motorcycle. A bulky package was strapped to the bike's cargo rack. Pockmark stared at Jiangzhu. Took you long enough. Any later, and we'd have left. Did you get the money? Yeah. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Took me forever to find a damn place to stash the cash. Fucking mission impossible. With that, Jiangzhu started untying the bags strapped to his motorcycle's rear seat. He began pulling out bills one by one, piling them onto the ground. Just as everyone was eyeing the thick stack of cash Jiangzhu produced with fascination, his next move completely stunned every single person on the scene. Jiangzhu pulled out his lighter, ignited one banknote, and instantly set all the other bills aflame. As he burned them, he casually remarked, "All right, I've already burned the money for you. Don't say it's only 200,000. There must be 20 billion in there now." Pakface and his crew were utterly stunned. Only then did they realize Jiang Zhe had completely played them. Pakface's rage surged. He whipped out a knife, strode forward, and swung straight at Jiang Zhe's face. "Fuck your ancestors. Burning hell money. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Jiang Zhe lifted his gaze. He waited until a chill surged toward him before sidestepping with ease. For Jiang Zhe, who had honed his cis-smart techniques in prison, the flurry of strikes coming at him moved as slowly as if time had stalled. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Zhe flung the burning joss paper in his hand, scattering it toward Pakface like vengeful embers. Matzi instinctively tilted his head to one side. By the time he turned back, Jiang Zhe's hand was already lunging straight for the hand holding the blade. Matzi tried to dodge, but it was too late. His wrist holding the blade was firmly seized by Jiang Zhe. A sharp pain shot through him. Matzi instinctively let go. In an instant, the blade was in Jiang Zhe's hand. Without any hesitation, Jiang Zhe swung the blade and viciously slashed toward Matzi. Pakface instantly pissed himself. He'd been in plenty of fights wielding a blade before. But this was different. Pakface saw the lethal intent in Jiang Zhe's eyes. No hesitation whatsoever. This knife thrust was absolutely aimed at erasing him from the family register permanently. Pakface instantly rolled away, throwing himself out of harm's way. He tumbled twice on the ground before barely managing to dodge the rain of blows. "What are you all standing around for? Get him!" Pakface yelled at his men as he regained his footing. "I'll stab anyone who comes near me. Dare to try." Jiang Zhe's eyes flashed with cold menace. With so many of us, we're scared of just one guy. A suited man behind Pakface cautiously stepped forward. Jiang Zhe flicked the razor blade in his hand, and before the suited man could react, his sleeve was sliced open. A gash appeared on his arm, blood oozing out incessantly. Pakface and his suited underlings were instantly dumbfounded. Was that move seriously so fast? Brandishing the razor blade, Jiang Zhe strode toward the crowd. "Anyone else who's not convinced, step right up. Just be ready to leave behind a body part." Paki was instantly stunned. Only then did he realize why even a ruthless guy like Scar Chow had his arm dislocated and put in a cast. "Fall back." Paki yelled when he saw things going south. Chapter 33. Returned to Donghu Bay Estate, the suit-clad men snapped to attention and bolted for the Jinbei van. Scarface Chow also turned to scramble toward the van, only to trip over a brick at the construction site and face-plant onto the ground. Scarface Chow clambered to his feet, still pissing himself with fear as he spun around and fled toward the waiting van. With the gauze still wrapped around Scarface Chow's shoulder, the whole scene looked downright comical from Jiang Zhe's perspective. Jiang Zhe nearly burst out laughing behind him. As Scarface Chow climbed into the van, the door slammed shut with a bang. The driver floored the gas pedal, making the engine roar as the van shot forward violently. Jiang Zhe hurled the piece of broken glass in his hand at the van's rear window, which thudded dully upon impact. After Jiang Zhe loosened the rope from Lung Eru's hands, Lung Eru looked stunned. "Holy shit, Jiang Zhe, you can really fight. You drove off all those guys by yourself. Didn't I tell you? I apprenticed under a Zismart master in prison. Even if another dozen of these small fry came at me, I wouldn't be scared." Lung Eru said with lingering fear. "Weren't you scared when that pockmarked guy pulled a knife on you just now?" My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Scared? Of course I'm scared. When someone's waving a knife in your face, who wouldn't be? But if I were scared shitless, we'd both be finished today. Besides, I've already died once in prison. Every extra day I live is a day I've earned. Nothing left to fear. The two chatted for a while. Jiang Zhe checked the time, 6 o'clock in the evening. There were several missed calls from Han Qing on his phone. Jiang Zhe slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that tonight Grandpa was coming over for dinner. Jiang Zhe mounted his motorcycle, hurrying to leave. Lung Eru looked puzzled. "Jiang Zhe, where are you rushing off to?" Jiangxia thought for a moment, then pointed at the back seat. Oh, haven't you eaten yet? Come on, hop on. Let's go grab dinner together later. Lung Eru didn't understand what was happening and thought Jiangxia was taking him out to eat, so he climbed onto the motorcycle. Only when they arrived at the Donghu Bay No. 1 residential complex did Lung Eru realize something was off. Jiangxia, isn't this the same complex where you got food delivered last time? Are we going to your place to eat? Jiangxia nodded. Yeah, we're eating at the little rich girl's place. I'm cooking. Ingredients are ready. You just need to help me out. Lung Eru turned to leave. I won't be going. That sugar mama of yours. Never mind that she's an old lady, but she's got such a foul temper. Like a damn tigress. Last time she even locked you inside the house. I'd better not join in the fun. Jiangxia grabbed Lung Eru tightly. Now that you're here, you still think about leaving? Lung Eru had no choice but to follow Jiangxia upstairs. At the doorway, he happened to encounter Han Qing just as she was preparing to see her grandfather, Han Longqua, off. Jiangxia quickly called out, Hey, why are you leaving? Damn old man, didn't we agree to have dinner here? Seeing Jiangxia return with another unfamiliar face, Han Qing froze for a moment before snapping back to reality, her expression instantly twisting with anger as she spat out, Jiangxia, you're so unreliable. We agreed to meet for dinner, and then you just vanish? Not even answering my calls? Grandpa waited here for you for ages, couldn't find you, and was about to head back. Han Longqua wasn't angry at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he advised, Qing'er, why such a temper? A couple should always communicate properly. Then she turned to Jiangxia. Jiangxia was in such a hurry to leave and didn't even answer his phone. He must have something urgent to attend to, right? Jiangxia felt a jolt when he met Han Longqua's bright, piercing gaze. Though Han Longqua appeared amiable on the surface, his eyes and demeanor subtly radiated wisdom and composure, as if everything was always under his control. Jiangxia initially wanted to make up an excuse, but under Han Longqua's piercing gaze, he instinctively changed his mind. Moreover, lying had never been Jiangxia's style in the first place. Inside prison walls, he'd already stared life and death in the face. Through his ordeal, Jiangxia had learned a fundamental truth. Everything short of life and death was merely scratches. Nothing was worth the weight of a lie. With this clarity, Jiangxia gestured to the man beside him. Grandpa, this is my childhood friend Lung Eru. He got tied up by a gang. I was afraid he'd get hurt, so I rushed over to help him fight. Came back a bit late. Han Qing glanced at Jiangxia and Lung Eru's clothes. Both of them were a complete mess from head to toe. Especially Jiangxia, who had been wearing a crisp, well-pressed suit, now looked thoroughly disheveled. When Jiangxia had flung the burning joss paper at pockmarks earlier, some of it had landed on himself too, leaving his face smeared like a clown's. Han Qing was furious inside. Not coming back on time to meet Grandpa Po was bad enough. To actually tell Grandpa he'd just been out fighting with someone? Even though this was a fake marriage, what kind of scoundrel was she marrying into? Was this intentionally provoking Grandpa Pa? Han Qing nervously glanced at Han Longqua, only to find him utterly amused instead. With a hearty laugh, he said, Young people will be reckless when they're full of vigor. Fighting's normal. I scrapped with plenty of folks when I was young too. How about it, Jiangxia? Did you win your fight today? Who did you fight with? Jiang Chan was taken aback for a moment before replying, just some punk called Scarface Chow. Won the fight. There were 5 or 6 of them, but they all ran away. Han Longqua's eyes flickered with a hint of barely perceptible surprise. You drove off Scarface Chow and his 5 or 6 men? I never expected someone who looks so refined to be quite skilled at fighting. And you don't even try to hide it. What an honest young man. Jiangxia was taken aback, not anticipating this kind of reaction from Han Longqua. He then said, Grandpa Pa, you must be hungry, right? I'll go make dinner for you all right now. I've also called my brother over to join us. Hope you don't mind. Han Longqua laughed heartily. What kind of talk is that? We're all family here. Your brother is an honored guest of our Han household. Come on inside, everyone. No need to stand by the door. Jiangxia will have to work hard today. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing your culinary skills. Young people who can cook are rare these days. Qing'er, aren't you going to pour tea for our guest? Where are your manners? Han Qing had been worried that Han Longqua would be angry about Jiang's fight, but to her surprise, the old man actually seemed pleased. Once inside, Han Longqua suddenly remembered something and asked, Jiangja, last time Qing'er briefly mentioned your family situation. Since it's the weekend, why don't you invite your family over so we can all get together? A shadow of sorrow flickered in Jiang's eyes. After a brief hesitation, he explained how his mother had passed away, his father had remarried, and that he only had an older sister left in Jiangxing. Han Qing was taken aback, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Surprisingly, she had never heard Jiangja speak about his mother. It never occurred to her that his family situation would resemble her own so closely. Han Longqua sighed softly after hearing this. Ah, both of you are such unlucky children. Qing'er lost her father, and her mother is abroad all year round, never around. When you think about it, your situations really are quite similar. Not long ago, on the anniversary of Qing'er's father's death, she went to an internet cafe alone to drink. She does this every year. She insisted that she could only see her father inside a bottle. Ah, poor Qing. No wonder you two ended up together. Jiangja was also taken aback. The little rich girl had never mentioned her parents. Turns out her family situation was so similar to his own, Jiangja couldn't help feeling a certain kinship. Han Longqua took a sip of tea and said, Well then, Jiangja, since everyone's gathered today, why don't you call your sister over too? It's more fun with a crowd. Chapter 34. Can he really cook? Jiangja originally wanted to let it go this time, but Han Longqua insisted that he call his sister over. After some thought, Jiangja called his sister Jiang Yueying. She happened to be shopping with Xiao Jin at the mall, not too far from Donghua No. 1. Jiang Yueying was puzzled when she answered the phone. Little brother, why are you asking me to go to some neighborhood I've never been to? Jiangja laughed and said, Sis, come meet the little rich girl. Our hometown buddy Lung Eru is here too. Last time Jiangja visited Jiang Yueying's house, he mentioned hooking up with a wealthy woman. Yueying had thought he was just joking. Hearing him say it again now, Yueying chuckled. Little brother, are you getting addicted to finding a wife? Always joking around. Quick, tell me seriously, why did you really call me here? Jiangja smiled. Come quick, you'll find out in a moment. While waiting for his sister Jiang Yueying to arrive, Jiangja went into the kitchen to start cooking. Lung Eru followed Jiangja inside, crowding up to him and saying, Damn it, Jiang, you bastard, the rich woman you found isn't some old hag like we imagined. Who'd have thought she'd be a stunning young beauty? Damn, you hit the jackpot with this one. Going by the rating scale, this woman's a solid 9.5. Jiangja. And where was the other 0.5 points deducted for? Lung Eru. The 0.5 deduction is because it wasn't me who found it. Just as the two were talking in the kitchen, Han Qing opened the kitchen door and walked in. Originally intending to see how Jiangja cooked, but overhearing faint murmurs suggesting they were discussing her, she said, What bad things are you two saying about me? Lung Eru was startled and stammered, in nothing, before quickly hiding behind Jiangja. While chopping vegetables, Jiangja remarked casually, Lung Eru was just rating you earlier. He gave you a 9.5 for looks. Han Qing was inwardly delighted, yet maintained a stern expression. You two, always gossiping behind people's backs. Jiangja chuckled. I wasn't finished. Cold Eru's rating scale goes up to 100 points. Han Qing instantly changed countenance. You then turned a dagger-sharp gaze toward Cold Eru. Cold Eru had never been this close to a woman before. Seeing Han Qing stare at him like this, he panicked and stammered out, You filthy dog. Han Qing furrowed her brows. Are you cursing at me? Lung Eru's face turned red. No, I'm cursing Jiangja. He's playing me, that bastard. My scoring criteria was clearly 10. Jiangja remained unperturbed. What nonsense. Who was it that called this little rich girl a tigress with a foul temper just now? She locked me in my house that day, remember? Han Qing's frown deepened. Lung Eru looked utterly miserable. Though he wasn't looking at Han Qing now, he could already feel the woman standing at the kitchen doorway, glaring daggers at him with her eyes. Lung Eru pinched Jiang's waist hard. Jiang, you goddamn bastard. Always setting me up like this. Jiang chuckled. All right, enough with this bullshit. I'm gonna cook now. Both of you get out. Han Qing was deeply skeptical. The only time she'd ever seen him in this kitchen was when he boiled some dumplings once. Did this guy Jiang actually know how to stir fry? Seeing the potato strips Jiang had cut on the chopping board, Han Qing burst out laughing. Picking up one piece. Seriously? You call these potato shreds? More like potato sticks. Can't even cut proper potato shreds. Jiangja, do you really know how to cook? Lung Eru chimed in beside him. Jiangja, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Let's just eat out. There's no shame in a man not knowing how to cook. Though Jiang had practically memorized every cookbook in prison. But watching cooking tutorials isn't enough to master knife skills. Yet how dare this little rich girl and Lung Eru mock me for not knowing how to cook. Jiang's stubborn streak flared up. After adding a bit of oil to the wok, he tossed in a handful of rock sugar and began stir-frying it slowly over low heat. Han Qing stared dumbfounded. Have you ever seen someone cook like this? I've only ever seen stir-fried dishes. Who fries sugar like this? Jiang just smiled. When the rock sugar melted into large reddish-brown bubbles in the wok, he poured in a bowl of boiling water. Splash clatter. The boiling water poured into the pot with a sizzling sound, sending up delicate wisps of white steam. Han Qing jumped back in fright, dodging to the side. Jiang, I just asked you to cook, not to blow up the damn kitchen. Jiang kicked Han Qing and Lung Eru out of the kitchen, continuing to work alone in bustling silence. After stir-frying the pork belly until the fat rendered out, adding caramelized sugar for color, and letting it simmer in the clay pot, Jiang began preparing the remaining dishes. The book said to fry fish in a hot pan with cold oil, sprinkling some salt. Tried it, and indeed the fish didn't break its skin. Jiang instantly gained confidence. As expected, books have answers for everything. Following the cooking manuals he'd memorized in his mind, preparing the dishes went surprisingly smoothly. Soon, dishes like braised pork belly, spicy wuchang fish with mala sauce, shredded pork with green peppers, big plate chicken, steamed egg, stir-fried potato shreds or sticks, Chinese lettuce with dace and fermented black beans, and tomato egg soup were all ready. The people in the living room were stunned as Jiang, like a magician performing tricks, brought out dish after dish. Except for the shredded potatoes that looked more like potato sticks, all the other dishes could be considered a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste. Han Longqua gave a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! Jiang is such a skilled cook. These dishes look absolutely delicious." He then turned to Han Qing and said, "Qing, your grandpa can rest easy now. You won't have to keep eating all that messy takeout anymore. Your stomach is in for a treat from now on." As they spoke, Jiang's older sister, Jiang Yueying, called with little Jean, saying they had arrived at the neighborhood entrance. Jiang arrived at the neighborhood gate to pick up Xiao Jin. Jiang Yueying eyed the upscale residential area curiously and asked why he lived in such a high-end community. Helpless, Jiang recounted the whole story of picking up Han Qing in a bar and fake marrying her, then reminded his sister not to accidentally expose the truth once they arrived. Jiang Yueying was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Jiang, what kind of scheme are you pulling here? Did you actually score yourself a mini sugar mama? The two chatted for a while as they walked upstairs with Xiao Jin. On the way up, Jiang habitually asked his sister how she'd been lately. Jiang Yueying sighed heavily, weighed down by her thoughts. Lately, staying at the Zhao household has become increasingly suffocating. Jiang was startled. "Sis, what's going on?" After a long silence, Jiang Ying finally poured out the trouble she'd been grappling with recently. During this period, her brother-in-law Zhao Lin had been neglecting family matters, constantly socializing outside. Ignoring Xiao Jin was bad enough, but now he keeps complaining that Jiang Yueying doesn't earn money, but only spends, even insisting on going Dutch. Jiang was furious when he heard this. Is Zhao Lin out of his mind? Giving you just 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How could that possibly be extravagant spending? And going Dutch. This infuriates me. No way. I'll have to talk to him about this someday. Drop it. I can barely manage now. I still have some savings left. Jiang's heart was in turmoil. How had his sister's marriage suddenly come to this? Back then, when my sister Jiang Yueying first entered the Zhao family, she was radiant and the envy of everyone. Since when has she ever worried about a measly 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses? Chapter 35. The longed-for-place Jiang Zhe went upstairs with Jiang Yueying and Xiao Jin. Jiang Yueying spotted Han Qing. Wasn't she the woman on the electric scooter who had scratched that Q7 the other day? Later, the female car owner even returned the accident compensation money to me. Jiang Yueying was utterly baffled. Had this Jiangzhe fellow really pulled a sham marriage with this female car owner? I really can't understand the female owner of this luxury car. How could she just grab someone off the street to fake a marriage, all to fulfill her grandfather's wish? Xiao Jin was overjoyed to see Jiangzhe in the room and, without any shyness, began running around excitedly. Wow, so many people. I'm so happy. Finally, I don't have to stay bored alone in the room anymore. Her words instantly made everyone in the room burst into laughter. Han Longqua patted Xiao Jin's head and teased with a smile. Little girl, how old are you to already be using the word bored? That's a word only grown-ups get to say. Xiao Jin pouted her lips. No one plays with me at home. I always build blocks and read picture books all by myself. Han Longqua asked, don't your mom and dad play with you? Mom always has endless chores, and dad comes home very late. Even when he's back, he doesn't play with Xiao Jin. Han Qing's heart melted at the sight of the adorably sweet Xiao Jin. She crouched down and said, Xiao Jin, how about I play with you from now on? It was Xiao Jin's first time meeting Han Qing. She blinked her little eyes curiously as she studied her. Jiangzhe held Xiao Jin and pointed at Han Qing and Xiao Jin, saying, Xiao Jin, call her Annie. Han Qing's face flushed red as she puffed up her cheeks, ready to scold Jiangzhe for presuming their relationship. But then it occurred to her, given their fake marriage arrangement, Auntie was indeed the proper form of address. Little Jean chimed in with childish sweetness. Auntie, you're so pretty. All of Han Qing's earlier displeasure instantly vanished as she took the child from Jiangzhe's arms. Come on, she said. Shall we go play hide-and-seek together? Annie will play with you. Great! Xiao Jin clapped her little hands excitedly. A moment later, just as everyone was about to start eating, Han Longqua took out a bottle of Feitian sauce-flavor liquor and asked Han Qing to open it, inviting Jiangzhe and Lung Eru to have a drink together. Han Qing pouted unwillingly. Stupid grandpa, didn't the doctor say you're not allowed to drink alcohol anymore? And wasn't this liquor all hidden away? How did you still manage to find it? Han Longqua smiled. You think you can hide anything from me? I could sniff it out from a mile away. Normally I wouldn't drink, but today's such a special occasion. We got to celebrate properly. Old Grandpa's thrilled today. Han Qing had no choice but to open the bottle for Han Longqua, then drink just a little. Jiangzhe and Lung Eru were stunned speechless. Wasn't this Feitian Jiangxiang liquor? Even their random household liquor was this premium? The group clinked glasses and started their meal. Xiao Jin couldn't wait and directly grabbed a piece of glistening red braised pork with her hands, chewing with puffed cheeks. Wow, so delicious. Even better than Mom's cooking. I want more. Lung Eru and a few others also kept praising how tasty the dishes were. Han Qing was doubtful. How good could food cooked by someone who doesn't know how to cook possibly be? So he picked up a piece of pork belly and put it in his mouth. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, Han Qing was stunned by the incredible taste. The braised pork belly was tender and sticky, melting in the mouth with a rich, aromatic, meaty flavor. The other dishes were equally delicious. Han Qing often dined out for business engagements, so he was no stranger to good food. But today, Jiangzhe's braised fish and stir-fried dishes were undoubtedly top-notch. Even Han Qing, who usually disliked meat, couldn't resist eating several pieces. Before he knew it, his mouth was glistening with oil, and he had already devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Jiangzhe watched the whole table of dishes being wiped clean by everyone, his heart swelling with satisfaction. No wonder some people love cooking. Seeing others enjoy and finish the dishes you've made. Isn't that pure joy right there? After dinner and some chat, evening arrived. Jiang Yueying called Xiao Jin to go home. Pouting, Xiao Jin refused to comply. No, I still want to play with Uncle and Auntie. I haven't had enough yet. Han Qing's face flushed again. The little Jean was indeed an adorable child. Han Qing played with Jean for a while longer. The house was quite large, and the two of them enjoyed playing hide-and-seek in the rooms, thoroughly absorbed in their game. Before long, Jean had grown quite familiar with this newly acquainted Annie. The sound of her tinkling, bell-like laughter filled the entire house. Jiangzhe watched as Jean trailed eagerly after Han Qing, coupled with the smile on Han Qing's face. A hazy vision of an idyllic life gradually unfolded in his mind. Everyone seems so happy today. Is this perhaps the idealized life we all yearn for? Jiangzhe stepped onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and smoked silently while watching the endless stream of cars on the distant streets of the neighborhood. Jiangzhe wanted to pry open the envisioned paradise in his mind, eager to see clearly what the landscape of this longed-for place looked like. Yet all he could vaguely glimpse within that paradise was a woman, a mountain, a bend of water, a boat, and a dog. Where in the world was this scenery? And who was that woman within it? Jiangzhe tried to pry open the canvas in his mind to find the answer, only to discover the images and scenery blurred beyond recognition. They faintly felt familiar, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. Before breaking up with Zhao Yining, it was this idealized dreamland's imagined life that sustained Jiangzhe through his darkest days of suffering. Yet after being released from prison, nothing resembled what he'd envisioned. That coveted life steadily receded, growing mistier with each passing day. What he never expected was how Han Qing and Xiao Jin's carefree play would suddenly etch his mental dreamscape back into sharp clarity. Is the life I've dreamed of and longed for really just like tonight? A family together, chatting, cooking, with the house filled with children's laughter. But Jiangzhe instantly realized this life in the grand house didn't belong to him. He was just earning a monthly wage of 7,000 yuan, playing along with a wealthy young woman to put on a show for that wretched old man. And this play will one day come to an end. Seeing how late it was and Xiao Jin's bedtime approaching, Jiang Yueying called for her to head home. Xiao Jin still couldn't bear to part with Han Qing, promising they'd meet again next time before finally saying goodbye. After Leng Eru and Jiang Yueying left, Han Longqua sat in the room for a while before preparing to leave as well. As he was leaving, Han Longqua grabbed Jiangzhe's hand. Jiangzhe, you've worked hard today. The food you made was delicious. It would have been perfect if both sets of parents could have come today, but what a shame. Han Longqua turned to Han Qing. Since tomorrow's the weekend, Qing, you should accompany Jiangzhe to burn some paper offerings at his mother's grave. You two now have one more person to look out for each other. We should still go back and inform Jiangzhe's family. Han Qing glanced at Jiangzhe and nodded gently. Han Longqua bringing this up proactively now made Jiangzhe's heart tremble. I hadn't expected Han Longqua to be so meticulous in his considerations, nor that he'd handle matters with such propriety. Jiangzhe unexpectedly began to feel a certain admiration for Han Longqua and asked, Elder Pa, has your left hand improved at all? Does it still feel so unnaturally cold? Han Longqua shook his head. I doubt it'll ever recover. Soon enough, the left side may well be completely paralyzed. It's fine. At this age, it's about time to enjoy a peaceful life. Han Qing frowned slightly, a trace of something complicated flashing in his eyes. Han Qing grabbed Han Longqua's hand. Pa. Stop talking nonsense, you silly old man. Quick, take it back. I just scheduled an appointment for you with the most famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Jiangxing. Since Western medicine hasn't worked, maybe traditional Chinese medicine can solve it. Jiangzhe's eyes flickered briefly. Traditional Chinese medicine? Chapter 36, Peerless Divine Manual. Jiangzhe suddenly remembered that he had previously read a book on traditional Chinese medicine, which coincidentally mentioned acupuncture methods for treating Han Longqua's condition of coldness and numbness in one arm. That book seemed to describe a 3-stage acupuncture treatment. However, he hadn't studied the book carefully at the time and didn't thoroughly read through all 3 stages of the method, but he roughly remembered the first stage. Thinking of this, Jiangzhe said, "Grandpa Pa, I've learned some traditional Chinese medicine before. How about I try acupuncture for you?" Han Longqua was taken aback, but readily agreed. Han Qing, however, objected. This Jiangzhe had previously displayed nothing but the demeanor of a complete rascal. Now, he's suddenly claiming he wants to perform acupuncture on Grandpa Han? Isn't this utter nonsense? Seeing Han Qing's disapproval, Jiangzhe didn't insist too much. When it came to treating Han Longqua's condition, Jiangzhe himself wasn't entirely confident either. After all, shortly after graduating from university, he ended up in prison. Although he tried performing acupuncture on some inmates during his time behind bars, he didn't actually have substantial clinical experience. Han Longqua rolled up his sleeve, saying, "Come on, Jiangzhe, just give it a try. Don't feel burdened. Anyway, this arm of mine is pretty much useless already. Might as well treat a dead horse as if it were still alive." Unable to dissuade Han Longqua, Han Qing reluctantly agreed. Jiangzhe vaguely recalled that the treatment method described in that book involved not only the acupoints on the arm, Sanli, Baihui, and Jinyu, but most crucially, activating the Yongquan point at the sole of the foot to clear the mind and restore consciousness. If, after inserting the needles into these acupoints, there was a faint numbing sensation resembling a weak electric current, it would indicate effectiveness, paving the way for the subsequent second and third phases of the treatment. Jiangzhe took out the silver needles and had Han Longqua lie face down on the living room sofa, instructing him to remove his shoes and roll up his pant legs. Han Qing watched with concern. "Grandpa's problem is in his arms. Why do you need to needle his feet? I've seen others perform acupuncture on you before, and nobody ever made you take off your shoes." Han Longqua, however, remained unconcerned. "Qing'er, Jiangzhe here studied traditional Chinese medicine. You don't understand these things, so don't try to lecture an expert as an amateur." Jiangzhe began inserting the needles. Starting with Han Longqua's arm, there was no significant reaction at first. Concentrating deeply, Jiangzhe inserted a needle into the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of Han Longqua's foot. This time, Han Longqua let out a strained gasp, as if jolted by a mild electric shock. A faint tingling warmth began radiating from Han Longqua's arm. Seeing this, Han Qing grew more anxious. "Grandpa purr. What do you feel now?" "Not bad, feels quite nice. Like an electric shock with a warm current running through." Jiangzhe's heart leaped with joy. If there was truly an electric sensation, it meant the treatment was working. 20 minutes later, Jiangzhe removed the silver needles. Han Qing touched Han Longqua's hand, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "Wow, Grandpa, your arm doesn't feel as cold as before. Could it really be working?" Jiangzhe felt Han Longqua's hand, and indeed, compared to earlier when it was like a block of ice, the condition had improved significantly. Han Longqua was pleasantly surprised too. "Qing'er, look at how capable the husband you've found is. Not only can he heal, but he's also got such a good temper and personality. I have to say, your taste is really quite good. No wonder you turned down all those blind dates I arranged for you before." Han Qing blushed. After staying in the room for a while, she escorted Han Longqua back before returning to the room again. Han Qing exclaimed excitedly to Jiangzhe, "Jiangzhe, I really didn't expect you to be so capable. I've consulted many doctors for acupuncture before, but none of their treatments were effective until now. I never expected the needle in your foot today to actually take effect. In that case, after getting pricked a few more times for this illness of mine, is there hope?" Unexpectedly, Jiangzhe shook his head. "A disease as serious as Grandpa Po's. How could it be cured with just a few needles? To fully recover, you'll need the right internal herbal medicine to accompany it and go through the next 2 treatment phases." Then can you help Grandpa Po with a prescription?" Han Qing's eyes were filled with expectation. As long as Grandpa Po can get better, money is not an issue. Jiangzhe, however, said flatly, Money isn't the issue, but the issue isn't about money for treating Grandpa Poe's illness. Currently, it seems the methods from that book indeed have some effect. But I've only read the acupuncture techniques from the front part of that book, so I vaguely remember some parts. But right now I can't recall which book it was. Han Qing's eyes filled with disappointment. Are you saying my Grandpa Poe's chance of recovery depends entirely on one book? Jiangzhe. Can't you try harder to remember which book it was? Jiangzhe had actually already gone through the book in his mind. The acupuncture techniques he'd used for Lung Eru earlier, as well as the ones he'd just employed to treat Han Longqua, both came from the same book. But strangely enough, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he just couldn't remember the name of that book. Early the next morning, at daybreak, Jiangzhe arrived at Jiang University's library bright and early. He immediately plunged into the medical classification section. The traditional Chinese medicine book whose name kept eluding him might have been one he'd previously seen in Jiang University's library. That's exactly why he came to the school library today, to see if he could find the book by relying on his memory. After reviewing the catalog of traditional Chinese medicine classification books, he borrowed a large stack of related books one by one and began flipping through them. However, after roughly skimming through all the borrowed books, Jiangzhe quickly became disappointed. He had checked out all the relevant books in the library, but none of them matched the one he had seen before. Jiangzhe was frustrated. There were numerous books on traditional Chinese medicine, diverse and endlessly published. Practitioners of Chinese medicine were ubiquitous in the market, but truly effective books were few and far between. I finally came across a miraculous book, one that I had clearly read before, but now I simply couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. Jiangzhe stubbornly spent an entire day at Jiangda University Library, searching through all the books related to traditional Chinese medicine, but found nothing. Could it be that he had just missed out on such a precious book, just like that? He combed through every book on acupuncture in the library, even scanning through ebooks, yet still couldn't find it. Have I seen this book somewhere else before? But there's no other library around here. Library? Wait. Jiangzhe's eyes flashed as a sudden realization struck him. He abruptly stood up from the library chair. There was also a library in prison, wasn't there? Now I remember. I've seen this book before, in the Jiangda prison library. Observation notes on Four Saints' origin. This book. It suddenly dawned on Jiangzhe. No wonder I couldn't find this book in Jiangda University's library or online searches. It turned out this was a book I'd read before while serving time in prison. Notes on the observation of Four Sacred Origins wasn't actually a published book, but rather a handwritten notebook in fountain pen script. Back then, the prison library only had books donated from outside, mostly novels and business management literature. This handwritten medical notebook was the only material related to traditional Chinese medicine in the entire prison library. Jiangzhe, being trained in traditional Chinese medicine himself, initially examined the acupuncture methods described with careful scrutiny. However, upon noticing the notebook mentioning that refining and purifying certain rare Chinese medicinal herbs could produce a type of oral solution, this solution was claimed to activate normal human cells, boost immunity, nearly cure any disease, and even enhance one's vitality. But how could there possibly be a miraculous cure-all concocted in this world? It must be some quack's wild fantasy. So, Jiangzhe felt this book was completely unrealistic. He didn't even bother reading the alchemy parts carefully later on. I just hadn't expected that the acupuncture techniques mentioned in the book, Observational Notes on the Four Saints' Origins, would have such an unbelievable effect, not only relieving Lung Eru's shoulder inflammation, but also warming up Grandpa Poe's perpetually cold arm. Could it be? The later parts about the panacea refining formula, could those also be real? Jiangzhe slapped his thigh in regret. Such a treasured book. Why hadn't he studied it more thoroughly back then? Now that he's out of prison, wanting to see it again is impossible. Chapter 37. Return to Jinsong, hometown. Early the next morning, Jiangzhe was still sound asleep. Last night, I suddenly remembered the mystical book, Observation Notes on the Four Sacred Origins, but it slipped through my fingers. It was deeply regrettable, so Jiangzhe barely managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. Then his bedroom door was suddenly pounded open. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiangzhe saw Han Qing standing there. "You lazybones, still sleeping? Hurry up and get out of bed." Jiangzhe yawned. "Knocking this early? What's going on? Did you forget? Grandpa told us to visit your hometown together today. It's the weekend, and I happen to have time. Let's go together." Jiangzhe hesitated for a moment. "Forget it. My mom is back in our ancestral home in Wanxiao Village, Jingqing. It's over 100 kilometers away, too far. Besides, I'm just getting paid to put on an act for that damn grandpa of yours. No need to make it so convincing." Han Qing frowned. "That damn grandpa of yours takes this matter very seriously. He'll definitely grill us about it later. No, I'd better go back. It's only a 2-hour drive anyway." Jiangzhe didn't expect Han Qing to be the one insisting on going. Actually, Jiangzhe had been planning to visit his hometown during this period anyway. Now that there was a free ride available, it was truly an opportunity he couldn't pass up. After getting ready, the two set off for Jinsong City. Jiangzhe sat in the passenger seat while Han Qing, wearing sunglasses, skillfully drove the Q7. More than an hour later, they exited the highway and arrived in Jinsong City. Driving through country roads, winding through hilly farmlands for about another half hour, they passed by a small town. Jiangzhe told Han Qing they would reach his hometown after just a little more driving. Han Qing pulled over at a small convenience store in the town upon seeing this. Jiangzhe asked in confusion, "Why are you stopping here?" Han Qing glared at Jiangzhe. "What? You're going to visit the grave empty-handed without buying anything." She immediately got out of the car to buy some spirit money and incense sticks. Seeing the spirit money and incense sticks Han Qing had bought from the convenience store, Jiangzhe felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He then followed her out and bought a bag of hawthorn cakes from the shop. Han Qing snorted at the sight and said, "You're a grown adult and still buying snacks like these." Jiangzhe said coldly, "I don't eat it, my mom does. Every time I came home from university during holidays, I would always buy some hawthorn cakes I like from the grocery store and bring them back." Han Qing was taken aback for a moment. After putting the items in the car, he continued driving along the village path. After twisting and turning for over 10 minutes, the Q7 stopped in front of an old house. Jiangzhe gazed at the 3-tile roof structure. Every time Jiangzhe came home for holidays in the past, his mother Zhanglan would always prepare his favorite dishes in advance. Jiangzhe would always hop toward the house at the doorstep and call out in a drawn-out voice, "Mom, I'm back." But now, there was only a padlock on the door. The doorstep was overgrown with weeds as tall as a person, and the entire house looked like it was on the verge of collapse from years of neglect. Standing outside the door, Jiangzhe felt a deep sorrow. This old home where he'd grown up now felt as unfamiliar as a stranger's place without his mother, Zhanglan. Han Qing cautiously asked from the side, "Jiangzhe, it seems no one lives in this house anymore. Doesn't your father ever come back to check on it?" Jiangzhe responded with little patience, "Just consider him dead." Right after his mother passed away, Jiang Dahua had immediately started a new family. During the 6 years in prison, Jiang Dahua never once came to visit him. So, Jiangzhe truly held no nostalgia for Jiang Dahua. After lingering at the doorway for a while, the two of them passed through an orange grove next to the old house and made their way up the hill behind it. A new grave mound had appeared beside his grandparents' graves. Jiangzhe's heart wrenched violently. Faded ceremonial flowers were stuck into the grave mound. This could only be his mother Zhanglan's resting place. After burning paper money and incense, Jiangzhe knelt before the grave, his face ashen, silent. True grief is beyond tears. Jiangzhe's heart felt like it was being hammered repeatedly, his soul shattered into fragments with each blow. Every strike brought a tearing pain. The agony surged like a tempest, pouring from head to toe, unbearable in its intensity. Silence enveloped everything. Now, all Jiangzhe could hear was the brittle crack of his heart shattering again and again. Mother Zhanglan had truly passed away. All light in the world had completely vanished, leaving only endless darkness surrounding him. Han Qing inexplicably found herself overwhelmed with sorrow by the sight before her. This guy had always been such a rogue with his ruffian ways, sometimes infuriating people, even downright detestable at times. But now, he looked like a helpless child, utterly lost and grieving. He appeared so heartbreakingly vulnerable. Back when Father Han Jingfeng had just passed away, hadn't she felt precisely the same way? Han Qing hesitated, then took tentative steps toward Jiangzhe. He crouched down and gently patted Jiangzhe's shoulder. Jiangzhe, cry if it hurts. It'll make you feel better. There's no one else here. You can lean on my shoulder. Jiangzhe's eyes stung. Silent grief finally turned into large teardrops falling onto the earth before the tombstone. Jiangzhe felt a pang of regret. He knew he couldn't hold back tears at his mother's grave. So why had he brought Han Qing along in the first place? Now she'd see me crying pitifully like this. After paying respects at the grave, Jiangzhe and Han Qing drove back to Jiangcheng in their Q7. Jiangzhe gazed silently at the scenery outside the window the entire way. Han Qing, however, spoke up while driving. When my father passed, I thought my world had ended too. For a while I believed I couldn't go on living, but slowly I found my way out of it. Do you know how? Jiangzhe, why? The answer is time. In this world, the best remedy is time. No matter what kind of love or hatred, no matter what kind of sorrow or joy, time will gradually smooth everything away. Jiangzhe's expression remained impassive. So, what are you trying to say? Han Qing sighed. I wasn't trying to say anything. I just wanted you to know that these painful feelings you have now, they will heal in the end. The car fell silent again. A quarter of an hour later, passing through the town they came across, Han Qing pulled over his car in front of diner. Seeing this, Jiangzhe asked, "Why are we stopping? I'm starving. Let's grab a bite." Jiangzhe said, "Let's not eat here then. I'll take you somewhere else." A few minutes later, Han Qing's Q7 came to a stop in front of an obscure roadside eatery. Jiangzhe ordered a dupa chicken hot pot, a Jingshu fish cake, stir-fried pork intestines with zha guangjiao, and a lotus root and pork rib soup at the restaurant. When the dishes arrived, Han Qing took a bite. The chicken was tender yet chewy, and every dish suited her taste perfectly. Han Qing praised, "The hometown-style dishes here are really well done. No wonder you wanted to eat here. The ingredients here are all the owner's own. The chickens are raised and freshly slaughtered, the pigs are grain-fed, and the lotus roots are freshly dug from the pond. The fish cakes were made with fish freshly caught from the pond. The fermented chili paste was also homemade in jars. So as long as the ingredients are fresh, anything you make will definitely taste delicious." Han Qing savored his meal while admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window. "I suddenly feel life in this small town could be quite blissful. Just having a meal here makes me feel how comfortable the pace of life is. The scenery along the way here was spectacular too." Jiangzhe remarked, "You came at the wrong time. Wait 2 more months until March when the rapeseed flowers bloom across Jingcheng. Then you'll truly see how breathtaking the scenery can be." Han Qing felt an inexplicable yearning. "Jiangzhe, tell me, why do people insist on living in big cities? Endless meetings, endless work. Wouldn't it be nice to live in a small town like this instead?" This conversation made Jiangzhe recall his own idealized dreamland once again. Jiangzhe longed to describe this idealized dreamland, but the words reached his lips only to be swallowed back. For him, that dreamland was nothing more than a distant fantasy. "I can't even clearly see what this longed-for place truly looks like." Moreover, Han Qing's wistful reflection was merely fleeting. How could she possibly come to live in such a small town? What's the point of telling her about all those ideal lives in our dream destinations? Chapter 38. Old Jin Third Steps in Return to Jiangcheng. More than a week passed. Han Qing was busy with work every day, leaving early and returning late. Sometimes Jiangzhe stayed in the house, and the two scarcely saw each other all day. Since returning from Jinsong City after visiting his mother's grave, Jiangzhe noticed some subtle changes in his feelings towards Han Qing. Whenever Han Qing was out of sight, Jiangzhe felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Jiangzhe couldn't understand why. Before that trip to visit his mother's grave in Jinsong City, he had always been able to act like a rogue around Han Qing so effortlessly and bully her without a second thought. After being released from prison, ever since Zhao Yining broke up with him, Jiangzhe felt like he had finally seen through women. He no longer harbored any illusions about love. He swore to keep women out of his heart and embrace divinity through discipline. So why did these sporadic yearnings keep surfacing now? This hollow feeling left Jiangzhe deeply unsettled. How had everything changed after that single trip to Jinsong's hometown? With nothing to do at home, Jiangzhe mounted his motorcycle and found Lung Eru at the security booth, just finishing his shift. Lung Eru looked at Jiangzhe puzzled. "Jiangzhe, what brings you here?" Jiangzhe grinned. "Eru, better start calling me Godfather." "Like hell I will. You must be out of your damn mind. Call me Godfather, and I'll take you to Jitunio restaurant. Same place as last time." Lung Eru immediately beamed, flashing his big teeth as he rushed forward and threw an arm around Jiangzhe. Godfather really treats me the best." Jiangzhe felt absolutely thrilled. He hopped on his motorcycle and took Eru straight to the restaurant. See, this kind of brotherhood is way better than chasing after women. Just treat him to one meal, and he'd be eagerly calling you Godfather afterward. But what about a woman like Zhao Yining? Throughout the entire university period, I poured my heart out for her, giving her all my affection and devotion. I even kicked a thug's balls to protect her, ending up in prison for it. Yet after being released, all Zhao Yining could say was, "Sorry, let's break up." I don't want people saying my boyfriend's an ex-con. Just as Jiangzhe and Lung Eru finished their meal at the small eatery, dusk had barely settled over the sky. Lung Eru still needed to go supervise the pool hall, and since Jiangzhe figured there wasn't much to do back home, he decided to tag along and play a few rounds of pool. The two had just picked up their cues when a coaster van and a Mercedes-Benz business van pulled up outside the pool hall. Motzi and Scarface Chow stepped out of the coaster, followed by a steady stream of 20 men in suits who lined up behind Motzi in a neat row. For a moment, the scene was quite spectacular. Even the pool players abandoned their game to gather and watch the commotion. Jiangzhe and Lung Eru immediately recognized these men were targeting them, so they gripped their pool cues and strode forward to meet the challenge. Jiangzhe stopped in front of Pockmark and Scarface Chow. "What's wrong? Didn't get enough of a beating last time? Coming back for more pain today? Last time, you got your asses kicked over at Jinbei. Did you really think driving a coaster this time would change your luck?" Pockmark glared at Jiang. "You broke Scarface Chow's bones and slashed a huge gash in my arm. Do you really think we'd let you off the hook? Today our boss, Old Jin III, has personally brought men to settle this matter. Come on, you're coming with us." Jiangzhe's skills from last time had left Pockmarks somewhat wary, so he'd kept a certain distance when speaking to Jiangzhe just now. Lung Eru and Jiangzhe exchanged glances before whispering to each other. "This has escalated badly. Jean Laosan's come out personally. Since this mess started because of me last time, you find your chance to run when it comes. I'll hold them off." Jiangzhe felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He shot Lung Eru a glare before stepping forward and asking, "Your boss, Jean Laosan, is here. Where is he?" Pockmark pointed at the commercial van. Jiangzhe and Lung Eru approached the Mercedes-Benz van, and the window slowly rolled down. Inside sat a bespectacled man in his 50s, dressed in a white shirt layered with a simple cardigan, topped with a bowler hat. He had the gentle demeanor of an uncle. Just one look at this man's refined presence, and Jiangzhe knew this had to be Jean Laosan. Old Third Jean removed his glasses and leaned in for a closer look at Jiangzhe, a ghostly smile creeping across the corner of his mouth. Seeing that expression sent a tremor through Jiangzhe's heart. Though not a single word had been exchanged with Old Third Jean, based on his earlier movements and that look in his eyes, there was an inexplicable ferocity about him. The business van's window slowly rolled up. Pockmark and Scarface Chow, along with the suit-clad man, closed in again. "Shall we go?" Jiangzhe scanned the surroundings briefly and without hesitation, climbed straight into the coaster. Seeing this, Lung Eru didn't hesitate to follow Jiangzhou onto the coaster bus, taking a seat right beside him. Pockmark, Scarface Chow, and about 20 men in suits filed in one after another. The coaster bus started moving. Jiangzhou sat in the rear-facing seat, staring coldly at the suited men behind him. Seeing Jiangzhou's calm eyes and fearless demeanor, the group in the vehicle actually felt somewhat impressed. In the past, whenever Jean Laosan came to collect someone with his Mercedes-Benz commercial van and a whole busload of suited men in a coaster, the person being taken away would inevitably feel nervous. The more cowardly ones would even kneel on the coaster floor before reaching their destination, wailing and kowtowing desperately for mercy. But today, the two individuals taken away were completely different from before. The business sedan and the coach followed one another, coming to a slow stop at a remote construction site on the outskirts of Jiangxing. After all the people from the coaster got off, Jean Laosan, with a cigar in his mouth, stepped out and walked up to the two large pits at the construction site. Pointing at the two pits, he said to Jiangzhou and Lung Eru, "See those two holes? Dug them in advance, just for you two. The feng shui here is excellent. It's land our company just acquired last month. A super residential complex with over 5,000 units will be built here in the future. You two can live here in advance without spending a single cent. Consider it your blessing." Jiangzhou glanced coldly at the two large pits before him, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and took two deliberate drags in silence. The smoke rings he exhaled dissipated into the breeze blowing from the construction site. The onlookers were somewhat intimidated. The pits had already been dug, yet this young man remained so composed. The pockmarked man couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped up to Jiangzhou. "You little bastard, today's the day you die. Any last wishes before you die? Speak up. I'll try to grant them." Jiangzhou leisurely finished his cigarette. After stubbing out underfoot, he flicked the butt to the ground. Pointing a pile of dog shit near the two large pits, he said, "Pockface, see that turd over there? You might want to toss in first. That way after we bury you two, when you get hungry later, you'll have something to snack on inside." Pockface froze. With a meaningful glance, he signaled to several men in suits armed with steel pipes to surround Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou sidestepped, dodging the incoming swing of the steel pipe from Pockface and the two men in suits charging at him first. Two swift kicks sent Pockface and the two suited men flying backward violently. Pockface landed face first in a pile of dog shit beside the dirt pit, smearing it all over his face. Furious, Pockface yelled, "Everyone get him! Kill that bastard!" Chapter 39 Lung Eru calls for backup in an instant. All the remaining men in suits surrounded them. Jiangzhou and Lung Eru stood back to back, fending off the encircling suits closing in from all sides. With methodical kicks, Jiangzhou sent the charging men tumbling head over heels. To Jiangzhou, trained in Systema, their swinging steel pipes moved as if in slow motion. A barely detectable flicker of astonishment passed through old Jean III's eyes as he took in the scene before him. Having previously heard that his subordinate Scarface Chow and Pockmarks had been beaten up one after another, Jean Laosan had been wondering who exactly possessed such formidable fighting skills. Now witnessing the scene where this young man named Jiangzhou was single-handedly confronting so many opponents, he finally understood. This fellow's combat prowess was truly beyond ordinary comparison. Jean Laosan exchanged a meaningful glance with Scarface Chow. Scarface Chow retrieved a long cylindrical object wrapped in plastic from the trunk of the Mercedes business van. Discarding the plastic cover, he revealed a double-barreled shotgun. Brandishing the shotgun, Scarface Chow strode into the center of the brawl, leveling the weapon at Jiangzhou and Lung Eru. "Stop this fucking fight right now, or I'll blow your heads off. I like to see whether your fists are faster than this little toy of mine." The scene instantly fell silent. The suited men who had been knocked down by Jiangzhou all scrambled to their feet and gathered behind Scarface Chow. Lung Eru froze for a second upon seeing the shotgun, then chuckled. "Who the hell do you think you're scaring with that broken fire poker? Half the time these things don't even fire properly." Scarface turned around aimed at a wall of the construction site, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The spray gun erupted with the explosive sound of gunpowder. A wisp of blue smoke rose. The wall was riddled with dozens of tightly packed pellet holes. Scarface then pointed the barrel at Jiang Zhe and Lung Eru. "Stay where you are, or I'll blow both your dumb heads off." This left both Lung Eru and Jiang Zhe utterly stunned. When it came to fistfights, neither had ever feared anyone. Yet this marked the first time both men found themselves staring down the barrel of a pitch-black firearm. They hadn't realized it before the moment came, but when it did, a thread of genuine fear wound through their hearts. The two men in suits produced ropes and bound Jiang Zhe and Lung Eru's hands behind their backs. Scarface Chow barked coldly. "Crawl into that pit yourselves. We'll make it quick when we bury you." Lung Eru felt cold sweat trickling down his back. "No way. Are we really at that point?" Scarface Chow waved the shotgun in his hand. "You forced Boss Gene to bring out this little toy. If someone pulls this thing out, blood must be spilled. That's Boss Kim's rule. There has never been an exception. You can ask around if you don't believe me." Lung Eru and Jiang Zhe finally realized they were completely screwed this time. Seeing Lung Eru and Jiang Zhe stubbornly refusing to step into the pit, several men in suits approached, ready to lift and throw them in. Faced with this situation, Jiang Zhe's confidence wavered. When he first followed this group, he thought it would at worst come to a fist fight. What he never expected was for these guys to pull out a shotgun, and by the looks of it, they weren't joking around. It all started just because Han Qing and I happened to run into Scarface Chow cutting us off on the road, so we taught him a lesson. Who would have thought things would escalate step by step to this point, and dragged Lung Eru into this mess as well? Jiang Zhe glanced at Lung Eru before saying to Jean Lao San in a deep voice, "Scarface Chow, pockmarks, and your men were all beaten up by me alone. I take full responsibility. Throw me in the pit, but let my brother Lung Eru go." This has nothing to do with him. Lung Eru grew agitated, his voice cracking with emotion as he cursed directly, "Jiang Zhe, don't you fucking lie through your teeth." He then begged Jean Lao San, saying, "This whole mess started because I got kidnapped last time. So here's the deal, bury me instead. Let Jiang Zhe go." Jean Lao San smiled faintly. He extended his hands and clapped repeatedly. After taking off his glasses and wiping the corners of his eyes, he remarked, "Magnificent, admirable, touching. Tears are damn near welling up in my eyes. After all these years I've spent hustling in Jiangcheng, how come I've never met a brother as loyal as you? But today, neither of you is innocent. Consider it fate that you'll die together. Go show your brotherhood in the dirt." With that, Lung Eru and Jiang Zhe were pushed into the pit. The men in suits had already begun shoveling dirt over them. The two struggled to their feet inside the hole. Clutching at his last shred of hope, Lung Eru shouted desperately, "Wait, hold on. Can we not take things to such extremes? Let me call a couple of people over to talk this out." Jean Lao San made a stop gesture. "Call people? Who are you calling over?" "Lung Eru, I've got two brothers who also operate in Jiangcheng. How about having them come mediate?" Jean Lao San tossed the phone to Lung Eru. "Last time when I heard you guys pin Scarface Chow down on the street and beat him, you also asked if he needed a call for backup." Jean Lao San, always play fair and square. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll give you one chance to call for backup. You got half an hour. Call whoever you need. If nobody shows up in 30 minutes, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Lung Eru frantically pulled out his phone to make the call. Jean Lao San and the others watched curiously, wondering just what kind of big shot Lung Eru could possibly summon. After all, Jiangcheng's social circles were small. Everyone who mattered could be counted on one hand. There were only a few truly influential figures in the entire city. If Lung Eru really managed to call over some powerful figure, proper respect would still have to be given. Half an hour later, a rundown Santana pulled up at the construction site. The gazes of everyone present fixed onto the Santana. When Scarface Chow saw who stepped out of the Santana, he burst into laughter instantly. "Isn't this fucking Ding Wu? The big shot you called over is just Ding Wu." Jean Lao San asked Scarface Chow suspiciously, "What, do you know these guys?" "Of course I know them. This Ding Wu runs with one of my underlings." Jean Lao San chuckled. "Are you fucking kidding me? I thought they called over some big shot. This is it." Ding Wu and his crew froze when they spotted Scarface Chow and Jean Lao San. After realizing the situation, he quickly approached respectfully. "Brother Chow, Boss Jean, you're here too?" Scarface Chow patted Ding Wu's face with his palm and said mockingly, "Heard you came here to mediate for your brother Lung Eru. Is that right?" "I was just about to bury them both." Jiangzhu was also puzzled. He had originally thought Lung Eru would call upon some big shot. To Ding Wu's surprise, he and his men turned out to be just small fry under Scarface Chow's command. Only then did Ding Wu grasp the situation, his voice trembling with fear as he stammered, "Big brother Chow, how would I dare? But this Lung Eru is truly my sworn brother. Could you possibly show mercy? If not, just beat him up and let him go." Scarface Chow strode over and violently slapped Ding Wu twice across the face, shouting, "Let him go? Can't you see I'm still wearing this fucking cast? Who's going to vent my anger if I let them go?" With that, he waved both hands. The two burly men holding shovels resumed burying them in the pit. Shovelfuls of dirt came pouring down mercilessly upon Jiangzhe and Lung Eru's heads and faces. Soon the dirt pile had already buried them waist deep. Chapter 40, Fourth Master Hong, the Fish Seller. Somehow, this scene reminded Jiangzhe of that time in prison when he was bullied by the cell tyrant. Back then, he'd been thrown into a dirt pile too, almost buried alive by that prison bully. The current situation felt eerily familiar. Having already faced death once, he considered every extra day lived as borrowed time. The only regret was dragging his sworn brother Era down with him. Jiangzhe held his head high, though his eyes could barely stay open, still facing the shovelfuls of dirt raining down upon them. He turned to Lung Eru beside him and said, "Eru, buck up. Stand straight. Today we're done for, but it's just as well saves us the trouble of buying burial plots. We'll go together, so neither of us will be lonely over there." Lung Eru's eyes reddened as he straightened his posture, standing firm in the pit with the same defiant stance as Jiangzhe. In just moments, the piled earth in the pit had already risen past both men's waists. Ding Wu was terrified by the scene before him. With a thud, he dropped to his knees before Scarface Chow. "Brother Chow, I beg you, please stop. We're all on the same side. Just let him go, and from now on I'll do anything you say. If that's not enough, then bury me instead to vent your anger." The two brothers following Ding Wu saw this and immediately knelt down together with him to plead for mercy. From the earthen mound in the pit, Lung Eru roared hoarsely, "Ding Wu, you damn bastard. What the hell are you kneeling to him for? Get the fuck up right now. At worst, it's just losing your head. Just a bowl-sized scar anyway. I'd rather die free and unfettered. Take good care of the brothers from now on. There's still some stuff in my dorm like computers. You all can take and use them later." The soil had already reached his chest, making it somewhat difficult to breathe now. After saying this, Lung Eru coughed a few times, his face flushed red. The scene turned somewhat tragic for a moment. The suited men shoveling dirt into the pit involuntarily slowed their movements, glancing repeatedly at Dao Ba Chow and Jean Lao San, as if waiting for some signal. Yet Dao Ba Chow and Jean Lao San remained stone-faced and silent. The men in suits, seeing their boss remain silent, had no choice but to mechanically continue shoveling dirt onto the two figures in the pit without uttering a word. At that moment, old Jin's phone rang. After answering the call, he spoke a few words into the phone and hung up. Making a pause gesture, he said, "Wait a moment." Seeing old Jin give the order, his suited subordinates quickly stopped. Scar Chow was puzzled by this. "Boss Jin, what's going on? Why stop? Aren't we going to kill these two brats?" Old Jin shot Scar Chow a fierce glare. "You think I don't want them dead? Hong Si just called, told me to hold off for now. They'll be here soon. You wouldn't dare ignore Fourth Master Hong's orders either, would you?" Scarface Chow's body stiffened instantly. "Hong Si? What's he doing here?" Old Jin grumbled. "How should I know? but I was told not to touch these two before he arrives. The suited men in attendance knew that Hong Si was coming, and they were instantly stunned. Was today's commotion big enough? Having Gold Third personally intervene is one thing, but actually startling Hung Four into action too? And for these two people, he'd actually come in person? Jiang had already mentally prepared himself to be buried alive, 1 foot through the gates of the underworld before being yanked back. Baffled, he turned to Lung Eru and asked, "Who is this Hung For? Did you call him here?" Lung Eru looked utterly bewildered and shook his head. "How could I possibly summon Hong Si? That man's so powerful. Just stamping his foot in Jiangshan would make the whole city tremble 3 times. Everyone calls him Master Hong Si." Jiang, Zhe. Then why have they stopped trying to bury us now? An ominous premonition rose in Lung Eru's heart. No idea. Maybe they're waiting to deal with us properly when they arrive. Half an hour later, a shabby electric tricycle slowly approached the group. Out stepped a frail old man. The little old man was dressed in shabby blue robes, with an unkempt white beard and extremely worn-out sneakers on his feet. His hair was also disheveled. When this slovenly little old man stepped down from the electric tricycle, Jean Laosan and everyone present bowed slightly to him, greeting respectfully in unison. "Master Hong Si." Jiangzhe was astonished. The legendary Hong Si, whose name resounded throughout the underworld, was actually this disheveled? This formed a striking contrast to the meticulously dressed Jean Laosan, who wore a fashionable trilby hat. Hong Si nodded and strode straight up to Jiangzhe and Lung Eru, eyeing them both. "So you're Jiangzhe and Lung Eru?" The two men nodded. Hong Si stroked his beard. "You little punks sure think you're hot stuff, don't you? Beating up both Scarface Chow and Pockmarks. Well, you've had your taste of bitterness today. Learn to rein it in from now on. Get out of here, and make sure you don't cause trouble again." With that, Master Hong turned and walked away. Jiangzhe and Lung Eru froze completely. They'd fully expected Master Hong to come and teach them a lesson, yet he simply let them go, just like that. Jean Laosan, somewhat puzzled, followed Master Hong and asked, "Master, are you really letting them go just like this?" Master Hong glanced at Jean Laosan, but said nothing. Instead, he pulled 2 mandarin fish from the foam box in the back of the electric tricycle, stuffed them in a plastic bag, and tossed them to Jean Laosan. "Laosan, your temper sure runs hot. Bury 2 live men right here at this construction site. When you get back, have your wife cook these 2 fish for you to eat. Cool down that temper of yours. I'm leaving." Jean Laosan took the fish. "Fourth Master, where are you going? Should I drive you?" "No need. I gotta get back to the fish stall. If I don't get these fish into my stall and oxygenate them soon, they'll all be dead." As Fourth Master Hong rode away on his electric tricycle, Scarred Chow stood frozen for a moment before asking Jean Laosan, "Boss, are we really letting these 2 idiots off the hook?" Jean Laosan glared at Scarred Chow. "What, you got a problem? Didn't hear you speaking up earlier, did I? Go catch up a Hong Si and tell him then." With that, Jean Laosan got into the business van and drove off without another word. Scarface Chow spat in frustration at Jiangzhe and Lingo. "Little shits, if Hong Si hadn't backed you today, you'd both already be corpses by now. Damn kids got some pull. Actually calling old man Hong Si over here." Scarface Chow boarded the coaster and left with the man in the suit. Ding Wu and the other 2 quickly pulled Jiangzhe and Lung Eru out from the construction site, untying the ropes binding them. The 2 men mechanically stretched their stiff limbs, still somewhat dazed by the whole ordeal. "I nearly died for no reason just now, and now I'm inexplicably let go? Moreover, I've never even seen this Hong Si before. Why would Hong Si save me?" Both of them were equally puzzled. Chapter 41. Swarm Brothers. After chain-smoking half a pack at the construction site, Jiangzhe and Lung Eru finally snapped out of their daze. Lung Eru introduced Jiang, Zhe to Ding Wu, and the other brothers. "This is my childhood friend Jiangzhe. We grew up together. He's seriously impressive. Dual degrees in traditional Chinese medicine and economics from Jiangxing University. Jiangzhe, these are my good brothers Ding Wu and his crew, Neo Daqian, Wang Anquan. When your mother passed, these brothers all came to your hometown in Wangxiao to help send her off properly. Jiangzhe felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Then recalling how just earlier, Ding Wu and his men had desperately tried to save him and Lung Eru, even offering to bury themselves in exchange, he suddenly felt a pang of indebtedness to these men. Jiangzhe immediately said, "Brother Ding Wu, you've all been beyond generous today. I don't even know how to thank you properly. I'll remember everything you did and said for me and Eru just now." Ding Wu chuckled sheepishly and said, "We didn't really do much. Didn't help at all, to be honest. I've heard Era talk about you a lot. Heard you went inside for 6 years protecting your girlfriend and even kicked some guys' balls till they burst. What a real man you are." Jiangzhe replied, "That was just me being stupid back then. Did some foolish things not worth mentioning. Women are just passing clouds. Better make a couple of solid brothers." Lung Eru thought for a moment and proposed, "Brother Ding Wu, if it's all right, why don't we just become sworn brothers? You're both my closest brothers, and so is Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe went to college. He's clever and good in a fight. Why don't we all just follow his lead from now on?" Ding Wu nodded excitedly. "Great. I'm totally fine with that. Your brothers are my brothers. We're already family." Jiangzhe rubbed his neck sheepishly. "I'm all for becoming sworn brothers. It's just that you said you'd follow my lead. That made me a bit ashamed. Right now, I can't even find a single job for myself. If we're being honest, I'm barely getting by sponging off a little sugar mommy. At this point, I'm doing worse than all of you." Lung Eru patted Jiangzhe on the back and said, "Don't say that. After all, you're a university graduate and with a double degree no less. Though you've taken some detours, I firmly believe you'll eventually climb back up. You've got such amazing acupuncture skills, curing my frozen shoulder in just one session. You're bound to make something of yourself in the end." Ding Wu picked up the conversation. "A few brothers and I help people watch over venues and collect small fees. Not only do outsiders look down on us, even our own boss, Brother Chow, and his crew never treated us as human beings. We're truly fed up with days like these. To be honest, I really envy Eru, having a brother like you who doesn't despise him even after going to university." Neo Dakian said, "Brother Jiangzhe, don't worry. Ding Wu, Cold Eru, and I can support ourselves now. We're not saying we want to mix in the best circles. We just want a few kindred spirits who'll treat us as fellow humans rather than stray dogs." Jiangzhe felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Since you've gone this far, what else can I say? I already owe you all. Since you don't look down on a college graduate who's been to prison, let's swear brotherhood here and now, sharing fortunes and misfortunes together from this day forward. We stand by each other, stay loyal, and move forward as one. Just say the word if you ever need anything. You can count on Jiangzhe to help when he can." Everyone enthusiastically agreed. They immediately went to a nearby store to buy incense, spirit money, and fruits for offerings. We stood before these two massive pits once more to perform a simple blood brotherhood ceremony. Jiangzhe and Lung Eru had almost been buried in those very pits. Having narrowly escaped death together, these two craters now bore witness to their unbreakable bond of loyalty. Thus it seemed fitting to swear brotherhood before these pits. After completing the ritual, the group found a restaurant where they shared food and drink in celebration. They bid farewell and went their separate ways. Jiangzhe returned to Donghu Bay No. 1. Just as he took out his keys and opened the door, he saw Han Qing sitting in the living room eating instant noodles. Jiangzhe grinned and said, "Hey little rich lady, back to eating instant noodles again? This stuff has no nutritional value. Don't you know to eat something better?" Han Qing gave Jiangzhe a once-over, noting he was covered in dust from head to toe. Even his hair was dirt-streaked. He looked completely disheveled, as if he'd just crawled out of a dirt pile. "Since when do you care what I eat?" Han Qing snapped irritably. "Who gave you the right? You should worry about yourself first. Look at the state you're in. Did you get into another fight?" Jiangzhe grinned and nodded. "Little rich girl, you noticed that too? Ran into some real tough guys today, almost got planted in a dirt hole." Seeing Jiangzhe's playful grin only made Han Qing angrier. "Jiangzhe, can't you find something better to do instead of fighting people all day long? We both graduated from Jiang University. Are you really planning to drift along like this forever? And didn't you sign up for Jiang University's postgraduate exams? Why have I seen you crack open a single book to study? Jiang just suddenly felt a pang of irritation. Today, I provoked Jean Lao San and got beaten up by him. It all started when Han Qing got his car cut off that day, which later escalated into something much bigger. If it weren't for that inexplicable rescue by Hong Si today, we'd really have become two corpses buried in a dirt pile by now. And now, this bitch actually dares to lecture me from her moral high ground? As for me signing up for the postgraduate entrance exams, what business is it of this little rich girl anyway? Jiang just snorted. Since when do I need your permission? You think I don't want a job? With my prison record, finding work isn't that simple. You better take care of yourself first. Don't worry about me. You. Han Qing's eyebrows furrowed in anger once more. Her chest heaved with rage. After a moment, Han Qing suppressed the anger in her heart and calmly said, Jiangja, I don't want to argue with you. It's pointless. Didn't you promise me before that if you're going to keep playing this role, you wouldn't provoke me? Jiangja chuckled twice. I'm so used to teasing you that I forgot about that promise. All right, I'll be more careful from now on. Han Qing added, Jiangja, if you aren't serious about preparing for your postgraduate entrance exam, I can introduce you to a job. Are you interested? Working as an administrative staff in the office. Jiangja rejected Han Qing's proposal without even thinking. Once you accept someone's favor, you'll find it hard to refuse their requests. Right now, he was merely playing the role of fake husband, so he had to mind his temper in front of the young heiress. Working at the company she recommended was completely out of the question. Besides, it's still an administrative position. Doesn't even sound interesting. Seeing Jiangja unwilling to go, Han Qing snorted. Fine, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Do whatever you want. With that, Han Qing went back to her room. Chapter 42. The junior has grown up 2 weeks past. After the incident with Boss Jean settled down, Jiangja still couldn't figure out why that suddenly appearing fourth Master Hong had gone out of his way to help him through the crisis. Unable to figure it out, Jiangja simply stopped bothering. Life returned to its quiet rhythm. Han Qing was busy leaving early and returning late, remaining as elusive as ever. Jiangja still dropped by the job market every now and then, though opportunities remained just as scarce. With only 2 weeks left until Jiang University's postgraduate entrance exams and seeing little hope in job hunting, Jiangja simply buried himself in his studies. During his college years, Jiangja had earned a double degree and could be considered somewhat of an academic ace. Having read intensively for 5 full years in prison, picking up postgraduate entrance exam textbooks now didn't feel entirely unfamiliar to him. On this particular day, after spending the whole morning studying at home, Jiangja felt somewhat frustrated. Today, there was a large-scale job fair at Jiangxing Talent Market. Although Jiangja didn't hold much hope of finding a job either. After reading books all morning, he felt slightly restless. So he rode his motorcycle back to the job market to have a look around. Might as well treat it like visiting a vegetable market. Plus, some of the HR staff at the recruitment booths were quite attractive. Not a bad way to feast his eyes. After submitting more resumes at the job market with no results as the recruitment fair neared its end, Jiangja still hadn't gained anything. Just as Jiangja was preparing to leave, a recruitment booth in the corner caught his attention. The Zhonghen Consulting Studio display. Recruitment for consulting assistant. All majors accepted, preference for management-related disciplines. Ability to support project managers in completing planning proposal, drafting, and subject research. Proficiency in PPT creation required. Understanding of regional economic and industrial development concepts essential. Preference given to candidates with experience in industrial economics research or ecological civilization project studies. Management major? Isn't this exactly aligned with my field? Plus, Jiangja noticed a beautiful woman wearing black-framed glasses standing at this recruitment booth. Dressed in jeans with short hair, she had the innocent, girl-next-door look of a pure student. After browsing all the recruitment booths with pretty girls, the girl next door at this booth was definitely the purest and most attractive one he'd seen. Jiangja pulled out a resume and placed it on the booth's table. "Miss, are you still hiring for the consultant assistant position?" Jiangja had been rejected so many times that he didn't hold much hope. The bespectacled beauty picked up his resume, glanced at it briefly, then carefully scrutinized Jiangja from head to toe. Jiangja started feeling uneasy under her gaze. "Hey, are you hiring or not? Why are you staring at me like that?" A flicker of delight appeared in the bespectacled woman's eyes, followed by an incredulous tone. "Jiangja, is that really you?" Jiangja rapidly searched his memory, trying to recall who this glasses-wearing beauty might be, but unfortunately couldn't place her at all. Standing baffled in place, he asked, Who are you?" The bespectacled beauty took off her glasses and gave Jiangja a playful punch. "It's me, Xiaoduo. How could you not recognize me, you jerk?" Only when the bespectacled beauty removed her glasses did Jiangja finally realize. Wasn't this his junior from school, Mo Xiaoduo? "Xiaoduo, what are you doing here recruiting? Damn, it's been years. You've changed so much. Gotten so pretty? And when did you start wearing glasses?" Mo Xiaoduo replied, "I'm not here to recruit. I just wear glasses to look more profound." Jiangja chatted with Mo Xiaoduo for a while. Only then did he learn that the Zongheng studio was actually established by Professor Li Tsunhai, the most renowned instructor in the Business Administration Department of Jiangxing University. Mo Xiaoduo pursued her graduate studies at Jiang University and, after being supervised by Professor Li Tsunhai for graduation, stayed on to work at this studio. She is now a senior project manager at the studio. Recently, the studio took on several major real estate project planning assignments. Mo Xiaoduo and a few others under her are responsible for this task, and due to insufficient staff, they came to recruit 2 assistants. The studio doesn't have a dedicated human resources department, which is why Mo Xiaoduo personally came to handle the recruitment. After learning these details, Jiangja sighed with emotion in his heart. Back at Jiang University, Mo Xiaoduo had been 2 grades below him. Because Jiangja played the guitar exceptionally well, he won Mo Xiaoduo's heart during the college's talent show. But at the time, Jiangja was already in a relationship with Zhao Yining. So in the end, Jiangja and Mo Xiaoduo only interacted as senior and junior. Later on, Jiangja wound up in prison. Mo Xiaoduo visited him in prison constantly, even more frequently than Zhao Yining ever had. She always brought Jiangja some clothes, daily necessities, and food with each visit. Jiangja didn't want Mo Xiaoduo to waste too much effort on him, nor did he want her to see him in such a wretched state in prison. Eventually, he refused to see her at all. Yet Mo Xiaoduo stubbornly kept coming to visit. The last time, Jiangja lashed out at her bitterly. That day, Mo Xiaoduo left in tears and never visited again. After that, the 2 of them lost all contact. "I never expected the 2 of us to meet again at this job market." Jiangja sighed wistfully. 6 years apart, and that awkward, naive little girl has grown into such a poised young woman. You finished graduate school and achieved so much in your career. Far better than this ex-con. Mo Xiaoduo glared at Jiangja. "You jerk. You didn't even tell me you were out of prison." "Oomph. When I visited you in prison that time, you still swore at me like that. It made me so furious. How are you doing now?" Jiangja explained about his fake marriage to the wealthy heiress and his plans to prepare for the graduate entrance exams at Jiang University. A faint, barely noticeable shadow flickered in Mo Xiaoduo's eyes. "Damn you. If I'd known you were looking to cozy up to a rich woman, you should have come to me. At least we're familiar with each other. Besides, I don't have a boyfriend right now either." Jiangja chuckled. "Forget it. I'd better not mess with you. But if your studio is still hiring, see if you can put in a good word for my resume and give me an interview opportunity." Mo Xiaoduo grinned. "Still need to submit a resume? You can just start working directly. The pay is on the lower side. Base salary of 4,000 yuan plus project bonuses with social insurance and housing fund. But since you're new, the project bonuses might be a bit less at first." Jiangja was surprised. "Not even an interview is necessary?" Mo Xiaoduo, "I'm practically a veteran at this company. Hiring a consulting assistant or 2 is something I could decide on my own. After all, You graduated from Jiang University's Economics and Management Department. Many people in our company are Jiang University alumni. I think this position shouldn't be too difficult for you. What do you say? Are you willing to come? If you're interested, I'll put in a word with the studio head. Jiangja pondered for a moment before nodding. Job hunting had been utterly exhausting. Whether approaching from traditional Chinese medicine or economics and management perspectives, no one had been willing to give him a chance. If joining this crosswise studio to work on some economic management consulting projects turn out to be true, it would actually be quite a good opportunity. Although the salary isn't particularly high, at least it's a job. Mo Xiaoduo added Jiang's WeChat and sent him the company's address. Then she said, Jiangja, you can come report to the company anytime. When the time comes, I'll guide you step by step on how to handle work matters. Jiangja quickly realized something was off. Xiaoduo, why do I feel something's not right? Why does it suddenly feel like you become my boss now? And here I am taking the graduate entrance exam for Jiangda University, while you graduated 2 years ago. This feels so weird. It's like you become my senior, and I've turned into your junior. Mo Xiaoduo chuckled, then said with a serious expression, That's exactly it. I'll make this clear in advance. From now on, you'll have to follow my instructions at work and learn from me with an open mind. Serves you right for always bullying me before. Haha, this time I'm going to get my payback. You might as well start calling me senior sister from now on. Jiangja glared at Mo Xiaoduo. Why do I feel like I've jumped straight from the frying pan into the fire? But having been your elder martial brother for even a day means I'll always be your elder martial brother. I'm your eternal senior brother. Don't mess up the hierarchy, got it? Chapter 43. What a drama queen coincidentally. The job fair was also nearing its end. The two agreed to grab a meal together later. Mo Xiaoduo gathered up all the resumes she had collected and headed to the parking lot with Jiangja, carrying materials from the exhibition. They stopped in front of a Volkswagen Bora. Mo Xiaoduo placed a pile of items on top of the car. Jiangja eyed Mo Xiaoduo's Volkswagen Bora. Not bad. You're driving a luxury car now. Luxury my foot. It's just for getting around. How did you get here? Jiangja pointed at the motorcycle not far away. Came on my bike. Mo Xiaoduo glanced at Jiangja's motorcycle, her eyes sparkling. Her gaze seemed glued to the bike. Wow, a motorbike. Let's not take the car then. We'll ride your motorcycle there. With that, she locked her Volkswagen and walked straight over to the motorcycle, eyeing it carefully. Then, lifting one shapely leg, she swung it over to straddle bike. Jiangja grabbed Mo Xiaoduo by the arm. Let's split up for now. Once we're done eating, we'll each head our own way. Otherwise, I'd have to bring you back to get your car. Mo Xiaoduo didn't care. She just climbed onto the motorcycle's rear seat anyway. What's wrong with taking the scenic route? You can give me a ride on your motorcycle. I absolutely love riding them. But my dad refuses to let me. And we even had a huge fight over it. Finally got the chance today. I just have to take a seat. No way. You drive yourself there. I'd be afraid of dropping you. I'm not used to having a passenger on the back of my motorcycle. Mo Xiaoduo glared. Jiangja, you jerk. Today you're sitting here whether you like it or not. If you refuse, don't even think about leaving. Jiangja smirked. Trying to out-hooligan a street punk in front of him? Did she really think she could out-scoundrel him? Jiangja scowled grimly. Get out of the car on your own right now, or I'll have to physically throw you out in a minute. I've never seen a girl as shameless as you. Mo Xiaoduo grinned, her face brimming with careless defiance. She absolutely refused to believe Jiangja would actually throw her off. Jiangja walked up to the motorcycle and raised both hands. Mo Xiaoduo immediately grew nervous, clutching the back seat of the motorcycle in a death grip. Jiangja, I'm warning you, don't even think about making me get off. But instead of grabbing Mo Xiaoduo's arms, Jiangja's hands went straight for her waist. Little brat, think I can't handle you? Let's see if you're still as ticklish as before. After just a couple of tickles, Mo Xiaoduo burst into laughter, shaking like a blossom in the wind. Ah, stop! It tickles. Mo Xiaoduo's hands slipped from the motorcycle's rear seat where she'd been holding on. Losing her balance instantly, she tumbled off the back. Mo Xiaoduo landed hard on her backside. sitting on the ground, weeping bitterly. Her tear-streaked face resembled a rain-drenched pear blossom. Wah! How could you? Jiangzhe, you big jerk. You just got out of prison, and you're already bullying me. And here I was taking you out for a meal. You ungrateful bastard. Woo-woo. My butt hurts so much from the fall. Jiangzhe instantly felt guilty and wanted to help Mo Xiaoduo up. Mo Xiaoduo stubbornly refused to get up from the ground. Her crying only grew louder. Jiangzhe sighed helplessly. All right, stop crying. I'll take you on my motorcycle, okay? No, I'm angry now. I don't want to ride your stupid motorcycle anymore. I'm counting down from 3, 2, 1. If you don't get on, I'm going by myself. Heard their spicy fish head is amazing at that restaurant. 3, 2. Oh, you got chopped pepper fish head? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mo Xiaoduo immediately scrambled up from the ground and climbed back onto Jiangzhe's motorcycle. Let's go. Quick, I'm starving. Jiangzhe looked at her speechlessly. Weren't you just saying your butt was bruised? How come it's miraculously healed already? Your acting skills are just as impeccable as always. What do you need consulting for? I think movie acting would suit you much better. Just look at you. Such a quiet little thing on the outside, yet so wild at heart. Couldn't you have chosen anything but a motorcycle? Mo Xiaoduo snorted. Haven't you heard the saying? 4 wheels carry the body, but 2 wheels carry the soul. Damn right. Nothing compares to riding a motorcycle with the wind in your hair. Jiangzhe chuckled mockingly. Listen to the pretentious hipster here. My 3-wheeler carries the damn emperor. Now move it. Your Highness Mo Xiaoduo. Giggling behind him, Mo Xiaoduo punched Jiangzhe twice. Get going already. Jiangzhe suddenly had an idea. Gripping the clutch, he revved the engine and abruptly launched the car forward with a burst of acceleration. Then he slammed on the brakes, repeating this several times. Startled, Mo Xiaoduo first jerked backward before lurching violently forward, crashing into Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe took several more punches to his shoulder. Mo Xiaoduo scolded him. You jerk, try to cop a feel, huh? Undeterred by formality, Mo Xiaoduo wrapped her arms around Jiangzhe from behind. Even through his jacket, he could feel the soft warmth pressing against his back. The familiar playful dynamic instantly transported them back to their days as inseparable buddies at Jiang University. 6 years apart, yet they slipped back into that same effortless camaraderie surprisingly fast. After riding around on the motorcycle for a while, they arrived at a small restaurant. After ordering, Mo Xiaoduo pulled up a chair and plopped down right next to Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe sized up Mo Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, you've changed quite a bit these past few years. Mo Xiaoduo perked up with interest. Oh, do tell. What kind of changes? Have I gotten prettier? No. I think your hips have gotten fuller. Look at you. You're practically overflowing from this chair. Mo Xiaoduo spat out in indignation. Jiangzhe, looks like you're itching for a beating again. Huh? Then, Mo Xiaoduo, realizing what was happening, stood up with a giggle and immediately tried to perch herself on Jiangzhe's lap. Seems like they really have grown bigger since our school days. Come on, senior brother, why don't you measure it yourself and see exactly how much bigger it is? Jiangzhe's face turned red. He abruptly sprang up from his chair. I'm really done. How on earth did I end up with a junior sister like you? Today, there were many people dining, and while waiting for the dishes to be served, Jiangzhe chatted with Mo Xiaoduo while taking out his phone to start playing King of Glory. After collecting 2 weeks' wages from Han Qing, Jiangzhe had some spare cash, so he bought a new phone. Now, playing Canyon Glory no longer lags, and his win rate has slightly improved, occasionally even securing a couple of victories. Jiangzhe had completely discovered the joy of the game, seizing even this mealtime as an opportunity to play just a bit longer. Men love games, games love men. Goddamn mutual affection. No one will abandon anyone. Isn't this way more fun than dating? Mo Xiaoduo watched Jiangzhe playing a game and leaning closer. Taking one glance at the screen, she burst out laughing. Jiangzhe, with your amateur skills, you're playing Glory of the Canyon? You're the perfect example of all flash and no substance. Look at your score, 0 to 5. Jiang just snorted. You're just a girl. You don't even know how to play. So stop bossing me around. Mo Xiaoduo snatched the phone right out of his hands. After farming for a while, they engage in a team fight. What kind of marksman stands still like you do? You need to move and dodge. Then go 1 A2, A3, A like this. That's how you maximize your damage. Jiang just stared at Mo Xiaoduo's triple kill in disbelief. What the hell? Xiaoduo, you got a triple kill? I seriously doubt we're even playing the same game here. That bastard Lung Eru always boasted about how good he was at gaming, but he never actually taught me any of this. Chapter 44. First day at work, Jiang just spent 2 days at Donghu, Bay Number 1, staying through the weekend. On Monday, following the address Mo Xiaoduo had sent him, Jiang Zhe found Zongheng Consulting Studio. The studio was located in an office building in the tech park opposite Jiang University. The office covered about 800 square meters, with the entire company housing fewer than 50 employees, so the seating was relatively spacious. After completing the onboarding procedures, Mo Xiaoduo led Jiang Zhe to his workstation in the office. Jiang Zhe and Mo Xiaoduo were in a small office with a total of 4 workstations. Jiang Zhe's desk was positioned side by side with Mo Xiaoduo's. Across from Mo Xiaoduo sat a newly onboard intern named Lu Qiuxia, while the workstation opposite Jiang Zhe remained temporarily vacant. Surveying the layout of his workstation, Jiang Zhe felt a secret thrill. This workstation setup, wouldn't it be perfect for slacking off? There were few people in the office to begin with Mo Xiaoduo sitting beside me. Across at an angle was the rookie Lu Qiuxia, while the seat directly opposite was empty. Moreover, the workstation's line of sight faced the office door squarely, so whoever entered would be spotted instantly. If this had been done at his workstation, he'd have had ample time to switch computer screens and make all other necessary preparations. After familiarizing himself with the workstation, Jiang Zhe fetched himself some water, tidied up the brand new desktop computer, then went to relieve himself in the restroom. While taking care of business, he naturally didn't forget to scroll through Tanma's bouncy bimbo short videos. By the time he finished all this, over an hour had already passed. Jiang Zhe curled up the corner of his mouth. Getting paid to take a shit really did feel different. Back at her workstation, Mo Xiaoduo copied a bunch of PowerPoint files onto Jiang Zhe's USB drive and said, "These are some of the recent project reports our studio has produced, mainly focusing on the strategic and industrial planning of the high-tech zone and industrial parks. First, take your time to study the format and content of these presentations. Our primary job is creating these PowerPoints." Jiang Zhe asked curiously, "How much can you usually charge for a PowerPoint presentation?" "It depends on the project budget. Right now, we're working on the strategic plan PPT for Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone, with a project fee of around 800,000 yuan. Jiang Zhe casually clicked open a few PPTs and skimmed through them. Each presentation was around 200 pages long. Damn, 200-page PPT for 800K? That's 4,000 yuan per page? These slides must be made of gold. Why not cut it down to 20 pages? Then each slide would be worth 40 grand. Mo Xiaoduo burst out laughing. She'd never seen anyone calculate a presentation's value by the page before. Jiang Zhe, that's such an amateur thing to say. Nobody prices PowerPoints by the slide count. This PowerPoint is merely one form of presentation for the research results. It underwent comprehensive project investigations and analysis before ultimately reaching its conclusions. Hurry up and study already. Any minute now, Chen Wensheng, the head of the research group, might come down to assign you tasks. Then Mo Xiaoduo lowered her voice and said to Jiang Zhe, "The others are manageable, but him, this Chen Wensheng, you need to be careful around. His standards are incredibly strict. Everyone in the studio is afraid of him. Don't get on his bad side." Jiang Zhe asked, "What's his deal?" "He's a PhD student mentored by Professor Li Tsuenhai from Jiangda School of Management. He joined when the studio was first established. Professor Li trusts him completely. Whether it's technical matters or operations, he calls the shots here." Jiang Zhe scoffed. "So what if he got a doctorate? Nothing special about that. When I get the chance, I'll go look for him myself. Mo Xiaoduo shot Jiangzhu a glare. We can't even avoid him fast enough, and you want to seek him out? Manager Chun Wensheng was probably out reporting on the project this morning. He wasn't in the office. I'll draft the PowerPoint first. You should also hurry up and review how to structure the presentation along with the project materials for Jiangxing High-Tech Zone. The deadline for the initial draft presentation of this project is in 2 weeks. The pressure is really getting to me. With that said, Mo Xiaoduo turned back to the PPT on her computer screen and started working diligently. Across from her, in turn, Lu Qiuxia also wore an expression of seriousness and concentration as she focused on her computer screen. Jiangzhu thought to himself, isn't it just making a PPT? Why does it have to be so intense? Jiangzhu carefully went through the research project achievements Mo Xiaoduo had copied for him. Nothing particularly special stood out. Moreover, the final PowerPoint presentations of different projects all seemed to follow roughly the same formula and template, lacking much novelty. Jiangzhu suddenly felt somewhat puzzled. When I first graduated from Jiang University, my original plan was to pursue a career in traditional Chinese medicine. I clearly haven't done much consulting or research work. So why do these research results feel so familiar to me now? Thinking back carefully, Jiangzhu's eyes flickered. He suddenly remembered that during his 5 years in Jiang prison, 70 to 80% of the books he had read were related to economics and management. Strategy is storytelling, decoding the development path of high-tech zones, practical techniques for PowerPoint creation, the essence of management consulting, the effective executive, the pyramid principle, and so on and so forth. I've honestly read far too many of these types of books. There's also that prison copy of notes on observing the 4 sacred origins, another little treasure trove. The acupuncture methods recorded inside could surprisingly cure some difficult and complicated ailments with ease. Back then, it wasn't that Jiangzhu insisted on reading these books. It was just that after finishing the few novels in the prison library, there really wasn't anything else worth reading. So he ended up going through all of them. Thinking of all the books he'd read, Jiangzhu's lips curved into a faint smile. Those 6 years in prison weren't completely without gain after all. Without phones or computers to distract him in prison, he could immerse himself in reading. But now, take Tanma and Canyon of Glory alone. Those would undoubtedly be obstacles to his progress. Then again, people can't be making progress all the time. A balance between work and rest is essential. So Jiangzhu pulled out his phone. Timmy. A crisp sound effect rang out in the office. Both Mo Xiaoduo and Lu Qiuxia across from her instantly turned their gazes toward Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu looked slightly embarrassed. Ahem, my bad. Forgot to put on silent. Mo Xiaoduo, Jiangzhu, you can't be serious, playing games during work hours on your very first day. You're being way too arrogant, aren't you? Lu Qiuxia also pursed her lips and smiled. Jiangzhu, anyway, everyone in this room is one of us. No outsiders will notice. Mo Xiaoduo frowned, stood up, and walked over to Jiangzhu. She snatched the phone from his hands. No playing. Show me those project documents properly. Jiangzhu also stood up. I've already gone through everything. Now give me back my phone. Mo Xiaoduo. No way. You'll get it back during our lunch break. Jiangzhu reached out to snatch the phone from Mo Xiaoduo's hand. Mo Xiaoduo swiftly tucked the phone into her cleavage, thrusting her prominent bosom forward with a mischievous grin. Want your phone back? Come and get it if you dare. Jiangzhu stared at Mo Xiaoduo, utterly speechless. How did I end up with a junior sister like you? Jiangzhu couldn't comprehend how this delicate, girl-next-door type junior sister managed to be so shameless. Helpless, he could only retreat to his seat in dismay. Mo Xiaoduo curled her lips into a satisfied smile, glancing triumphantly at Jiangzhu. Be good, senior brother. Go study your PPT properly. Jiangzhu, right now I don't want to make a PPT, I just want to kick your ass twice. Chapter 45, Asserting Dominance. Back at his workstation, with no phone to play with, Jiangzhu felt utterly bored. So he went online and found the ebooks on economics and management he'd read before, refreshing his memory. After browsing through the PPT research deliverables from Zongheng Consulting Studio, Jiang Zhe became even more convinced that those 5 years of reading in prison hadn't been wasted. There are no standard answers in economics and management studies. It's the same principle as martial arts training in novels. Only by roaming the martial arts world, fully experiencing the techniques of various renowned schools, absorbing their essence, and gradually mastering their intricacies can one become a true master with profound skills. For such management consulting projects, extensive reading is essential. Extracting nutrients and essence from complex, intertwined sources, processing and refining them in the mind, and distilling them into PPT presentations. Only then can they truly become one's own. And with 5 years of undistracted, concentrated reading in prison, these management topics no longer seem as difficult as they once appeared. After reading ebooks for a while, Jiang Zhe began to feel drowsy. He simply tilted his chair back and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, he drifted into a hazy sleep. But just as he dozed off, Jiang Zhe was jostled awake by 2 shaky nudges. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Xiao Duo's indignant little face glaring at him. "Jiang Zhe, how outrageous of you to sleep on your very first day at work, just because they wouldn't let you play games." Jiang Zhe closed his eyes. "It's my first day at work today, and I was too excited last night to sleep well. I'm so sleepy, let me nap a bit more. Don't bother me." No matter how hard Xiao Duo shook Jiang Zhe afterward, he remained motionless. Fuming, Xiao Duo stomped back to her workstation next door. "Fine, be lazy if you want." Jiang Zhe dozed off again. Then came another round of shaking. Jiang Zhe closed his eyes impatiently. "Didn't I say not to disturb me? Why are you here again?" An unfamiliar, authoritative male voice rang out. "Who said you could sleep on the job?" Jiang Zhe's entire body jolted in response. Opening his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man in his 30s with thinning hair, dressed in a suit and shirt, glaring at him angrily. Xiao Duo beside him and Lu Qiuxia across from them both stood up abruptly. Lu Qiuxia appeared reverent and trembling with fear, like a little lamb. Xiao Duo quickly introduced him from his side. "Jiang Zhe, this is our studio's manager, Chen Wensheng." "Manager Chen, this is Jiang Zhe, whom we hired yesterday. He also holds a double degree in economics and management from Jiang University and is currently preparing to apply for Professor Li Tsunhai's postgraduate program." "Oh, hello, Manager Chen." After greeting him indifferently, Jiang Zhe opened his laptop and began busily working on it. Chen Wensheng was furious. That guy sleeping at work was bad enough, but now seeing me and not even bothering to lift his ass from the chair, not moving an inch. Beside him, Xiao Duo was frantic. Chen Wensheng had suddenly appeared in the office, and though she'd wanted to wake the sleeping Jiang Zhe immediately, it was already too late. Getting caught by Chen Wensheng was one thing. They could have just stood up and apologized, swallowed their pride. But this bastard Jiang Zhe just sat there dumbly in front of his computer, treating Chen Wensheng like thin air. I genuinely admire him. Even at a time like this, he still remains completely unfazed, without batting an eye. If it were me caught red-handed at work, I'd have been scared out of my wits long ago. Xiao Duo kept frantically signaling Jiang Zhe from the adjacent workstation, urging him to stand up immediately. Jiang Zhe still didn't budge. Chen Wensheng had returned with a belly full of pent-up anger. In the morning, I went out to present our project to the client. Although Chen Wensheng personally delivered the PPT presentation himself, he still got scolded by the client, and in the end, everything needed major revisions. Things were already not going well, frustrating as hell. And now this new intern dares to act all high and mighty, completely disregarding me? Furious, Chen Wensheng slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "How can you, a new intern, be so unreliable?" Jiangda University isn't just known for its rigorous academic environment. Its graduates also have an excellent reputation in the professional world. Aren't you corrupting the academic atmosphere of Jiang University like this? Don't think just because Xiao Duo recommended you. With that attitude of yours, let me tell you, you won't even pass the 1-month probation period. But if you behave properly, I'll definitely approve your official employment. And looking like this, don't even dream about applying for Professor Lee Tsuenhai's graduate program. Let alone whether you can pass the score line. Even if you make it to the interview, Professor Lee would never accept you. Jiangzhe inwardly laughed. Chen Wenxing's implication couldn't be clearer. Whether the probation period succeeded or not was entirely up to him. What's more, when mentioning Professor Lee Tsuenhai, he deliberately said, "Our Professor Lee Tsuenhai." This means that when applying to become Professor Lee Tsuenhai's graduate student, Chen Wenxing also had some say in the final decision. You expect me to kneel and lick your boots now? But Chen Wenxing never anticipated that Jiangzhe would outright reject such tactics. Even when nearly buried alive in prison, he never bowed to the inmate bullies. Did they really think a starting salary of 4,000 yuan would make him submit now? Had they approached this civilly, it might have been different, but strutting in with that arrogant attitude from the start? Screw that. Who the hell do they think they are? Jiangzhe didn't even lift his eyelids, still speaking indifferently. Manager Chun, you can talk about me all you want, but don't bring Jiang University postgraduate entrance exams into this. What does my graduate school exam have to do with you? Also, I suggest you watch your tone. I usually don't embarrass people. But Jiangzhe paused, standing up to look at Chen Wenxing with calm, watery eyes. But if I decide to make someone embarrassed, they'll truly be embarrassed. Chen Wenxing was stunned. At Zongheng Consulting Studio, as the boss, everyone treated him with utmost respect in both speech and action. Even some new, beautiful interns, in order to secure permanent positions, actively threw themselves at him, seeking his favor through unscrupulous means. What was wrong with this intern? How dare she defy him like this? Chen Wenxing was seething with anger. Yet when he met Jiangzhe's calm, unruffled gaze, Chen Wenxing felt an inexplicable sense of intimidation. From Jiangzhe's eyes, Chen Wenxing could tell this guy was a troublemaker. If he provoked Jiangzhe by slamming the table again, there was no telling what this reckless kid might do to embarrass him. Whatever, no point in confronting him head-on. Later, he could just make things difficult for him in small ways. Wasn't it easy to crush him at any time? Besides, since Jiangzhe was so stubborn, once the 1-month probation period was up, he could just pack him off. At this thought, Chen Wenxing turned to Mo Xiaoduo and said, Mo Xiaoduo, you were the one who introduced Jiangzhe. As the project manager, I don't know how you assign tasks, but how can a new hire just sleep in the office? This strategic plan for Jiangxing High-Tech Zone is an 800,000 yuan project, and the presentation is due in 2 weeks. The team has been fully staffed for you. This is a project Professor Lee Tsuenhai is paying special attention to. If you mess this up, you know very well what the consequences will be, don't you? With that, Chen Wenxing glared at Jiangzhe before turning on his heel and striding out of the office. Chapter 46. Clocking out on time after Chen Wenxing left, Mo Xiaoduo and Lu Qiuxia finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qiuxia patted her chest. Scared me to death. Didn't manager Chen go out for a meeting this morning? How did he suddenly come back? Why is manager Chen in such a terrible mood? He just frightened me so much I didn't dare breathe. Mo Xiaoduo snorted. What else? The morning report must have gone poorly. Lu Qiuxia asked curiously. Sister Duo, how do you know? Mo Xiaoduo huffed. If the meeting had gone well, he'd be strutting around showing off in front of us right now. The moment he walked in and started lashing out at people, it was obvious his morning presentation had bombed. Mo Xiaoduo then turned to Jiangzhe, chiding the man who was staring at his computer screen with some annoyance. Jiangzhe, honestly, what's wrong with you? I told you not to sleep at work, and look, you walked right into the boss's line of fire. Even if you did walk into his line of fire, couldn't you at least have sweet-talked your way out of it? Just watch how you'll manage to get your probation approved after offending Chen Wenxing. Jiangzhe looked utterly indifferent. If I can't convert to a full-time position here, so be it. If this place won't have me, there are plenty that will. I don't get why you're all so afraid of him. He doesn't own the company. We're all just employees here. Besides, even if it were his company, I've never seen other billionaires strutting around like they're God's gift to mankind. Mo Xiaoduo certainly hadn't expected Jiangxia to take such an attitude. She copied some materials about Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone for Jiangxia. Jiangxia, no matter what, this project task is really urgent. Could you help with researching the current development status of the high-tech zone? This part is relatively simpler. It mainly involves organizing and analyzing the data of Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone, along with some basic analysis. Jiangxia nodded. How long do I have? About a week? Just finish it by Friday. Around 10 slides for the PPT should be enough. What? A whole week? Jiangxia was surprised. He thought to himself, isn't this just a status analysis? Review all the materials forwarded from the high-tech zone. Extract several key conclusions and include some chart analysis. It should take no more than a day at most. If you work quickly, even half a day would suffice. Noticing Jiangxia's expression, Mo Xiaoduo said, I forgot you're new here. If it's really too difficult, you must hand it to me by next Monday without fail. We need to compile a preliminary draft summary next week. Professor Li Tsunhai might even visit, and we'll have to present it to him internally at the studio. Jiangxia agreed enthusiastically. He was thrilled inwardly. With such a simple PPT task taking up the entire week, wouldn't all that extra time leave him free to slack off or nap happily? Afternoon. Both Mo Xiaoduo and Lu Qiuxiao were frowning intently as they busily worked at their keyboards in front of the computer screen. Jiangxia systematically reviewed all the materials about Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone, then created a new Word document and typed several key terms. After pondering for a while, Jiangxia grabbed his motorcycle keys and put on his jacket. Noticing Jiangxia preparing to leave, Mo Xiaoduo asked curiously, Jiangxia, where are you heading? I'm going to check out the Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone in person. Got to get a first-hand feel of the place. Mo Xiaoduo sounded skeptical. Really? You're not just using this as an excuse to slack off, are you? Of course not. How could we possibly analyze the current state of the high-tech zone without letting me visit the actual site? It's like asking me to describe how big a woman's X-cup is or how smooth her legs are. You'd have to let me actually feel them in person to describe them properly. Lu Qiuxiao across the room was staring at her computer screen. Hearing Jiangxia's words, her face flushed red, and her eyes curved into delighted crescent moons. Mo Xiaoduo burst into laughter too. Never heard such absurd theories before. Well, go ahead then, but be quick about it. It's just past 2 now. You must return by 4. Why? Mo Xiaoduo said with mock seriousness. To prevent you from slacking off. Besides, I'll be supervising your PowerPoint work. Jiangxia. Xiaoduo. I suggest you change your name. Mo Xiaoduo. ? Arriving at the office door, Jiangxia tossed out a remark. Just call yourself Mo the Skinflint and be done with it. Mo Xiaoduo. Jiangxia. You. Before she could finish, Jiangxia's figure had already vanished into the office. He rode his motorcycle around the high-tech district of Jiangcheng, snapping a few photos along the way. I grabbed some snacks and drinks at McDonald's, leisurely finished eating and drinking, then played a couple rounds of Honor of Kings. Only then did Jiangxia return to the office. The moment he got back to the office, Jiangxia saw Mo Xiaoduo glaring at him with a dark expression. Jiangxia chuckled and said, What's up? Mo the Skinflint. Oh wait, now I should call you Mo the Black Demon. You just love giving people nicknames, don't you? Did you play Honor of Kings again this afternoon? Jiangxia felt guilty but still replied defiantly, No, absolutely not. Wasn't I doing field research in the high-tech zone? Mo Xiaoduo stared at Jiangxia. You sure you didn't play? You used Luban with a score of 1 to 6, and that single kill you got was stolen from someone else. By the end, when your base was gone, you were still farming in the jungle. Jiangxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, Ghost, are you following me? I only played 2 rounds. How'd you know? Mo Xiaoduo snorted. I logged in specifically to check if you were online. And sure enough, there you were. So I joined to spectate your game. Jiangxia was utterly stunned. The game had this kind of feature? Isn't this way too creepy? Doesn't this mean he's constantly under Mo Xiaoduo's surveillance? Jiangzhe immediately pulled out his phone. After tapping through WeChat, he declared, "Xiaoduo, let's delete each other as friends." Mo Xiaoduo frowned and glared at Jiangzhe. "Go ahead and try. See if I'll ever accept your friend request again." Jiangzhe quietly put his phone away. This Mo Xiaoduo was such a drama queen. With that expression, he couldn't tell if she was genuinely angry or not. If she really was angry, past experience suggested the consequences could be quite severe. Back when I was in prison, I lashed out at her in a moment of anger, and she ignored me for years after that. Whatever, best not to push my luck. Jiangzhe transferred the photos he'd just taken with his phone outside into a folder, then typed up some key points he'd thought of on the way in a Word document. He then pulled up a few business management ebooks he'd read during his prison days and skimmed through them. Played a couple rounds of Minesweeper. By the time the clock struck 5, Jiangzhe swiftly gathered his things and got ready to leave. Mo Xiaoduo was taken aback. "Jiangzhe, you're off work already? Yeah, isn't it 5 o'clock? Didn't you notice no one else in the office has left? Everyone's still at their computers working overtime. With so many projects lately, we're all swamped. How can you have the nerve to be the first one to leave?" Jiangzhe scoffed. "If they didn't work hard during office hours, what's the point of putting on a show after hours? You talk as if you've been working hard." Lu Qiuxiao leaned over Jiangzhe's computer and clicked on the PPT file on his desktop. "Come on, let me see how your presentation's coming along." But when she opened it, she saw only one slide. To be precise, just a few tiny words on that single slide. Mo Xiaoduo was speechless. "Jiangzhe, with this much progress on your PPT, you're already calling it a day? I wonder how you'll manage to finish the tasks assigned to you by the deadline." Jiangzhe chuckled. "What's the hurry? Didn't you say we had a whole week? All right, bye-bye you too." Jiangzhe left the office and walked to the elevator. The doors slid open, only to come face-to-face with someone he'd hoped never to see again. Chapter 47. Zhao Yinin's Engagement. Chen Wensheng had been playing table tennis in the activity room downstairs. After his workout, he was just about to head back to the office to put in some overtime. After 8 p.m. at Zongheng Studio, employees can take a taxi home and get reimbursed for the ride. If working overtime, meal expenses are also reimbursable. So, Chen Wensheng basically left the office every day only after 8 p.m. Chen Wensheng never expected to see Jiangzhe with his backpack on, ready to clock out, especially when it was only 5 o'clock. His face darkened with displeasure. "Jiangzhe, you're off work already. You never seem to work seriously during office hours. Yet how come you're so eager when it's time to leave? Do you see anyone clocking out right now? The studio is swamped with research projects lately. Everyone's overwhelmed. Doesn't this urgency affect you at all?" Jiangzhe noticed Chen Wensheng drenched in sweat, his jacket draped over one arm while clutching a ping-pong paddle in the other. The situation immediately became clear to him. Playing ball during work hours, then putting on a show of coming back to work overtime at the end of the day while acting as a supervisor to monitor others' overtime work. Such bad luck for Crosswise Consulting Studio to encounter such a manager. Jiangzhe pressed the elevator button expressionlessly and said calmly, "The studio's working hours are from 9 to 5. At 5 in the evening, why can't we clock out? I only get a salary of 4,000 yuan. What are you yelling at me about when you can't manage your projects properly? Just hire more people if we're understaffed. Did you really think I'd handle all your studio's work alone?" Chen Wensheng froze. He never expected to get talked back to by an intern on their very first day. Again, is this intern out of their mind? What's wrong with you? Do you actually think I won't fire you right this? Before Chen Wensheng could finish speaking, the descending elevator arrived. Jiangzhe stepped onto it without hesitation and pressed the close button. With a faint smile lingering on his lips, he then vanished from Chen Wensheng's sight. Chen was utterly seething with rage. Since taking over Zongheng Consulting, he had never been humiliated like this in front of his employees, especially not by a freshly hired intern. "Just you wait, Jiangzhe. I'll have you kicked out within days, packing your bags and clearing out." Chen Wensheng silently made up his mind, then resentfully returned to his office. Meanwhile, Jiangzhe had just returned to Donghu Bay No. 1 when he received a call from his sister Jiang Yueying. Yueying asked Jiangzhe, Little brother, why haven't you arrived at the Ritz-Carlton yet? So many guests are already here. Jiangzhu was stunned. What hotel? The Ritz-Carlton, Yue Ying said over the phone. Isn't today Zhao Yining and Lei Guang's engagement party? Didn't I tell you a couple days ago? Xiao Jin's been talking about you over here too. If you're free, why not come over for dinner? But if you do come, don't cause any trouble, okay? Jiangzhu suddenly remembered there really was this whole engagement affair for Zhao Yining. But is there something wrong with the Zhao family too? It's neither a weekend nor a holiday. They just had to let the feng shui master pick this awkward, in-between date for the engagement. No wonder anyone remembers. But Jiangzhu recalled that back when they were together at Jian University with Zhao Yining, it didn't seem like this. Jiangzhu could never forget a single thing about Zhao Yining. He even meticulously tracked Zhao Yining's menstrual cycle using a mobile app. Remind her whenever it's about time and buy sanitary pads in advance to keep them ready in her bag. But now, he had even forgotten such an important day as her engagement, and there wasn't the slightest ripple of emotion in his heart. Jiangzhu suddenly felt at ease, lighter than before. When I first got out of prison, seeing Zhao Yining with Lei Guang still made me extremely unhappy. For a while, it was deeply distressing. But now, it seems I've completely let go of that relationship. Jiangzhu thought to himself, since the little rich girl wasn't home anyway, staying alone wasn't particularly fun. Might as well go to the hotel and grab a free meal. The Zhao family had money, so the banquet standards were bound to be high. Probably even higher than the 50th birthday feast Zhao Lan through the day I got released. That day, I had a feast with Lung Eru, just the two of us occupying two separate banquet tables. Pure indulgence. Now that there's a chance for a free meal, why not take it? A free meal is always worth it. Jiangzhu changed into a suit and hailed a cab to the hotel. The hotel was already bustling with guests, and the entrance was packed with luxury cars of every kind. Zhao Yining and Lei Guang, Zhao Lin, Zhao Kaiyun, along with her sister Jiang Yueying and Xiao Jin, were all standing at the entrance to greet the guests. Zhao Yining was wearing a red qipao, looking quite festive. Lei Guang donned a suit, with his shirt tucked into his pants, but nearly bursting at the seams due to his round, protruding belly. Paired with a bright red tie, the overall look somehow appeared rather comical. Zhao Yining froze for a moment when she spotted Jiangzhu in the crowd, dressed in a suit. Back when they were at Jian University, he had always worn casual clothes. This was the first time Zhao Yining had seen Jiangzhu in a suit. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Damn, how could a man look so incredibly handsome in a suit? This was on par with the impeccable aura those two heartthrobs from Infernal Affairs rocked when suited up. Zhao Yining glanced back at Lei Guang's barely buttoned suit that seemed ready to burst at the seams, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. They're all wearing suits, all men. How could the difference be so vast? Jiangzhu nodded to a few members of the Zhao family as he passed by, not saying much, just a simple greeting. Seeing Jiangzhu approach, Xiao Jin happily ran over with open arms. "Uncle, you're here." Jiangzhu scooped up Xiao Jin and lifted her high several times, making her giggle uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhao Lan walked over. At his own 50th birthday last time, Jiangzhu caused a scene at the Zhao family villa, even overturning the banquet tables and injuring Lei Guang along with several of his bodyguards. This incident still sends chills down Zhao Lan's spine. With a faint, forced smile on her face, Zhao Lan approached Jiangzhu and cautioned him. "Jiangzhu, you've arrived. Quickly put Xiao Jin down and be careful not to drop her. You're welcome to join the feast this time, but don't you dare make a scene like last time. I know you dated Yining for 4 years during your time at Jian University, and part of you still can't let her go. But forced love isn't sweet. Even if you still can't let go, Zhao Yining is already engaged. You'd better stop pining after her." As soon as Zhao Lan finished speaking, Jiangzhu raised his hand. Zhao Lan was terrified, thinking he was about to slap her, and immediately stumbled backward in fright. The Zhao family members, assuming Jiangzhu was looking for trouble right after arriving, quickly circled behind Zhao Lan to stand in solidarity. Yet all Jiangzhe did was wave his hand to stretch his arm lazily, adjusting into a more comfortable position. He then lowered his hand and smiled faintly. "And Zhao, don't worry. You're right. A squeezed melon won't taste sweet. I don't have any feelings for Zhao Yining anymore. I served 6 years in prison for her, only for her to run straight into another man's arms the moment I got out. A woman like that isn't worth my affection anyway." Chapter 48, Wedding Banquet. Jiang's words left Zhao Yining with a bitter taste in her heart. People always inevitably compare their current partner with their ex, especially women. During the time she spent dating Lei Guang, Zhao Yining noticed the stark differences between him and Jiangzhe. Deep down, she still had some lingering feelings for Jiangzhe. Apart from coming from a better family background and being wealthier than Jiangzhe, Lei Guang couldn't hold a candle to him in any other aspect. Whether it was physical appearance, personal style, or the level of attentive care Jiangzhe used to show her, Lei Guang fell far short in comparison. If Jiangzhe hadn't gone to prison and had no stains on his record, Zhao Yining still believed he would have been the absolutely perfect partner. Back when Jiangzhe used to like her, she hadn't fully realized it. Now that she heard him declare he'd completely moved on, for some reason, Zhao Yining felt as if she'd lost something precious, leaving her heart distressed. Seeing Zhao Yining's cheerful mood turn somber, Lei Guang assumed she was worried Jiangzhe might disrupt their engagement party. He stepped forward and said, "Jiangzhe, you claim you've moved on from Zhao Yining. Good. How did it feel nearly getting buried alive when you dug that pit at the construction site last time? Old Jean III is coming to our wedding today, too. You better not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, watch out or we'll dig another hole to bury you in," Lei Guang added while pointing not far away. Following Lei Guang's finger, Jiangzhe spotted Jean Laosan with Scarface Chow and several men in suits also inside the hotel. Hatred welled up in Jiangzhe's heart. No wonder Lei Guang had been speaking so arrogantly today. That day, old Jean III and his crew nearly buried both me and Lung Eru at the construction site. If it weren't for that mysterious fourth Master Hong appearing out of nowhere to bail me out, I might have really been wiped out for good by now. With Jiangzhe's usual temper, he would have already slapped Lei Guang across the face by then. But Jiangzhe had learned his lesson last time. He knew old Jean III's capabilities. And that enigmatic fishmonger fourth Master Hong had left him with a warning to tone it down. Jiangzhe wouldn't normally heed anyone's advice. But for some inexplicable reason, Old Man Hong's words stuck with him as the elderly man rode his electric tricycle loaded with fish. Faced with Lei Guang's provocation, Jiangzhe didn't lose his temper. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Lei Guang, since you know such an impressive person like Jean Laos and who keeps threatening to bury me alive, why was it that when those Mang village punks were harassing your fiancé in the underground parking lot last time, you sped off with your foot glued to the accelerator? Why don't you call Old Gold and have these punks buried alive?" Lei Guang's face instantly darkened with palpable embarrassment. Jiangzhe truly had a knack for touching a nerve. Ever since that incident in the underground parking lot where Lei Guang had fled first upon encountering those thugs, Zhao Yining had held it against him. So much so that she even threatened to call off their engagement. Lei Guang had spent considerable effort soothing Zhao Yining afterward and went so far as to promise Zhao Lan that the decoration contract for several new properties developed by the Lei Group would be awarded to the Zhao family's interior design company. Zhao Lan spent considerable effort persuading Zhao Yining, who reluctantly agreed to continue with the engagement. Jiangzhe's nonchalant words tore open the old wounds in Zhao Yining's heart again. Seeing his casual remarks make Lei Guang look awkward and Zhao Yining visibly irritated, Jiangzhe couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. It seemed that fists weren't the only way to make someone suffer. Words could do the trick just as well. Zhao Yining felt even more displeased inwardly. She thought to herself, no matter how unsuitable her fiancé might be, he was still the eldest son of the prominent Lei Group in Jiangxin. Wasn't that infinitely better than a penniless nobody like him? How dare you, a convict fresh out of prison, have the gall to insinuate that my partner isn't good enough? Zhao Yining suddenly remembered that day at the Civil Affairs Bureau when she ran into Jiangzhe, who mentioned he was getting married to someone else. She was desperate to see how this played out. Jiangzhe never said he stopped liking her, yet here he was marrying another woman while mocking her choice in partners. She couldn't wait to see what kind of woman he could possibly land. Who in their right mind would want a man fresh out of prison? Thinking of this, Zhao Yining stepped forward and said to Jiangzhe, "Jiangzhe, didn't you say last time that you'd bring the person you registered with at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Why are you here alone? Where's your partner?" Jiangzhe had genuinely forgotten about this matter. During this period, Han Qing came home late and left early every day. Even though they lived under the same roof, they rarely saw each other. As for Zhao Yining's engagement banquet, Jiangzhe himself had nearly forgotten about it, let alone inviting Han Qing to come along. Jiangzhe replied flatly, "She's busy with work and won't be joining." Zhao Yining sneered mockingly. "Then why don't you call her over? Last time we met, didn't you claim you could definitely summon her here? Are you sure this fiancée of yours isn't just made up?" Lei Guang finally spotted a perfect outlet for his frustration and snorted derisively. Who in their right mind would marry an ex-con these days? Forget about marriage. Once you've done time, you're marked for life. You can't even find a job, let alone someone to marry. Huh, how ridiculous. Don't tell me you're still hung up on seeing your ex-girlfriend taken by someone else. Did your jealousy cook up this ridiculous fantasy? Jiangzhe immediately felt indignant. What kind of people were these? Fine, don't believe me? Then I'll drag my sugar mommy over to show you proof. Since you're all so eager to see my girlfriend, I'll humor you. Anyway, you've prepared such a grand feast today. One more pair of chopsticks won't make a difference. After finishing his words, Jiangzhe walked aside and took out his phone to call Han Qing. "Hey, little rich girl, are you home yet? Let's have dinner together tonight." Han Qing sounded puzzled on the phone. "What's up? Suddenly grew a conscience? What made you think of treating me to dinner?" "Exactly, my conscience just woke up. You've been paying me every single week these past few weeks. I feel like I haven't done anything for you, so I'm kind of embarrassed. That's why I want to treat you to a meal." Han Qing, No. I think it's best if you just stay as you are now and do nothing. Keeping our distance and not interfering with each other is perfect. Just placate that cranky old man and get through it. If you try to do anything more, I'd actually feel uneasy about it. Jiangzhe, all right, since I'm already at the restaurant, just come over for a meal. It's at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The food is almost ready, and it's quite a spread. Han Qing asked suspiciously, "You're going to such a fancy hotel?" "No, I won't go. I'm busy. Besides, I'm still working overtime at the office. There's never a time when work is truly finished. If you keep pushing yourself like this, your health might just give out one day. Come on, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Just come and have a meal with us." Jiangzhe was still trying to persuade Han Qing over the phone. Before he could finish, Han Qing interrupted him. "I can't talk anymore. I'm busy now." After speaking, Han Qing hung up the phone. Chapter 49, Stealing the Spotlight. Half an hour passed. The banquet began. Jiangzhe, his sister Jiang Yueying, and Xiao Jin were seated together at one table. Zhao Lan, along with Lei Guang and Zhao Yining, had already begun making rounds to toast at each table. When he reached Jiangzhe's table and finished toasting, Lei Guang remarked suggestively, "Jiangzhe, why hasn't your significant other arrived yet? It's been such a long time already. You'd better hurry and urge them again, otherwise people might arrive after all the food is gone." Zhao Yining stood nearby, smiling faintly. Jiangzhe treated the group as air, ignoring them entirely. After finishing toasting at Jiangzhe's table, Zhao Lan whispered to Lei Guang and Zhao Yining, "Look, Jiangzhe still hasn't called his new girlfriend over. It seems he really is just unbalanced, deliberately claiming he's found someone else. What Jiangzhe is doing is so childish. He used to adore our Yining. How could he just stop liking her out of nowhere? Lei Guang, this time I'm entrusting Yining to you. Don't betray her. Treat her well." Lei Guang nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. I'll definitely treat Yining well." Zhao Yining felt much better after hearing Zhao Lan's words. What use was Jiangzhe, an ex-convict, even if he was somewhat handsome? How dare he mock the partner she found, clearly still liking her, yet pretending he'd found another woman? Oomph. After the toast-bearing Zhao family members left, Jiang Yueying was visibly annoyed and asked Jiang Zhe, "Why didn't you call your sugar mommy over to back you up?" Zhao Yining and Lei Guang's remarks were so infuriating. They were clearly mocking you. Jiang Zhe looked dejected. He sighed helplessly. "Sis, do you think I didn't want to? But the sugar mommy chose the worst time to bail on me. Forget it. It's just a fake marriage anyway. She's the one paying me. If she refused to come, there's nothing I could do." A moment later, a red Q7 pulled up in front of the hotel entrance. A woman stepped slowly out of the Q7 and walked towards the hotel lobby entrance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She wore a red coat over a white blouse, paired with straight-leg trousers and thick-soled leather loafers. Simple and unadorned, not flashy or showy, yet exquisitely fashionable and enduringly elegant, understated and refined, yet radiant all the same. The woman standing at the entrance peered into the hotel, clearly searching for someone. Many onlookers murmured at the sight of her. "She's absolutely stunning, just like a star from a TV drama." That's no exaggeration. Even without heavy makeup, her simplicity grows more captivating the longer you look. Not just beautiful and easy on the eyes, but most importantly, the aura this woman exudes is truly exceptional. I really want to take a photo with her. Could this woman also be here for the wedding banquet? There was another man present whose wife had him by the ear, scolding him. Look, 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 look. Your eyes are practically glued to her. Should I go over and get her WeChat for you?" Zhao Lan and Zhao Yining also noticed the woman at the entrance, though they were equally puzzled. Who is this woman? Not a relative, nor a business associate. Never seen her before. Where did she come from? Jiang Zhe had been too busy enjoying the feast to notice the entrance of the hotel. It wasn't until the crowd started turning their heads toward the entrance that Jiang Yueying glanced over and found the person vaguely familiar. Jiang Yueying nudged Jiang Zhe's arm. "Hey, isn't that your little sugar mommy, Han Qing? She's here." Jiang Zhe looked toward the entrance. Sure enough, it was Han Qing. Puffing out his cheeks, he quickly swallowed what was in his mouth and walked toward the door, waving at Han Qing with a grin. "Hey there, little rich girl. Over here." Han Qing frowned as she watched Jiang Zhe approach her after leaving the banquet table. "So this is what you meant by taking me out to eat? Playing me?" Han Qing turned to leave as soon as she finished speaking. Jiang Zhe quickly grabbed her arm. "Hey, little rich lady, since you're already here, at least eat before you go. The food inside is really good. Let go of me." Han Qing struggled to break free, still determined to leave. I knew things couldn't be this simple. Everyone in the hotel had been staring at Han Qing. Now, with a handsome young couple tugging at each other at the entrance, all eyes shifted toward the hotel doors. Even during the Zhao family's toast, guests held their glasses while their heads remained turned toward the entrance. Seeing the situation, Jiang Zhe adopted a pleading tone. "Today's my ex-girlfriend's engagement party. Could you just help me save face? Everyone in the hotel's watching me right now. I gave your grandpa so much face back then. Today, can you return the favor and back me up just once? Pretend to be my girlfriend for me." Han Qing finally understood what was happening. With a cold, detached tone, she said, Well, so even you have days like this. It's not impossible for me to back you up, but you'll have to beg me. Are you crazy? I'm just asking for a little help. Do I need to beg you? Fine then, I'm leaving. Let go of me." Jiang Zhe found himself in a dilemma. After weighing his options for a while, he finally mumbled in a tiny voice like a mosquito's hum, "Little sugar mommy, I beg you." Louder, didn't catch that. Jiang Zhe threw all caution to the wind. "My little sugar mama, I beg you, I beg you. I'm begging you. Just do me this favor." A faint smile played at Han Qing's lips. So this scoundrel who had bullied her for so long had finally humbled himself enough to beg for her help? That's more like it. Come on, let's go eat. Han Qing turned and naturally slipped her arm through Jiang Zhe's as they walked toward the hotel. A refreshing hint of delicate perfume washed over him. Jiang Zhe felt unexpectedly flustered. He had never walked arm in arm with this woman before. "Little rich girl, why are you holding my arm like this?" Jiangzhe muttered weakly. Han Qing glared at Jiangzhe. "You think I want to hold your arm? I'm just trying to make our act more convincing." All right. Whatever you say." Jiangzhe also linked arms with Han Qing. Even through their clothes, he could feel how soft and delicate her arm was. Back at the banquet table, Han Qing exchanged greetings with Jiang Yueying. Seeing Han Qing arrive, Xiao Jin was overjoyed and rushed straight toward her, calling out in a sweet, childish voice, "Wow, Auntie's here. Auntie, give me a hug. After we finish eating, Annie will play with me." Hearing Xiao Jin call her Auntie the moment they met, a faint blush crept across Han Qing's face. Han Qing picked up Xiao Jin and sat her on his lap to begin eating. Jiang Yueying hastily served dishes to Han Qing before taking Xiao Jin back. "Sweetie, wait until Auntie finishes her meal before playing with her." At Zhao Lan and Zhao Yinin's table, seeing Jiang Zhezhen bring a beautiful woman to the wedding banquet left them momentarily stunned. Zhao Lan felt somewhat displeased and muttered, "People joked Jiang Zhezhen weighed 300 caddies, and now he's really putting on airs? Did Jiang Zhe actually manage to find himself a girlfriend? What's wrong with this woman? Is she out of her mind? So beautiful. Why would you bother with someone who's been in prison? Jiang Zhe came to eat at our place without contributing a single cent, and even had the nerve to bring someone along with him." Zhao Yinin could no longer hear Zhao Lan's muttering beside her. From a distance, she watched Jiang Zhe and Han Qing sitting together eating, a storm of conflicting emotions churning in her heart. Comparing Lei Guang to Jiang Zhe beforehand, Zhao Yinin had already felt a flicker of disappointment in her heart. Now that she saw Jiang Zhe actually bringing a beautiful woman to the banquet, Zhao Yinin felt even worse. What kind of charm does Jiang Zhe even have? How many days has it been since he got out of prison, and he's already found a new girlfriend? Bringing his girlfriend along is one thing, but the real kicker is how stunning she is. Every guest in the hotel had their eyes drawn to this woman. But wasn't she supposed to be the star of today's event? Seeing Jiang Zhe looking so handsome in his suit, Zhao Yinin felt another wave of resentment welling up inside her. Clearly, Jiang Zhe had feelings for her. He belonged to her. How had she managed to lose him and hand him over to someone else in the blink of an eye? Chapter 50, Pitiful Little Jean. The wedding banquet had ended. The guests gradually dispersed. The Zhao family stood at the entrance, seeing them off. After finishing their meal, Jiang Zhe and Han Qing played with little Jean for a while before preparing to drive home. At the door, Xiao Jin saw Han Qing about to leave, her face etched with pitiful grievance. Father Zhao Lin was never home all day, while Mother Jiang Yueying had to work during the day and endlessly perform household chores after returning in the evening. Xiao Jin felt there was usually no one at home to play with her. Only this rarely seen uncle and aunt would patiently play with her. After Han Qing bid farewell to Xiao Jin and Jiang Yueying, the two got in the Q7 and drove off with Jiang Zhe. Not long after leaving, Han Qing suddenly stopped the car. Jiang Zhe asked in confusion, "Little rich lady, why are you stopping?" Han Qing, "I'll go back to check on Xiao Jin. I saw her crying in the rearview mirror just now." After getting out of the car, Jiang Zhe and Han Qing returned to the hotel entrance together. When Xiao Jin saw Han Qing coming back, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and immediately jumped for joy again. "Auntie, you came back." Jiang Yueying nearby looked somewhat embarrassed. "I don't know what's gotten into this child. She just adores playing with Uncle and Auntie. I saw you two leave, and she started crying too." Han Qing, holding Xiao Jin, said to Jiang Yueying, "Why doesn't Xiao Jin stay at our place tonight? We got plenty of room. It's heartbreaking to see her cry like this." Xiao Jin was overjoyed. She immediately planted a kiss on Han Qing's cheek. Yay, so happy. Auntie is the best." Jiang Yueying gave Jiang Zhe an inquiring look. After a brief discussion, the two ultimately agreed to Han Qing's suggestion. Though the siblings lived in the same city, they rarely got to spend much time together. Now that they could spend the evening with Xiao Jin staying over, it was the perfect opportunity for them to catch up. However, When Zhao Lin heard that Jiang Yueying planned to spend the night at Jiang's place with Xiao Jin, he immediately protested. Zhao Lin pulled Jiang Yueying aside and said with a darkened expression, "What's the deal with this Xiao Jin? Why go cozy up to some woman you barely know instead of your own father? And Jiang Zhe, he's just out of prison. What are you doing taking Xiao Jin to stay at his place? Our home is plenty big enough. It's not like there's no room. Besides, you're supposed to make me breakfast tomorrow morning. Who'll cook for me if you go stay there?" Jiang Yueying was furious. "What's wrong with me staying at my brother's place for one night? When you're normally home, you either watch TV or play with your phone. You never spend time with Xiao Jin. How could she possibly be close to you? I make breakfast for you every morning, but tomorrow you can just grab something quick yourself or go out for breakfast." As their argument escalated, Zhao Lin's temper flared. He had always been the one calling the shots at home. When did Jiang Yueying get to make decisions? Zhao Lin approached Han Qing and swiftly took Xiao Jin from her arms. "Xiao Jin, let's go home with Daddy. You're not allowed to stay at someone else's house. Why won't you listen, you little rascal? Always running off to other people's homes." Xiao Jin had been brimming with excitement. But upon hearing her father Zhao Lin's words, she immediately burst into tears, struggling toward Han Qing. No, I want to stay at Uncle's house." Zhao Lin grew even angrier. He started vigorously spanking Xiao Jin's bottom with loud slaps. "Still want to go? Still want to go? Will you still go? Just wait till we get home. I'll show you what's coming." Xiao Jin wailed even more pitifully. As more people gathered at the hotel entrance, Zhao Lin only hit harder with increasing fervor. He simply took off the leather shoe from his foot and started spanking Xiao Jin's bottom. "Still crying? Want to keep crying? Stop it right now. You disobedient little wild girl. If you don't stop, I'll hit you again." Nearby, Zhao Lan, Zhao Yining, Zhao Kaiyun, and the others not only didn't interfere, they just stood there grinning, enjoying the show. Some guests tried to step in and pull Zhao Lin away, but Zhao Lan stopped them, saying, "This unruly brat won't listen to us old folks. Her father's the only one who can discipline her properly." Xiao Jin felt a surge of fear toward this father. Though she wished to stop crying as he demanded, her body remained trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yueying refused to stand by. She rushed forward, shielding Xiao Jin. "Zhao Lin, are you out of your mind? Why hit the child? She hasn't done anything wrong." Zhao Lin grew fiercer. "Let go of her. I'm disciplining my child. Don't interfere, or I'll slap you too." Eyeballs fixed on Zhao Lin, Jiang Yueying spat. "Go ahead, Zhao Lin, hit us. Beat both mother and child to death if you dare." The public spectacle made Zhao Lin freeze in embarrassed hesitation. After a dazed pause, Zhao Linyang raised his hand, making as if to slap Jiang Yue. "Keep shielding your precious little bastard. Don't think I won't actually hit." Before Zhao Lin could finish speaking, a dark figure rushed forward. Zhao Lin was sent sprawling several meters by a vicious kick. Staggering several steps, Zhao Lin grabbed hold of the pillar at the hotel entrance, barely managing to avoid falling. Turning his head, he saw it was Jiang Zhe. Pointing at Zhao Lin's nose, Jiang Zhe roared, "Zhao Lin, you fucking scum! Do you really think there's no one left in my sister's family to stand up for her? In front of all these people, you dare hit your own daughter, and now you're trying to hit your wife too? What a fucking animal you are. How could you bear to hit such a well-behaved daughter? If you've got any fucking guts, go pick a fight with someone outside. Beating your own daughter and wife. What kind of man does that?" Zhao Lin wanted to lash out, but he could only shrink back in silence, too afraid to respond. On the day Jiang Zhe was released from prison, he single-handedly took down several bodyguards. Zhao Lin knew perfectly well that if it came to a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Zhe. Zhao Lin turned his gaze toward Lei Guang present in the room. Understanding the cue, Lei Guang shot Jin Lao, sent a meaningful glance. After brief consideration, Jin Lao San decided, despite his reservations, to help resolve the situation out of respect for Lei Guang. Jin Lao San approached Jiang Zhe. "Jiang Zhe, you little brat. Last time we let you off easy out of respect for Hong Fourth Master. Now you've got the nerve to cause trouble at the Zhao family again today. Jiangzhi turned around. Fixing Jin Lao San with a steady gaze, he said in a grave voice, Jin Lao San, you're considered a prominent figure in Jiangqing. What kind of big shot are you, huh? Can't even mind your own business instead of poking your nose into other people's trivial family matters? If you really want to meddle in this, let's settle it with another fight. One-on-one in front of everyone, no weapons. We'll fight fair and square, and whoever wins calls the shots. What do you say? Jin Laosan froze on the spot. Instantly, he regretted getting involved in this mess. Jiangzhi's few mocking words had backed him into a corner with no way to save face. And judging by Jiangzhi's aggressive stance, he clearly wasn't the least bit afraid of throwing down. Last time at the construction site, if it weren't for that piece, who knows how the fight would have ended. Now, with so many people around, there's no way I'm actually pulling it out. Jin Laosan just stood there staring at Jiangzhi, completely at a loss for what to do next. Seeing the situation deadlocked and about to escalate, Zhao Lan quickly stepped forward. What are you all doing? Today is Zhao Yinin's big engagement celebration. What's with all this commotion? Do you want outsiders to laugh at us? Enough already. Stop making a scene. Seeing the situation, Jin Laosan quickly seized the opportunity to back down. Fine then. Out of respect for the Zhao family, I'll let it go for now. Jiangzhi glared at Jin Laosan, holding Xiao Jin and pulling Jiang Yuang along. The two of them got into Han Qing's red Q7.